This is Atomic Shinobi and today I'm going to narrate what if Naruto was chosen by Mjolnir. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. No wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Naruto gasped with fatigue. He prevented Orochimaru's giant snake summon from consuming his teammates, Sakura and Sasuke, by standing with his arms and legs spread wide, braced against the thick tree branch he was standing on. The influence of the nine-tailed fox was evident in his darker and thicker whisker marks, as well as the length and feral sharpness of his fingernails and canines. As he struggled to hold the snake at bay, Naruto was taunted, "Is that it? That's all the great Orochimaru's got? A bunch of cheap tricks and overgrown snakes? Why, you little pest?" Orochimaru resented. "How dare you insult the greatest of the Sannin? I'll have your skin for a rug on my floor, eat him and keep his bones for a toothpick." Naruto grinned as he turned around and used a kunai to stab the enormous snake in the eye. "You'll have to do a lot better than this guy then," he said. The snake screamed in agony and then, in a cloud of smoke, returned to the summon world. "Orochimaru, the cursed weakling serpent. Manda suggested that overgrown hatchling, so I should turn her into a wallet." Naruto gasped with fatigue. He was exhausted from being blown through the forest, using the chakra of the nine tails, and containing that enormous snake. He pointed his kunai at Orochimaru, however, while maintaining a smile. He glanced at Sakura and Sasuke, his two teammates, who were still frozen in shock and terror. Naruto grinned as he turned his head slightly in Sasuke's direction. "You're not hurt, are you, scaredy cat?" Sasuke was brought back to reality by Naruto's taunt, which pierced him more deeply than any blade could. Sasuke glared at Orochimaru while using his Sharingan. "Kukuku. Look who joined the party," Orochimaru chuckled. "Those eyes, oh those eyes. Kukuku, I can't wait to try them myself." In his characteristic haughtiness, Sasuke sneered, "What do you mean? You're not Uchiha. The Uchiha are the elite of all shinobi. You're just a wretched old pretender." Orochimaru scoffed and said, "Foolish boy. You really have no idea what horrors you stand against." Naruto yelled, "Bring it on," and moved ahead of Sasuke. Red chakra slowly started to take on the appearance of a cloak as it slowly seeped off Naruto's body. "I'll take on you and all your slimy pets, believe it." Orochimaru snapped, "Snakes aren't slimy," and sank into the tree trunk. The treacherous Sannin was nowhere to be found despite Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura searching the trees for him. Naruto smirked and said, "I guess he took off." He put his kunai back in his pouch after spinning it around his finger. "I can't believe that guy had you and Sakura shaking in your sandals, Sasuke." Sakura's frightened daze was broken when she yelled, "Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke-kun was about to destroy Orochimaru when you had to go and show off with that stupid little snake," to her beloved Sasuke. Naruto objected, saying, "What do you mean little? That thing was huge." Sasuke leaned against the tree trunk and applied a bandage to the small wound he had inflicted on his leg while the two continued to argue. "I'm shocked that I froze like that. His power was far more potent than Zabuza's. Why did Naruto remain unfrightened by Zabuza while I froze? That red chakra that was oozing from Naruto must have been the cause. I need that power." A dark chuckle pierced the atmosphere as Sasuke moved away from the tree trunk and reached out to seize Naruto. Despite spinning in circles, the three genin were unable to see anything. A gentle tinkling of musical notes took the place of the laughter. Orochimaru calmly said, "3 pairs of eyes and not a single pair that can see a thing," as he materialized in front of Naruto, one hand behind his back. He bent over and spoke in Naruto's ear in a whisper. "But I can see. Kukuku, I see what you are. Jinchuriki." In shock and fear, Naruto froze. How did he find out about the fox? The nine-tailed fox snarled inside its cage and attempted to inject Naruto with more chakra by breaking through the seal. The sudden surge of power caused Naruto's body to tremble, and red chakra gushed out of it, forming a bushy tail and a pair of long ears over his head. Orochimaru grinned and said, "Now there will be none of that," as purple flame erupted from the tips of his concealed hand. 5-element seal. Orochimaru stabbed Naruto in the stomach with his flaming hand. The blow ripped through Naruto's body, severing the nine-tails chakra and interfering with the flow of his own. Naruto dropped to his knees in front of Orochimaru, and his features swiftly returned to normal as the red chakra disappeared into thin air. Orochimaru snarled and gave Naruto a powerful kick to the chest, saying, "Pathetic street urchin, I'll teach you to insult your betters. With a bone." Crunching thud, Naruto collided with another tree after slicing through the air in an orange blur. Before he started to fall forward into empty space and then the forest floor hundreds of feet below, he hung there for a moment, the force of the impact perfectly balanced against gravity. Sasuke yelled, "Naruto!" and threw a kunai at his teammate. In order to keep Naruto from falling to his doom, the kunai pinned his jumpsuit to the tree and narrowly missed his shoulder. Orochimaru hissed, "Sasuke-kun, you shouldn't turn your back on your opponent." The snake Sannin suddenly sped up and jerked his neck out at Sasuke. Orochimaru drove his teeth deep into Sasuke's neck, which twisted around his body and pinned his arms to his sides. As Orochimaru's venom spread like fire through Sasuke's body and then gathered back at the bite marks, he let out a painful scream. Just above the bite marks on the back of Sasuke's neck, 3 black tomo-shaped marks that resembled his Sharingan uncannily materialized. "Kukakuku. I've given you a little gift, Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru said to Sasuke, hissing sweetly into his ear. "Use its power and become stronger than your brother ever dreamed on being. This is but the beginning of what I could teach you. Seek me out and I shall bestow even more power onto you than you could imagine. At least, if you survive this." Orochimaru retracted his neck to its natural length and shape after unwinding it from Sasuke's body. The Sannin said, "Remember what I said, Sasuke-kun. Survive and seek me out, before disintegrating into dust." Sakura cried, a mud clone, as she hurried to Sasuke's defense. The boy was about to pass out when she grabbed him and held him in her lap. She searched the area but found no sign of Orochimaru. She whispered, "Good riddance," and turned back to Sasuke. She touched Sasuke's forehead and swiftly withdrew. Sakura whispered, "Gods, you're burning up," and moved the boy a little while reaching into her pack for her water rations. She tried, but failed, to avoid groping her crush. She carefully poured a tiny mouthful into Sasuke's mouth after opening the canteen. The boy shuddered in agony as he swallowed the liquid. Sakura grunted as she strained to lift Sasuke's dead weight. "I need to get you out of here," she said. After successfully lifting Sasuke onto her shoulders in a firefighter's carry, she abruptly remembered Naruto as she got up to get her pack. He was unconscious and hanging from the tree when she looked up. "Naruto cannot be left alone here. One of the animals in this fucking forest will get him if none of the other teams do. However, I can hardly carry Sasuke-kun. I can't possibly carry both of them simultaneously." A jagged rip ripped through the treetops as Sakura struggled with the moral dilemma. As Naruto's jumpsuit tore beneath the kunai that held him against the tree, Sakura's eyes widened. In the hopes that the first rip would be the last, that the fabric would hold, and that Naruto would remain there until she could get Sasuke to a safe place and return for him, she held her breath. The thought vanished from her mind with the second rip. With each movement, Naruto's body swayed and slumped against the tree trunk, widening the rip. In a desperate attempt to pin Naruto back in place, Sakura flung a kunai at his sleeve after reaching into her kunai pack. However, Sasuke's weight made it impossible for her to aim, and the kunai lodged itself in Naruto's shoulder, piercing both flesh and fabric. If Sasuke hadn't groaned in agony and shuddered violently, Sakura would have covered her face in shame as she winced at the sight. To keep him on her shoulders, Sakura had to use all of her weak strength. Sasuke muttered, "Aku." Raw, in between excruciating breaths. Sakura's inner self grew proud, and she blushed deeply. "Shaw. When Sasuke-kun is in pain, he calls out to me, indicating that he needs me. He calls out for me when he most needs assistance. This is it. After I tend to his medical needs, he will embrace me and..." Sakura was on cloud 9 when the thread that was holding Naruto in place gave way and another loud rip occurred. He plummeted toward the forest floor after falling from the tree. Sakura yelled, "Naruto," and dashed to the edge of the branch she was standing on, but she chose not to pursue him. She thought, "I must look after Sasuke-kun. I can no longer help Naruto in any way. I am needed by Sasuke-kun." Yes, exactly. Nobody could have taken any action, however, there is still hope for Sasuke-kun. He is fighting for love and for his life. While there is still time, you must assist him. However, Naruto-cha, you too can return and locate Naruto's body after Sasuke-kun recovers. You can bury him properly. That's what teammates do, isn't that right? After that, you can comfort Sasuke-kun and assist in reviving his clan. Before shifting Sasuke onto her shoulders to allow her hands more freedom to roam along his body as she carried him, Sakura blushed and giggled. Before she hurried off to find a place to nurse Sasuke back to health, she took one last glance in the direction Naruto had fallen. Naruto was knocked back into consciousness and thrust into a world of pain after striking the first tree. He tore through branches and flew off tree trunks as he crashed through the forest canopy. After falling hundreds of feet, Naruto felt his ribs snap as he folded across a thin branch, felt his arm rip against another tree's rough bark, and finally fell headfirst into a deep, round lake. For Naruto, the placid water's surface felt like a concrete wall. Naruto's lungs were completely blown of air by the impact. Naruto struggled to the surface and choked on the icy water. Naruto coughed on the clean air after his head cracked the surface. Naruto clenched his jaw and tore out the kunai while staring down at his bleeding shoulder. Before treading water, he glanced at the kunai for a moment, scowled at the initials, SH, written on the handle, and threw it away. Naruto drifted for a brief moment before growing weary and slipping back under the water, his broken limbs barely keeping him afloat. Despite his best efforts, Naruto was unable to slow his descent as he struggled to move his wrecked body. Naruto made an attempt to focus and direct his chakra toward his limbs, but all he got in return was excruciating stomach pain. As he sank farther and farther, darkness played with the edges of his vision. When Naruto's arm hit something extremely hard at the bottom of the lake, he almost let out a painful scream. Naruto temporarily forgot about the risk of drowning as he searched for the offending object as pain shot through his hand. After his rough arrival at the lake bottom, dirt and mud settled, and Naruto noticed a huge hammer resting on the bottom. Pointing directly up into the water was a wooden handle that was covered in brown leather and had a leather thong at the end. The hammer itself was a thick gray metal rectangle that gleamed in the absence of sunlight at the bottom of the lake. A voice whispered, "Reach out." Naruto gave a headshake. He was dizzy from the lack of oxygen. After attempting to kick off the bottom, he drifted upward for only a few feet before sinking back down. Make contact. Show your value. Storm clouds rose in the sky far above the lake. Lightning streaks danced between the clouds as thunder rumbled. As Naruto's limbs surrendered their struggle, his vision became blurry. His arms and legs spread languidly at his sides as he sank to the bottom, chest and belly first. Make contact. Make contact. Make contact. Naruto examined the hammer more intently. Naruto could not decipher the words that were upside down, but they shimmered into existence on the side of the hammer. His eyes grew gloomy. With his remaining strength, Naruto reached forward and grasped the handle of the hammer. Naruto's lungs finally failed from the strain of that easy task, and he inhaled deeply of water. Naruto thought, "It's so quiet down here," as the lack of oxygen caused his brain to start shutting down. So peaceful. No one is battling, pursuing, or hurling objects at me down here. It's not the worst place to end up, I suppose. Naruto's lips curled into a melancholy smile. "I apologize, old man, but I will not be removing that Hokage hat from you. I apologize. I did my best, Sakura. Chan and Sasuke. You must develop into a great ninja without." As Naruto drowned, his eyes closed for the final time. Before his body went totally slack, Naruto accidentally moved the hammer as his body trembled. The enormous lightning bolt that struck the lake was never visible to him. In the water, Naruto woke up face down. He jerked his head upward in panic and inhaled sharply of the stench of the air. The water around him was only a few inches deep, and he was sitting on his hands and knees. Naruto looked around while coughing. The water in the small, round tunnel he was in came from numerous rusted pipes that were fastened to the walls of a dank, dirty sewer. Naruto stood up with ease. He no longer felt any pain or injuries from Orochimaru's attacks or his fall through the forest. Naruto began to move forward after being drawn in that direction. Naruto accelerated his pace as the sounds of combat reverberated through the sewer tunnel. Naruto was stopped in his tracks by what was inside the enormous chamber where the sewer tunnel opened. An enormous cage with thick bars and a piece of paper sealing the doors shut stood at one end of the room. Orochimaru's seal caused purple fire to dance across the cage's bars. The nine-tailed fox, in all its demonic splendor, raged inside the cage. It bit and clawed at the bars, hurled its tails like bushy whips through the openings in the bars, and smashed its body against the cage, disregarding the purple fires that burned its fur. It wasn't until he heard a voice say, "Wretched beast! Thou art no true demon," that Naruto realized what the fox was fighting because he was so taken aback by the size and fierceness of the tailed beast. As Naruto turned, he saw a man defying the nine-tails fury. It was the biggest man Naruto had ever seen. The stranger stood well over 6 feet tall, with thick slabs of muscle covering his entire body. Additionally, he was the most peculiarly dressed man Naruto had ever encountered. He was dressed in dark blue pants, golden boots that reached his knees, a golden belt with odd-looking runes on it, and a black tunic with 6 male circles running down his chest and abs. His back was covered by a heavy red cape, and he wore a silver helm with big wings on either side atop his blonde head. As though it weighed nothing at all, the man was swinging the enormous hammer that Naruto had discovered at the bottom of the lake to stop the fox's tails. The man grinned down at Naruto while glancing over his shoulder. His voice was warm but firm as he said, "I shall be with thee in but a moment. First, I shall tame this unruly and overcompensating beast." The stranger raised the hammer above the fox's head and batted away another of its tails. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck the hammer suddenly. The stranger stood tall, completely unfazed by the lightning shock, and whirled the glowing hammer over his head as Naruto watched in awe. The stranger roared, "For Asgard!" and threw the hammer at the cage. The hammer went through the bars and struck the fox between the eyes with a thunderclap that rocked the entire room. With a high-pitched scream, the fox fell to the ground, its tails falling randomly everywhere. When the stranger extended his hand and the hammer rose into the air and returned to the stranger on its own, Naruto's mouth hung open in a humorous manner. With a broad smile, the stranger rolled the kinks out of his shoulders and put the hammer on his belt. The stranger looked down at Naruto and remarked, "It's been too long since I did battle, even one as short as this is refreshing. So you are the one that found my hammer. Apologies, I assumed you would be larger." Naruto struggled to find his voice for a few more seconds. "Who, what, huh?" The stranger laughed, and it was a deep, hearty laugh that burst from his belly with joy. Such was the reaction of the last mortals to see my power for the first time. But that was long, long ago. "What is your name, little one?" "N. Naruto." Such a strange name, the stranger thought. But it matters little. I am Thor Odinson, son of Odin and Gaia, god of thunder and lord of Asgard. Naruto said courteously, Okay, Mr. Odinson, where are we?" "We are in your mind, Naruto. What doth you remember before your arrival in this dismal place?" "We were fighting that Orochimaru pervert when he hit me in the stomach with some purple fire jutsu and then kicked me into a tree. Next thing I know I'm bouncing off tree branches and tree trucks and then fell into a lake with one of Sakura's kunai in my shoulder. After that, I drowned, didn't I?" "Nay, you didn't drown," asserted Thor. "You started to, but when you moved Mjolnir, you summoned the power of the storm and I came hence to this place. If this is my mind, how are you in here? Just what is going on here? And what the hell is a Mjolnir?" "This is Mjolnir," Thor said, lifting the hammer to reveal it to Naruto. "We are in your mind because my spirit is forever bound to Mjolnir and when you moved it, I was awakened." When Naruto first saw the words on the hammer at the lake's bottom, he squinted. "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor," said Naruto. "Hey, so that's what that says." "Indeed. None may wield Mjolnir save those deemed worthy. Only one individual in all the history of the universe has had the strength to hoist Mjolnir from the ground without being worthy, and," Thor laughed, "you are no Hulk." "What's a Hulk?" "An old friend and occasional enemy, but that is a different story." "As to your last inquiry, it is a long story, young Naruto, but it is a tale of heroes, worthy of Valhalla," Thor replied. "Long, long ago, this world was very different. It was called Midgard and was one of the 9 worlds. Odin, the All-Father, ruled over Asgard, world of the gods, and I was the strongest warrior amongst them. But I grew too proud and Odin banished me here, to Midgard, so that I may learn temperance and humility. For 10 years I lived as a crippled doctor until my father, Odin, restored my godly powers. I remained on Midgard and while here, I fell in love with a beautiful woman named Jane Foster and joined a team of men calling themselves heroes. We became known as the Avengers and were the rock and shield that defended humanity. And for many years, things were good. We battled the forces of evil at all turns and, verily, we saved the world countless times. But when the All-Father fell in battle, I was called home and became the new ruler of Asgard. I inherited my father's Odin force and grew much more powerful. My reign, however, grew short with the approach of Ragnarok." "Ragnarok?" asked Naruto again. "According to Thor, Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, the end of our world, where the enemies of Asgard would unite and all of Asgard would be consumed by fire and darkness. I confronted the Norns and discovered the true meaning of Ragnarok." "The Norns?" "The Fates, the weavers of destiny. Ragnarok was a cycle of destruction and rebirth, never granting the Asgardians rest, only pain and death eternal. Only Odin, through the Odin force, knew of the cycle, but he was powerless to stop it. Alongside my brethren, we defeated the foes of Asgard, but suffered great losses. In the end, I was the only one remaining. All my friends and family had fallen and descended into hell. Alone and unwilling to see my brethren suffer through more horrors and bloodshed, I broke the Ragnarok cycle, defied the Norns, ended the destruction of Asgard, and granted my family their rest." Naruto inquired, "What happened to you?" "Breaking the cycle exhausted my godly powers and the wounds I endured throughout Ragnarok had taken their toll on me. However, I suppose I wished to rest more than anything, to see my family again. With my remaining strength, I hurled Mjolnir through the fade between the worlds, across the remains of the Bifrost Bridge, and back to Midgard where I hoped its power may aid my comrades. How long ago was that? Thor said, many hundreds of your years, with regret. Mjolnir sat and gathered dust. Thousands, nay perhaps millions of souls attempted the feat, but none were deemed worthy to wield Mjolnir. Mjolnir waited until you arrived this day. None of your friends could pick it up. Nay. There was one man that had proven his worth in the past, but, sadly, he had been slain shortly after I departed existence. Sorry about your friend. Nay, there is no need. He was a great warrior and the halls of Valhalla are brighter with his admittance. And from what I've seen in your memories, Steve would have liked you as well. Alas, I grow sidetracked. Since thee have proven thyself worthy to Mjolnir, you shall become the new Thor. The new, you? Nay, ye can never be me, nor as I could never be you, little Naruto. You will always be Naruto, only with an Asgardian addition. The godly essence that binds me to Mjolnir shall pass unto you. You will become half Asgardian, half elder god, as I was. Thou shalt gain my unending strength, stamina, speed, reflexes, agility, and durability. Your senses will sharpen, your already impressive healing factor shall become true regeneration. You, Naruto, shall become immortal. Mastery of all forms of combat known to me shall be yours, as well as my armors and Mjolnir, the belt of strength. Lastly, Mjolnir and all its powers shall be yours to command. This is insane, Naruto murmurs. First I'm dying, now you're saying I'm going to live forever and be super strong and… Nay, no creature truly lives forever, Thor said. I myself am proof of that. Okay, but still, this is a lot to take in. What about being a ninja? Can I still use chakra? I fear that I know little of this chakra or of being a ninja, Thor said. The ninja I knew of were cowards and weaklings, and I can see that is not true in your time. I cannot foresee what will happen when this conversation ends and you take my powers. Naruto pointed to Nine Tails, who was still unconscious, and asked, and what about him? I fear he must remain as well. Perhaps when you are strong enough, there may be a rune spell to remove the beast's taint from you, but, alas, it will be still some time until you are able to perform such a task. Hey, yeah, how am I gonna learn how to do all this stuff? Who's gonna train me? Training will be necessary, Thor answered. You shall gain my memories and knowledge in the transference, but the powers will grow as you do. Until you fully mature, practical use of your powers will take a long time to master and much hard work will be needed. In time, as you grow, you will learn from my memories and train until you are as powerful as I was. Naruto grinned and rubbed the back of his head. I was wondering if I was going to wake up all giant-y like you, he said. Giant-y? Naruto said, yeah, you're the biggest person I've ever seen, well, except for Choji's dad when he does his expansion jutsu, but you're still the biggest without using a jutsu. Ha ha, such would be an interesting sight to see. I too had a friend capable of changing his size from tiny insect to giant man. Such a memory serves purpose. Mjolnir is indestructible and eternal. It was child's play for it to survive the eons until your discovery today. My comrades had no such gifts, but, like Mjolnir, perhaps their equipment and technology did. Search the world and you may find the Avengers' legacies, Thor grinned. There's other stuff from your time lying around too? All right? Temper exuberance with caution, young Naruto. There were other forces, too numerous for count, in my time that fought not for good, but for the most sinister evil. If Mjolnir survived the ravages of time, there are items of nigh equal power and beyond that may have as well. I'll be careful, Naruto stated solemnly, believe it. Despite his bewildered head scratching, Thor still grinned at the young blonde. Interesting as thou art, time has grown short, my young friend. Are you ready? Naruto hesitated before saying, aye, his thoughts were racing. After this, he thought, things would never be the same. After this, I will never be accepted and I will never be normal. After this, the villagers may despise me even more, but I don't give a damn. I have to return to assist Sasuke and Sakura, even though I have no idea what is going on. And if Thor claims that I will one day match his strength, that is sufficient for me. I'll prove to everyone that I'm not a demon and that I will always defend Konoha. Let's do it. With a smile, Thor put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, you have a stout heart, little one. I know this decision was not an easy one to make, even when it has already been made for you. Always know that all the might and power of Asgard will be with you. Honor Mjolnir and know, no matter what may happen, that you are worthy of the mantle of Thor. I'll remember, grinned Naruto. Thor commanded, hold out your hand, Naruto, and lifted Mjolnir into the air. Thor handed the hammer to Naruto, saying, "Whoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Wield it with honor, Naruto." For a moment, Naruto gazed at the hammer. His fingers were the beginning of an electric hum that rushed down his arm and filled his entire body. A new wave of calm washed over Naruto, the precursor to the new power he was going to wield. Naruto gripped the handle of the hammer tightly and lifted it into the air. The world went white as a bolt of lightning engulfed him. Naruto rose on the lake's bottom as a thunderclap rocked the forest of death. But the lake was gone. All the water had been wiped out by the lightning. All that remained were a few scattered bits of vegetation and a lone fish, writhing on the muddy ground. Naruto inhaled deeply and used his newly developed senses to take in the sights, sounds, and smells of the forest. On the other side of the lake, he could see flowers opening their petals. He could smell their scent as easily as if he were holding them in his hand. And finally, he could hear Sakura's cries from a great distance. Reaching down, Naruto lifted Mjolnir from the floor. He gently tossed the hammer from hand to hand while he gazed at it. Naruto surprised himself by how easily and familiarly he handled the hammer after giving it a few test swings while weighing it. Naruto thought, "Hey, Thor was right about having all of his memories. I've been using this hammer for what seems like my entire life. It's time to test out these new abilities, Naruto. Style, for the time being, but I'll have to work out the memory part later." Mjolnir's leather thong was wrapped around Naruto's wrist and spun over his head. When Naruto threw the hammer forward, it blurred and both the hammer and the thrower flew through the air. The Forest of Death is another name for training ground number 44. Sakura's left eye was swollen shut, her sweaty hair stuck to her forehead, matted with blood, and she had several cuts on her face, arms, and a deep wound on her side from being struck by the Sound Genin in a mummy costume with a shuriken. She was panting heavily. In almost a panic, she thought, "This is bad. The Sound Nin are too powerful to be just any genin. They swept through all of my traps with ease." Lee was beaten by the one in the mummy costume, and Sasuke-kun was beaten by him. "I can't possibly take them all at once. I'll have to wait until Lee's teammates arrive to seek his assistance." Dosu, the bandaged genin, leapt at her and swung his weird melody arm at her, causing Sakura to jump back. Despite avoiding the blow, Sakura lost her balance and became queasy as soon as the melody arm sent vibrations through the air. She dropped to her knees and resisted the urge to eat. Sakura was relieved that she hadn't eaten all day for the first time in hours. "You saw what my arm did to that spandex-wearing fool and you still tried to dodge my attack," Dosu grumbled. "My melody arm will turn your insides into mush even faster than a punch would. Get her now, Kin." The teen girl aimed and threw 3 senbon needles at Sakura. Sakura got back up and dodged just in time. Behind her, the needles fell harmlessly into the grass. "Shaw, I was missed. I'm awesome because of this, and you deserve it for being so dull and unattractive. Sasuke-kun wants me and no one else for a reason." Sakura drew a kunai and smirked at the girl before getting to her feet, but as soon as she did, her vision started to swirl and distort, and she stumbled forward before falling back to one knee. Sakura dropped her kunai and held her head while blinking quickly, and suddenly there were 5 sound girls in front of her instead of just one. "What's the matter, Pinky? Is there a problem with your vision? This is just the first part of my genjutsu," Kin said, her voice brimming with venom. "This isn't even regarded as an attack in sound. It's used to teach academy level students about sensory impairment. That being said, this is an attack." A tiny bell twinkled as Kin pulled on the ninja wire that was attached to her second senbon needle, but to Sakura, the sound was so loud that it sounded as if someone had struck a huge gong inside her head. Sakura fell face first to the ground, clutched the sides of her head, and screamed. Screams that she never heard herself make, but they echoed through the forest and sent shivers up the spines of the genin in earshot. Sakura rolled on the ground, panting and crying, and Kin rolled her eyes as she stopped pulling on the ninja wire. Kin then walked over and used her toe to push Sakura onto her back. The sound girl remarked, "You truly are pitiful. My third bell would have made you crazy in a brain. Fried waste of room. Not even being a breeding dumpster would make you good. You're lucky that you don't need the chakra." Kin took out another trio of senbon from her pouch and clenched them into a fist, the razor. Sharp needles protruding between her knuckles like claws. Sakura, unable to break free from Kin's hold on her hair, not even strong enough to snag a kunai or shuriken from her pack and cut her way out, stared up at Kin and the tips of the senbon, and whimpered piteously as Kin pulled her up by her long hair and pointed the senbon at her throat. "Zaku and Dosu will tell Lord Orochimaru if I don't kill her as instructed. Come on girl, everyone has to make their first kill sometime." Kin's hand faltered and trembled. It's her or me, she told herself. Hurry up, Kin, Dosu yelled. We still have to kill the Uchiha and finish this ridiculous exam. Zaku sneered, yeah, Kin, saying, if you aren't going to kill her, at least let me have some fun with her before she gets too bloody. He glared at Sakura and, using his dark eyes, undressed her. Sakura recoiled and attempted to fight her way away from Kin. But Zaku took a step in their direction, and Sakura gave a weak scream. Lee mumbled, you will not touch Sakura-chan, as he stumbled to stand up. Stop talking. Dosu screamed and used a backhand to knock Lee back down. But Zaku was stronger than Kin, and attacking him would only direct his perverted attentions toward her, and after hearing about Zaku's appetites and sound, Kin was afraid of the prospect. Kin gritted her teeth and glared at Zaku, tempted to unleash a wave of holy fury upon him in the name of all womankind. The three senbon gleamed in the sunlight as Kin tightened her hold on Sakura's hair, took aim, and drew her hand back. I'm doing you a kindness, girl. Death will be a lot more pleasant than what Zaku has in mind for you. Sakura closed her eyes and turned her head away. Kin muttered, sorry, Pinky, and pushed her hand out. Oh, you don't. Kin flew backwards, dropping Sakura's hair and her senbon, and landed several feet away as Ino screamed as she crashed into the clearing and gave Kin a picture. Perfect leaping kick across the chin that no one who knew Ino ever believed she was capable of. Behind Ino, Choji and Shikamaru emerged from the forest, and while Choji popped a food pill in his mouth, Shikamaru looked across the clearing, absorbing as much information as he could and already formulating plans. Looks like we jumped in just in time, Shikamaru remarked. Okay, Sakura? Sakura looked up and gave Shikamaru a feeble nod, and the boy with the pineapple hair suppressed a shudder. He thought, get the girl, Ino. She's a wreck, and not just physically. What the hell did these guys do to her? I'll take care of these guys with Choji. You got it, Shika, Ino snarled while making a number of hand signals. Dosu and Zaku exchanged a laugh as they looked at one another across the clearing. What's up with these leaf genin? Did Zaku ask. Like cockroaches, Dosu acerbically said. You take the one with the funny hair and leave the girl for Kin. Each one as weak as the next, Zaku concluded. I'll accept Fatso. Sakura, Ino, and Shikamaru all took sharp breaths, and as they gazed at Choji, a perilous silence fell over the clearing. What? Did you make a call? Me? The Akamichi inquired. Fatso. The ground beneath Choji began to crack and shatter, and his fists began to shake. Call me Fatso just one more time. Fat. I'm not overweight. Human meat tank, Choji yelled as he charged at Zaku. The sound genin was about to be squashed before he could leap aside, but Choji's body tripled in size, turning into a huge ball of rotating flesh and muscle. He then spun into a tree and came back around, charging at Zaku with reckless abandon. Zaku clenched his jaw and refused to back down. Decapitating airwaves. For a brief moment, the force of Choji's rage and Zaku's wind struggled against each other, and the two forces were at a standstill as Zaku screamed and threw his hands out at Choji, sending columns of wind shooting from the holes in his palms and colliding with Choji. A brace of kunai appeared across Choji's body, the spikes acting as cleats to increase traction and lethality of his attack, Choji said, letting out a muffled roar as he ground his way forward and spun faster against the wind. Zaku cried out in panic, I will not lose to this fat tub of piss. How could he be stronger than my attacks? Choji dug deeper and kept grinding forward as Zaku's arms started to falter from exhaustion, cancelled his jutsu, and leapt out of the way, just before Choji blasted past. Zaku growled and channeled more chakra into his arms, causing his attack to double in size and push Choji back again. Using the tree trucks as a ramp, Choji rolled into the tree line and sped back towards Zaku, who muttered a curse and attempted to jump away again but was unable to do so, only to notice a long black shadow at his feet. Shadow Possession Jutsu was successful, Shikamaru grinned. Flatten him, Choji. Watching the spiked ball of Akamichi spin toward him, Zaku shuddered and fought the Nar as well. Known trap, but to no avail. You ought to have remembered me, Dosu growled as he lunged towards Choji, jumped to the boy's side, away from the lines of kunai spikes, and battered the boy with his melody arm. Choji was attacked by vibrations and airwaves, which were exacerbated by the spinning of his human meat tank jutsu. Choji lost control and went straight for Shikamaru. Shikamaru said, You gotta be kidding me, as he cancelled his containment jutsu and leapt out of the way. Choji collided with a huge tree, knocking himself unconscious and trapping Shikamaru in the debris as a tiny explosion of dirt and wood splinters erupted outward. Zaku said, Thanks Dosu, while he was getting up. That shadow jutsu is a royal pain in the ass. Dosu snarled, I won't save you next time because you got sloppy. Anyway, how are we going to handle them? Zaku asked, pointing to Shikamaru and Choji. For interfering, I propose that we hold them accountable. With a sick and perverted gleam in his visible eye, Dosu sneered, and you know I like M big. Perhaps Kin would like to play with the Nara. I still get the pink one then, maybe the blonde too. Zaku grinned. According to what I've heard, they're inherently obedient to women. Even a girl as frail as Kin would totally control this one. If you two are done with this perverted and blatant homoerotic male bonding, I suggest you pay attention to me, Kin said, holding her own senbon needles at her throat as she stood in front of Sakura and Ino. What on earth are you doing, Kin? Leave my treats alone and take yours before I kill him from boredom, Zaku said. You sick bastard, you won't touch Sakura, me, or either of my teammates. Zaku sidestepped them and aimed one of his hands at Kin as Kin roared and threw the senbon at him. Kin, what the devil is wrong with you? Zaku craned his neck to the side and saw the blonde behind Kin slump to the ground with her eyes closed. That's not Kin, Dosu whispered. Look. Zaku grinned. The classic Yamanaka mind walked. Huh? Then I suppose I must give up or else you will murder my beloved teammate. Who is the smart boy? Just go, and once we're safe, I'll let her go, Ino said through Kin. Oh, I see. What will happen if we don't? Just to be clear, Zaku inquired. A new handful of senbon appeared in Kin's hand and tickled the underside of her chin as she said, then your teammate dies, painfully. I think it sounds good. As Ino severed her jutsu and reverted to her own body, leaving Kin in the path of the wind blast, Zaku laughed and hurled a column of air at her, causing her eyes to close and then snap open. The column struck Kin in the chest, knocking her into the air and landing her among the tree roots, her back twisted at an unhealthy and unnatural angle. What are you doing, exactly? She was your teammate, Ino yelled. She was a weakling and a loose end, Zaku declared as he approached Ino. Startled and terrified, Ino pulled out a kunai and swung violently at Zaku, who easily sidestepped her initial blow and grabbed her by the wrist. In sound, there is no room for weakness, he said, twisting Ino's wrist until it broke and the kunai fell from her hand. She screamed as it did, and Zaku gave her a hard slap that knocked her down. Only the strong survive and, he said, kneeling over her and starting to feel around her waist and chest, to the victor goes the spoils. Ino fought, but she couldn't free herself from Zaku's grip. She glanced frantically at her teammates, but neither of them was conscious, and she even turned to Sakura for assistance, but the girl wasn't in a position to help. A thin line of blood appeared on Zaku's hand as a kunai abruptly buried itself in the ground between Ino and Zaku's probing hand. Who hurled that? Zaku spun around and roared, who threw that? Sasuke emerged from the tent, wreathed in shadow, and approached the others. I did, a low voice murmured from the shadows of the tent Sakura had previously erected. Ino mumbled, Sasuke-kun, take care. Both of them are incredibly strong. Sakura's swollen and bloody face cracked into a smile as she thought, that doesn't matter, Ino.pig. My Sasuke.kun is going to save me, just like I saved him. Sasuke's voice was deeper than usual, with a sly laugh beneath it. It looks like there is some sort of party going on out here, he said. But until the guest of honor arrives, a party isn't a party, and a Uchiha is always the guest of honor. What are you doing? We were informed that you would remain unconscious for hours. With a hint of panic in his voice, Zaku yelled. Sasuke growled, sorry to disappoint you, and the cursed seal on his neck started to spread. The mark raced across his face, down his arm and leg, and across his left side like flames. Even his eyes were impacted. The blackened sclera caused by the corrupted chakra made his Sharingan burn like a fire in the night. Dosu yelled, it doesn't matter if he's awake or asleep. He's going to die. His melody gauntlet swung at the Uchiha as he leapt at Sasuke, who stood motionless and grinned as the gauntlet swung right past him. He's only a delusion, damn it, where is he? Dosu swore. Behind you, Sasuke said softly into Dosu's ear before putting his arm around the Sound Genin's neck in the traditional chokehold. Dosu collapsed after a brief squeeze of muscle powered by corrupted chakra, and Sasuke dropped Dosu haphazardly before turning to face Zaku. Now for you. You filthy Uchiha. Orochimaru will reward me with anything I desire if I kill you. Very decapitating airwaves. Zaku shouted, throwing his hands up. The ground in front of Zaku was blasted away by a tremendous rush of air that blasted out of his arms. The airwaves rushed at Sasuke, but the Uchiha just grinned and flashed through hand seals, landing on Tiger. Great fireball jutsu in fire style. Sasuke exhaled and grinned. A massive fireball. the biggest Sasuke had ever made, launched at Zaku and collided with the growing field of supersonic air. Sasuke's fireball instantly tripled in size after consuming the air rush. What? That isn't feasible. As the fireball rushed toward him, Zaku screamed, jumped away just in time, and as the fireball burned the hairs off the back of his neck and the soles of his feet, he landed awkwardly and rolled on the ground to put out the tiny fires on his legs and feet. When he got to his feet, Sasuke was gone. Sasuke's voice murmured across the clearing, "I'm surprised you used a wind technique against Uchiha, since my clan was known for employing fire techniques and wind feeds fire." Zaku felt pressure on his arms, shoulders, and back, and when he craned his neck around, he saw Sasuke behind him with a foot in his back and his arms twisted in an unnatural way. Sasuke appeared in a blur behind Zaku and kicked him in the back of the knee. Zaku staggered forward, arms flailing, and was about to hit the ground when he stopped. Zaku screamed as Sasuke roughly twisted his left arm, saying, "You must be very proud of these arms," sneering, "to try and use them against an elite shinobi like me." After another twist, Zaku's left arm dislocated and broke in multiple places. Sasuke kicked Zaku away and turned to face Sakura and Ino. "Even I have to admit, these arms are impressive," he added. "Perhaps I'll keep one as a souvenir." Cradling her wrist to her body, Ino thought, "Something's wrong, Sasuke-kun. What's happened to you?" "Hello girls," Sasuke said with a smile as he walked up to them. "You have no idea how happy I am to see you both here. I'm really hungry now from all this excitement." "Whatever happened to you, Sasuke-kun?" Ino inquired. "Ino, you don't have to worry or be afraid of my new ability. I finally figured out how to get even with my clan and move on. Would you not like to assist me in reviving my clan?" Sasuke asked, reaching out to touch Ino, who retreated as his fingers lightly touched her fractured arm. "My arm. Sasuke." Sasuke lashed out and grabbed her by the front of her shirt, pulling her close to him despite her cries of pain and fear as Ino screamed and attempted to stagger backwards, but he was too quick. "What is wrong, Ino? You would adore being this close to me, I thought. That's what you and Sakura used to argue about, isn't it?" Sasuke's breath was foul, and the dark marks on his face were still spreading, so Ino turned her head away from his and cringed. Ino muttered, "Sakura." Sakura struggled to stand up, but after just a few inches, she fell back down. "Don't stress over Sakura." Sasuke scowled, "I'll have her right after you. Like I said, all that fighting left me with a big appetite." He gripped Ino's shirt tightly and pulled, tearing the top in two and revealing her pale, bra-clad chest. Her short skirt came next, and his lustful eyes widened as he appreciated her possessions. After whispering, "Please, someone," and tightly closing her eyes, Ino felt Sasuke's fingertips on her bra, felt a pit in her stomach grow deeper, and felt disgust creep up her spine. Then, there was nothing. No pawing fingers, no unwanted touch, no rank breath. Sasuke was still directly in front of her, but she had lost his interest. His red and black eyes were fixed on the sky, and Ino followed them to see a young man hovering above them. Ino opened her eyes just a little. "What the devil?" she whispered, momentarily forgetting about Sasuke and her precarious situation. He was dressed in dark blue pants, heavy combat boots, and an armored vest, which was the same dark blue as the pants and had 4 glowing circles in the center. A huge metal belt was tied around his waist with 2 more glowing circles on its center. A thick stone hammer with a short handle hung from the belt. And the figure, with his muscular arms crossed over his broad chest and shaggy, long blonde hair, was more muscular than any teen Sasuke had ever seen, even though he was still a young adolescent. Remain the villain. Who among his own teammates and comrades preys on sick animals? With his long blonde hair covering his face, the stranger said, "Sasuke. Teme, what's all over your face? You dare me to meddle in Uchiha's affairs even though you know who I am? Come down here and I'll show you why I am the best shinobi in the world," Sasuke growled. "This cannot continue. Elite or not, you're not going to touch Sakura or Ino again." With his hammer in front of him, the stranger spoke. "Uchiha do as they please. In addition, my affections are an honor to them." Sasuke reared back and delivered a powerful blow to the stranger's face after roaring and charging at him. He grinned until the stranger's hair blew away and he noticed 6 scars that resembled whiskers on his face. "Teme, is that all you have?" Totally unaffected by Sasuke's blow, Naruto muttered. Sasuke thought, "Where did Naruto get such power? I gave that punch everything I had." "Grab this. Great Fireball Jutsu is the fire style." Sasuke snarled and hurled a fireball even bigger than the one he had thrown at Zaku in Naruto's direction. Naruto swerved to avoid him, but in an instant, he was close to him. Naruto savagely backhanded Sasuke, sending the corrupted genin flying across the clearing and into a dense tree truck. Sasuke gave a single cry of agony before collapsing forward, unconscious. The flame, like marks on his body, flared for a heartbeat before fading back into the original 3-tomo seal. Still sensing the evil in the air, Naruto narrowed his eyes at the cursed seal as it moved away before turning to face Ino. "Ino," he said softly as he knelt before her, still feeling frightened and sick from Sasuke's attack. Ino scampered back a foot. Naruto reached out and touched her good arm, causing her to wince before focusing her gaze on Naruto. "Naruto, don't worry, Ino. Sasuke won't hurt you once more. I am afraid there is very little of my old clothes left, but I feel they will serve better than what remains of yours," he said, holding out the frayed remnants of his orange jumpsuit. Abruptly realizing that she was naked, Ino flushed and grabbed the garment from Naruto's grasp. "Naruto, what are you doing? When a girl is like this, you shouldn't look at her." Naruto turned aside as a gentleman and blushed too, checking on his other teammate while Ino changed. "Sakura, are you okay?" The pinkette squinted through her swollen eyes as she gazed up at Naruto. She whispered, "Naruto, you missed it. Sasuke saved Ino and me. He defeated the Sound Genin as if they were insignificant, flying in like a shining knight. He genuinely cares about me. You had to interrupt, but why?" Naruto thought, poor girl, she's in shock, and she has no idea that Sasuke attacked Ino and would have raped both her and Ino. "We must tend to your wounds as well as the others," Naruto said. "I'll take you to the tower I saw on my flight here." When Ino returned, she was wearing the top of Naruto's old jumpsuit, which covered her arms and body but left her legs bare. Remembering that she had just escaped a truly horrible experience, Naruto had to stop himself from staring too long as she hurried to her teammates and started checking them over. Shikamaru had a broken rib and a dislocated shoulder, while Choji had a concussion, and Lee was off to the side, covered in bruises and groaning in agony. Ino did her best to assist them, half naked and with her own injuries. Sakura, the battered girl who had crawled across the clearing and covered Sasuke's unconscious body with her body, approached Naruto. "Kun Sasuke. Sasuke.kun. Wake up," she whispered. "I'll take care of you when we return to the village. It's okay, I won't let Naruto Baka attack you like that again." "How are you, Sakura?" Naruto inquired. "Go away from us, Naruto Baka. Haven't you done enough damage for one day?" Sakura screamed, her strength betraying her wounds. After scowling at the girl's charges, Naruto turned to face Ino and the others. "How are they?" he questioned her. "We need to leave, but they'll be alright. With those new muscles and hammer, do you not have some scrolls? In any case, what happened to you?" "That is a story for another time. I would prefer to just have to explain once because I'm sure the Hokage will also need answers. I've never tried this before, so get ready." After lifting his hammer and spinning it over his head before Ino could object, Naruto slammed the hammer down on the ground, and the world disappeared in white light as lightning sparked from Mjolnir until it was just a glowing blur spinning over Naruto's head. Central Tower of Training Ground number 44. For the first time in days, Ino was relieved that she had not eaten more than a couple of ration bars and soldier pills since the second part of the exams began, and she fell to her knees, throwing up what little was left in her stomach. The forest was gone, and she lay on a wooden floor in a large room with Naruto standing over her, smoke floating from his hammer, and Choji, Lee, Shikamaru, Sakura, and Sasuke lying on the floor around the room, all of them as sick and injured as she was. She shook her head and looked around. "What's happening? How did we arrive here?" She made a face at the disgusting taste in her mouth and burped a little, wondering. "I apologize," Naruto said with a sheepish smile, "but there was never any reference to motion sickness in the memories." "Which memories? How did you accomplish that?" She scowled at him with her most serious and mean face, but Naruto kept scratching his head and pretended not to notice her. Ino demanded to know, and Naruto turned away from her as if he were going to come up with the answer out of thin air. Just as Ino was about to hit the fellow blonde on the head, the door slammed open. "What's happening in this room?" Iruka asked as he burst into the room. "Naruto, how did you fare? How did none of you use the scrolls to get in here? All of you will be eliminated from the exams." Naruto waved Mjolnir in the air once more before vanishing in a flash of lightning. "Calm down, Iruka. Sensei," he said, gesturing to the Chunin with his hands. "I'll take care of the scrolls. Ino will explain what's going on." Iruka's mouth fell open, threatening to fall to the ground. "What, huh, how, Naruto?" Ino said mockingly, "Yeah, I don't have an answer for that one yet either," and gingerly moved her fractured arm. "Iruka. Sensei, do you think you could call for a medical? Nin while we're speaking? It's a long story, and we're all pretty hurt here." Oh, of course Ino. Iruka stumbled as he summoned a medic and jolted back to reality. After 5 minutes, Ino lay back on a makeshift cot, her arm in a sling and Naruto's old jumpsuit still wrapped around her body, her eyes heavy from the pain medication the medics gave her and the others. Her vision was glossy and everything had a pleasant haze about it. A whole team of medical.nin hustled around the room, working on Team 7 and Team 10. Iruka paced back and forth, trying to help the medics but mostly just getting in their way. All Ino could do was smile when Naruto reappeared in a flash of white lightning. The others leapt 10 feet away. "Hey Naruto," Ino said with a drooping wave and a smile. "Ino-chan, are you feeling better?" After giving Naruto the thumbs up, Ino sank further into the cot. "All right, Naruto, enough is enough," Iruka reprimanded. "You'd better stop frightening everyone by darting in and out of the room with lightning bolts and brandishing a huge hammer and start giving explanations." As he entered the room, the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, smoked his pipe beneath his enormous hat and grinned inquisitively at Naruto's new form. "I would like to know as well," he said. "It seems that this year's Chunin exams have been more exciting than usual. What became of all of them? Naruto, what happened to you?" Naruto nodded and threw 4 scrolls to Iruka, saying, "I figured you would show up, old man. Give these to Ino's team and to Lee's when they get here. They should then be eligible to take the next section of the exams." "Where are these scrolls from?" As he grasped the scrolls, Iruka inquired. Naruto claimed, "I beat them and took them from the rain ninja who carried them about 2 miles from here. How else could I get everyone's scrolls?" "You left the tower, defeated a group of rain ninja who had already defeated at least 3 other teams and taken their scrolls, took those scrolls, and returned here in just 5 minutes?" Iruka asked Naruto, as if he had just sprouted a second head from his neck. "Let Sakura and Sasuke Teme know that I'm holding onto ours." "Well, I would have been back sooner, but it took me a minute to find them," Naruto grinned. "Old man, lead the way." "So, you're now a fan of Thor?" It had taken Naruto almost 10 minutes to tell the Hokage his story after the third body flickered them to his office, so Sarutobi asked in a skeptical tone. "Sort of. It's all kind of confusing," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head and shrugging, "but I'm still Naruto. I just have all of Thor's memories and will gradually gain all his abilities as I train and grow up." "Naruto, now is not the time for one of your pranks," he said, rubbing the bridge of his nose with a sigh as he felt the migraine coming on. "Tell me what transpired outside and how you produced all of that lightning, and then let go of the transformation jutsu." "This is no prank, old man," Naruto objected, "and after Orochimaru Teme attacked us, I actually found Mjolnir in the Forest of Death. This isn't a transformation. Right now, shouldn't you be more concerned about him?" "Enough of that, Naruto. Give up teasing and making up crazy tales. If Orochimaru had been within 50 miles of Konoha, our intelligence forces would have heard," the Hokage yelled, slamming his hand down on his desk. "Instead of hearing some made-up tale about a little hammer and ancient mythological gods, I need to know what happened to Sasuke and the others." When the Hokage accidentally insulted Mjolnir and his new abilities, Naruto struggled to control his emotions. "I am telling you the truth," he growled, and tiny lightning bolts cackled across Mjolnir's surface. "If you aren't going to believe me, I need to get back and make sure the others are okay." As Naruto turned to go, Anko rushed into the Hokage's office and almost knocked him over. "Hokage Sama, the Chunin exams have been compromised by Orochimaru." Breathless, she yelled. "Not you too," moaned Sarutobi, collapsing on his desk. "Naruto, this has gotten out of hand. Anko, too, it's unbelievable that you would allow Naruto to subject you to such an ordeal. With all the bloodthirstiness in your, creative methods of interrogation, I know you have a sick sense of humor, but this is completely inappropriate behavior for a special Jonin." "What the hell is he talking about, brat?" Anko asked, glancing first at the Hokage and then at Naruto. "Old man, I promised you I wasn't making this up." Sarutobi squeezed his nose once more, but the migraine would not go away. All right, Anko, please report." "I ran into the forest and felt the chakra pulse of Orochimaru. Teme. My cursed seal tried to activate, and that only happens when Orochimaru Teme is nearby," Anko explained. "He presented a cursed seal similar to mine to another person." "Sasuke. He handed it to Sasuke," Naruto said. "Yes, Orochimaru Teme did say that. He claimed that the Uchiha was his new prize, that he would make Sasuke superior to all the Sannin, that he would exact his revenge, and so on. Even now, the bastard worm still enjoys hearing his own voice." "You really did see Orochimaru?" Sarutobi inquired. Anko scowled before she said, "I almost had him, but he switched himself with a mud clone before I could blow his tiny pecker straight to hell. Saw him. I fought the perverted pedophile, she said with a wicked smile. With a deep sigh, Sarutobi took a bottle of sake from his desk, filled a glass with a good amount, and drank it all at once. So he's really back, Sarutobi said. Return to the tower, Naruto, and inform Iruka that the remaining exams will be postponed indefinitely. Anko, notify all of the village's ANBUs, Jonins, and special Jonins. Instruct them to use a fine toothed comb to search the forest until they locate my straggling pupil. I can't, Hokage. Sama, Anko said, turning his head away from the Hokage. I got a message for you from the fat guy. Orochimaru said he would if we canceled the exams and they weren't completed on time. Anko stopped, her fists clenched and trembling at her sides. Anko, what did he say? I need to know his exact words, Sarutobi inquired. He promised to use the kunoichi for his experiments and to murder every civilian and ninja in Konoha. Alright? He said I would have to watch until I was the last one left, Anko yelled, snatching the seal around her neck. I'm sorry, Anko, Sarutobi said, I didn't mean to push your former sensei, who I know is a very sensitive subject for you. Return to the forest with Neko's and Busel, keep an eye on any remaining teams, and try to locate any signs of Orochimaru. Orochimaru isn't the kind to stick to just one strategy. I'm sure he has other motives for returning to Konoha besides pursuing Sasuke. Anko nodded, yes sir, and turned to face Naruto. So, what happened to you? It appears that puberty hit you like a freight train. But nice hammer, brat. At least you got a nice new toy, but your wardrobe is still awful. She licked her lips before vanishing with a snake. Like hiss and a whirl of verdant leaves. All you need now is someone to nail. Sarutobi merely grinned and shook his head when Naruto turned to him for an explanation. My boy, there's no way to explain her. Over time, any ninja worth their salt will inevitably develop some eccentricities. Each of us handles life in a unique way. Like keeping a stash of porn in the bottom left drawer of your desk, laughed Naruto. Like keeping a stash of, ahem, I have no idea what you're speaking of, Sarutobi said, coughing, then straightening up behind the desk and squinting his eyes. Naruto called it back into Hokage mode. Naruto, you must go back to the tower. The tests must go on as planned. Until the next exam phase in 2 days, keep an eye on the others. After the next step, we'll wrap up our conversation about your new skills. After saying, whatever you say, old man, Naruto took his hammer from his belt, swung it overhead, and slammed it onto the office floor. The Hokage was left in awe until he noticed the smoldering burn mark on his office floor. Naruto. Even from the Forest of Death, Naruto could almost hear the Hokage's scream as he made his way back through the central tower, grinning. Naruto smirked as he walked, new body, new hammer, new powers, and I can still terrorize the old man like it's my job. He went to the room where he had left Ino and the others, but it was empty, so he kept walking around the tower until he heard footsteps coming from behind him. Naruto turned around, hoping to learn where everyone had gone, and he slumped and leaned against the hallway wall when Sasuke appeared on the other end of the hallway. I'm surprised to see you're awake, Sasuke. Teme, Naruto said. I figured you'd be out from the chakra exhaustion for at least another half a day. Sasuke grunted back, HMMPH, what happened to you, fool? Your long hair makes you look like a girl. Naruto grinned and said, it still looks better than a duck's ass protruding from the back of my head. You know, you ought to have that snake hickey examined. It was horrifying what you did back in the forest. What was it I did? I really don't remember. My memory of the entire forest is a complete blank, said Sasuke with a sly smile. With the growl of a vengeful frost giant, Naruto leapt from the wall and slammed Sasuke against the wall, grabbing the front of Sasuke's shirt and lifting the teenager off the ground. As Naruto's anger increased, he growled, listen, thou stain of Niflheim excrement, displaying the influence of Thor. I know you know what happened back there, Naruto said. And I am aware that you were influenced by more than just Orochimaru's curse seal. You secretly took sick pleasure in your actions. What if I did, too? Those girls harassed me at every turn for years, almost pleading with me to take them, Sasuke retorted, his Sharingan spinning. And they act as though they don't like it when it occurs. Naruto's nose wrinkled at the stench of the corrupt chakra, and he spun Sasuke off the wall and dropped him to the ground. Sasuke struggled, but Naruto was too strong, and he held him down with one hand while drawing Mjolnir with the other. The cursed seal of heaven on Sasuke's neck stirred and started to slowly spread across Sasuke's neck and back. Sasuke's Sharingan spinning, he stared up at Naruto, trying to talk him out of smashing his face into mush. I should scatter your vile thoughts across this floor for speaking thus, Naruto growled. Naruto closed his eyes and inhaled deeply before lowering Mjolnir and releasing Sasuke. "Those eyes of yours won't work on me, worm," he said. "Since we are still teammates, I will let you go with one warning. Never again approach Sakura or Ino. Keep your eyes off of them. Don't talk to them. I'll end you if I discover that you ever yell at them, touch them, or even just give them a suspicious glance." After straightening his armored vest, Naruto turned to leave, still searching for Ino and the others. "This isn't over, idiot," Sasuke yelled from the ground. "This power, my revenge, the girls, it will all be mine and there isn't a damn thing you or anyone else can do about it." Sasuke took an involuntary scoot backwards as Naruto froze, his fist tightening around the handle of Mjolnir, and turned back, his normally cool blue eyes darkening like the sea during a storm, and a tendril of lightning sparked off his shoulder and into the hallway wall. "Have no illusions and don't try to test my patience," Naruto said, "but don't think you will not be punished," before his eyes brightened and the lightning stopped. "I would smite thee into a pile of ash if I didn't need you alive for the rest of the exams." Sasuke got up to face Naruto, who casually flipped Mjolnir in the air. Naruto then threw Mjolnir lightly at Sasuke, who struggled and flared his chakra, both his own and the cursed seals, but was unable to move the enchanted hammer. The hammer struck Sasuke in the chest and knocked him back to the ground. "Please take this off of me," under the ethereal weight, he yelled. Naruto grinned broadly, almost like a fox, and said, "I think a little time out would do you good. I'll come back in a few hours, after I've seen how Ino and the others are doing. Perhaps you won't be such a pain in the ass by then." Sasuke yelled and cursed behind Naruto as he waved briefly before pivoted on his heel and left, grinning. Training Ground Number 44, also known as the Forest of Death. For the teams inside the central tower, the next 2 days flew by. Teams were given personal quarters to clean, eat, and rest during their reprieve from the Chunin exams until the second exam deadline, at which point the exams could resume. In order to avoid the competition as much as possible, Genin teams moved around the tower, conversing with allies and comrades. The exam was over for the Genin who lacked the necessary scrolls. They were healed and led out of the forest. As much as they could, medical ninja moved between the various quarters, healing and restoring the Genin. The option to withdraw from the exams or continue at less than 100% was presented to those who were too seriously injured to continue. In addition to tending to the injured and healing those suffering from chakra exhaustion, the medical ninja also carried rumors from one quarter to another, casually telling rivals about their rivals' activities without divulging too much. After the exam deadline had finally passed, a voice could be heard over the tower's speaker system. "All Genin procede to the basement for the final stage of the preliminary Chunin exams." Shadowed by the darkness, Naruto stood in the doorway of his room. Naruto wanted no one to notice him as they passed, not even his teammates or the other competitors. Naruto felt more alone than ever after his last meeting with his team. Sasuke got up to confront Naruto, who casually flipped Mjolnir in the air. Naruto gently threw Mjolnir at Sasuke after he had stood up. Sasuke was knocked back to the ground after the hammer struck him in the chest. Unable to move the enchanted hammer, Sasuke struggled and flared his chakra, both his own and the cursed seals. He yelled, "Get this thing off of me," under the ethereal weight. Naruto said, "I think a little time out would do you good," grinning broadly, almost like a fox. "I'll come back in a few hours, after I've seen how Ino and the others are doing. Maybe by then, you won't be such a pain in the ass." Sasuke yelled and cursed behind Naruto as he waved briefly before pivoted on his heel and left, grinning. Naruto stopped in front of Team 7's designated quarters after making little echoes on the floor with his boots as he moved down the hallway. Silently, he opened the door and entered the room. It contained a tray of food and 3 beds, but only one bed was occupied, and the food was unopened. Sakura tossed and turned wildly as she slept under a thin sheet on one of the beds. Sakura's eyes opened as Naruto approached one of the vacant beds, causing a floorboard to squeak. She sat up and said, "Sasuke-kun? Is that you?" She was covered by a thin sheet that fell away, and thick white bandages covered her face and body. Naruto felt anger, disgust, and regret at the sight. Softly, "It's just me, Sakura," Naruto replied. Sakura said, "Naruto, where am I? Where's Sasuke-kun?" Her wounds screamed in agony as she attempted to get out of bed, and she collapsed back into it. Naruto hurried to Sakura's bedside and said, "Take it easy, Sakura, you're in pretty bad shape. Those sound ninja beat you and the others pretty bad before I got there. You're recovering in the forest's central tower. We've got a few days before the Chunin exams continue." The sound ninja, I remember them. They were so horrible and strong. But where's Sasuke-kun, Naruto? Is he alright? I want to see him. Geez, you have a one-track mind. Sasuke's here in the tower. He's fine, physically at least. He's taking a time out right now. Sakura urged, I want to see him, and attempted to get out of bed once more. In the forest, he saved us. You don't remember anything else, Sakura. You don't remember what else Sasuke did in the forest to Ino, what he wanted to do to you. What are you talking about? Sakura, Sasuke tried to rape Ino. He hurt her, he was going to do the same thing to you. Sakura's breath came in deep, panicked gulps as she gazed at Naruto, her mouth slack and open. I can't believe it. In a whisper, Naruto said, yeah, it's pretty bad, and he rubbed his head. Naruto wasn't exactly good at consoling upset girls, so he wasn't sure what to do. He put his hand on her shoulder, but Sakura recoiled from his touch. I find it unbelievable that you would fabricate such a thing. How dare you disparage Sasuke in such a way? It's unbelievable that you would make up these horrible lies to improve your own image. Sakura yelled and attempted to slap Naruto across the cheek, but was thwarted by her wounds and collapsed back into bed, moaning in agony. What are you discussing? Naruto inquired, surprised by Sakura's unexpected rage. You just showed up late and got in the way, and Sasuke-kun saved us. I promise to beat you into next year if you've destroyed Sasuke-kun's chances of becoming a Chunin. With utter shock, Naruto gazed at Sakura and said, it's unbelievable that you would still stand up for him today. Shaw, I'll be by Sasuke-kun's side forever, and I'll be the one to assist him in reviving his clan and defeating his brother once he turns into a Chunin. And nobody will stop me, not even you or Ino, Sakura shouted. Thou art the most foolish whelp of a girl in all the 9 realms, Naruto growled, his fists shaking as sparks of lightning twitched off his knuckles. He stomped away from the bed, flung open the door, and almost ran into Kakashi, who had his hand up to knock on the door. Yo, he said with a smile on his face, just the two I wanted. Sakura, how are you feeling? Fine, Sakura snarled, her teeth clenched tightly. That's excellent. Could I have you for a minute, Naruto? Kakashi inquired, and Naruto gave the smoldering Sakura one final look before nodding and walking past him on his way out. The one-eyed Jonin waved goodbye to Sakura before trailing Naruto down the hallway. Where are you going, Naruto? Back into the forest. It's friendlier there, the brunette said. Perhaps I can find a pair of rabid wolves to be my new teammates. Regarding the forest, yes. I wanted to know how everyone is doing out there. I couldn't comprehend Sasuke under that hammer, and I've heard some pretty absurd tales. In any case, I wonder where that originated. I own it. If you haven't noticed, it's changed a bit in the past few days, Naruto muttered. Have you made any changes to your hair? Naruto rolled his eyes and came to a halt when Kakashi asked. All right, enough of the cryptic. We went into the forest, where we battled a grass ninja who was actually Orochimaru in disguise. I almost got eaten by a huge snake, and Orochimaru badly damaged my chakra with some purple fire jutsu before biting Sasuke and giving him a crazy hickey. Sasuke went crazy after Sakura was messed up by some sound genin, and he attempted to rape Ino and would have raped Sakura as well. I almost died again, but I discovered a magical hammer and acquired the abilities and memories of the God of Thunder. I brought everyone back here after stopping him. The whole story is there. Joyful. Kakashi dismissed Naruto's remarks by shaking his head and saying, you said Orochimaru bit him? Sasuke would never rape anyone. It's clear that he must have caused Sasuke to temporarily lose his mind or something. I know what I heard from that bastard's own mouth, and I know what I saw, Kakashi. Sensei, Naruto snarled. This is not a transient situation. He's fortunate that I only put him in timeout. Oh, so Sasuke is being pinned to the ground by your hammer? With a playful tone, Kakashi inquired. How did you move that thing? Since I was unable to lift it even after using chakra to strengthen my muscles, did you simply henge something small into that hammer? Kakashi. Sensei, is there anything else you need? With the bitter taste of Sakura's accusations still fresh in his mouth from the conversation with Kakashi, Naruto asked directly, wanting to distance himself from his team as much as the Chunin exam regulations permitted. Well, would you mind taking it away from Sasuke since it's your hammer or something? If Orochimaru actually attacked him, I need to have him evaluated by a specialist. How about Sakura? It was much more difficult for her than for Sasuke. How about me? You didn't even bat an eye out of concern for me, even though I almost died, Naruto yelled. Please, Naruto, people are attempting to sleep in this hallway. The fact that you're standing here without a single scratch and that Sakura has already received treatment from the best medical ninja in Konoha shows that you're exaggerating. There is nothing more I could do for her than what has already been done. However, nobody was aware of Orochimaru's violent attack on Sasuke. It might have disastrous effects on the entire village in addition to Sasuke. Yeah, the council would be furious if they lost their precious last Uchiha. Kakashi reprimanded Naruto, saying, "Now you're just sounding jealous and immature. Why don't you go get something to eat and relax a little before the rest of the exams? I anticipate that my time will keep getting better." When Naruto heard Kakashi cough, he rolled his eyes, turned, and began to leave. "Naruto, the hammer?" With a sigh, Naruto extended his right hand, and a moment later, a gray blur passed Kakashi's head, causing his odd hair to part. Naruto briefly held Mjolnir above his head before grinning and turning to leave. Still in disbelief, Kakashi mumbled, "That must have been one long chakra wire." With his head down and his shoulders bent forward, Naruto entered the hallway after observing the final contestant, a dark-skinned genin from Kumo, dash past. When Naruto entered through a pair of double doors, he thought, how come Thor never had to deal with idiot teammates like this? Iron Man was a miserable drunk and Hawkeye was an ex-criminal, but at least they were helpful and never tried to screw Thor over. The basement was a massive underground arena, with a catwalk and staircase on either side, a floor tiled out of thick chunks of stone, and a statue in front of which stood the Hokage, all the Jonin senseis, and the two other proctors. Naruto filed in behind the other Genin candidates as the Hokage stepped forward. "Greetings and congrats on reaching the Chunin exams' nearly final round. We have the honor of having so many outstanding applicants that we must hold a number of preliminary matches to reduce the field before the esteemed dignitaries show up to watch the final matches." The Hokage grinned. "Now, I say almost the final round. Are you aware of the purpose of the Chunin exams?" Naruto tightened his hold on Mjolnir's handle. "Duh, to figure out who's gonna be promoted to Chunin," mumbled Yoro Ikado. "Leaf Ninja should respect the Hokage more than this. I may call him old man, but it's still with the highest regard." The Hokage went on, either oblivious to or disregarding Yoro's remark. The Chunin exams are actually a simulated conflict between hidden villages. Even though the exams do give the different cages an opportunity to observe their ninja forces in action and so promote those that earned it, all of you are soldiers who want to further your hidden villages and your own fame. As the 20.1 candidates exchanged glances and looked at one another, the same thought kept running through their heads. This is a completely different level. The Hokage started to say, "The preliminary matches will be as follows," but a pale, ill-looking Jonin interrupted. "May I serve as referee?" The Hokage nodded and took a step back when he asked in a courteous manner. The pale Jonin coughed, "My name is Gecko Hayate, and I will be officiating the preliminary matches." Kankuro rolled his eyes and remarked, "That will be very fair, a great judge from the Leaf." Hayate growled, "I heard that," and then ruined the intimidation by coughing, which took a while to stop. "As I was saying, all matches will be called fairly because there is very little to referee," he said. "Any and all techniques are permitted, but no jutsu is prohibited in any match. When a fighter is killed, rendered unconscious, or surrenders, the fight is over. I will intervene and end the battle if the fighter is obviously incapable of continuing or if their life is in jeopardy. Before we start, is there anyone who would like to withdraw from the competition or has any questions?" The fighters all glanced at one another, searching for the coward, the chicken. Wuss, the weakling who was about to withdraw at the last second. Only Kabuto started to move. His hand slowly started to rise until his Jonin sensei looked up and narrowed his eyes at the teenager. Kabuto quickly scratched the back of his head with his raised hand and gave him a sheepish smile. Hayate gave the white-haired teen a suspicious look for a moment, coughed, and went on, saying, "Anko, if you'd please." With a push of a button, the wall on the far side of the arena split and opened to reveal an enormous television screen, and on it were the ninja ID photos of every combatant left in the Chunin exams, with a small emblem on the bottom right of their picture indicating which hidden village they hail from. The frightful Forest of Death Proctor stepped forward, reached into her trench coat, and took out a small electric remote. Anko grinned like a predator sizing up its prey and said, "All of you have been put into a random generator to determine the preliminary matchups. Okay, maggots, here's how this is going to work. It's time to start having fun and letting the blood flow when your picture appears on the screen," Anko exclaimed joyfully. The Hokage and the assembled Leaf Jonin rolled their eyes and sighed at Anko's actions, while the assembled Genin collectively shuddered in terror. The randomizer was activated after Anko managed to stop her laughter long enough. Two boxes appeared on the screen, and the participants' photos quickly flashed through them until they finally stopped on two faces: Sasuke Uchiha and Kin Suichi. The initial pair of combatants will stay here. The rest of us have to observe from the catwalks. All participants will be eliminated from the competition if they interfere in any match, including when a teammate or sensei coaches. Kakashi briefly glanced at Sasuke and gestured to his neck, reminding him that if he used his chakra or activated the cursed seal, he would intervene and end the match, consequences be damned. The competitors and instructors nodded. Sasuke sneered, as if I'll need any chakra to beat this peasant girl. As Naruto filed out of the ring area and toward the catwalks with the other combatants, he narrowed his eyes at his teammate, hoping that Sasuke would remember his timeout from earlier, and he looked at Kin, remembering the girl from the Forest of Death and frowning when he saw her condition. The brunette was still wearing the same filthy fatigues that she had worn in the forest, and she still had a large bruise on her face and head from her own teammate's attack. Naruto looked at her teammates from sound. Both were equally filthy, which led him to believe that they had lost their change of clothes. The spiky haired one had one arm in a sling from the beating he received from Sasuke. However, the rest of their injuries were mended, and they seemed to be in good health overall. Kin appeared to have not slept in days and was experiencing mild chakra exhaustion. Naruto reasoned that either she had just entered the tower 10 minutes prior or she had received the worst medical care he had ever witnessed, but before he could draw the attention of anyone in a position of authority, Hayate held up his hand and yelled, "Begin." When Kin ducked under Sasuke's foot and countered with a back fist of her own, Sasuke wasted no time in hurrying toward her, aiming a flying kick akin to Rock Lee's dynamic entry at her head. Sasuke landed and blocked at the last second, his movements slow and casual, holding onto Kin's wrist and sneering at her. He whispered, just loud enough for her to hear, "It's a real shame you were already out cold in the forest earlier. You would have been a lot of fun." Kin growled back at Sasuke and kicked him in the stomach, separating the two enough that Kin could throw 3 senbon needles at the boy. He's almost glad I had that experience back in Wave with that Haku girl, otherwise, I might be a pincushion again by now. Sasuke dodged them, cutting it closer than usual. He realized that those little needles are much harder to dodge without using my Sharingan. He reached into his pouch and threw 4 shuriken at the sound girl. Kin laughed at him and threw a matching set of senbon, which intercepted the shuriken, slipping into the center holes and pinning them to the wall. Sasuke scowled at her and hurried to engage in taijutsu again, but Kin leapt backward and fled. "What's the deal? Scared to take on a real elite in person?" Sasuke mocked and kept running at Kin. "Avoid being a jerk." Kin spit back and threw more senbons at Sasuke, saying, "Not all of us got 4-course meals, full healing, and comfortable beds like you, Teme. You would keep your distance too if you spent the last 2 days being ignored by medics and sleeping on a broken mattress. The only real question now is who rigged these tests to make it easier on the Teme, but that confirms those suspicions," thought Naruto from the catwalk. "A weakling like you doesn't deserve equal treatment as a true noble and elite ninja like me," Sasuke sneered as he channeled chakra into his legs. Sasuke leapt over the senbon and Kin and landed behind her. Before Kin could turn, he had already slammed his right hand into her stomach and kicked the girl in the ribs. "That bastard broke some of my ribs, but he's still stronger than most of the others. He's not even used his cursed seal yet." Kin skidded backwards and leapt away again, clutching her ribs, a tiny trickle of blood dripping from her mouth. Sasuke dodged again, oblivious to the chakra strings attached to the needles and the small bells hanging along them, but Kin pulled the strings sharply, causing Sasuke to collapse while clutching his ears. Kin then reached into her pack and threw more senbon at Sasuke. As she tugged on the chakra strings once more, Kin grinned and said, "After all that bluster and bullshit, you're just as pathetic as that pink-haired banshee you have as a teammate. I can't believe this. Does no one in the Hidden Leaf have any sensory training or defense? The banshee should have at least acknowledged the excruciating pain my attacks can cause." With angry eyes, Sasuke fought to stand up, but every time Kin pulled the strings, he dropped back to his knees and scratched at his ears. "You should be happy I went easy on you, Pinky," Kin yelled up at Sakura. "I'm not going to be so kind to your prick of a boyfriend." Kin wrapped the chakra strings together and started flicking her forefinger against it, which caused her attacks to increase tenfold. Sasuke roared in pain, and when he opened his eyes a little, he saw 5 copies of Kin, each holding their own chakra strings and creating their own painful symphony. The commotion was so intense that it took all of Sasuke's willpower to locate his kunai pouch and slide a blade into his hand. "Just give up. I don't want to be lynched for killing the Leaf's precious last Uchiha," Kin yelled over the darkness. Despite his pain, Sasuke grinned and said, "You said it yourself. I'm the last Uchiha. And there is something that sets the Uchiha apart from everyone else." When Sasuke's eyes opened, his Sharingan was active and spinning quickly. "I can see through your genjutsu," he said with a sly smile before hurling his kunai. Kin ducked to the left, avoiding the kunai, but he never saw the second kunai hidden in the shadow of the first. The kunai sank deep into her shoulder, and Kin let out a high-pitched scream and dropped her chakra strings. Kin's eyes flashed wide as the kunai sped right at her. How could he tell which was the real me? But my jutsu requires none of your weak tools to beat you, he concluded, flashing through hand seals. Without your bells and strings, your jutsu is worthless, Sasuke said, getting up and approaching Kin with a face that looked uncannily like a cat pursuing a wounded mouse. Kakashi. Sensei, I believed you instructed Sasuke to refrain from using his Sharingan or any other jutsu. The one-eyed Jonin sighed, looked up from his Icha book, and shrugged as Sakura practically yelled at Kakashi. Kakashi remarked, I did, but it looks like he's still in control, adding that he won't harm himself and that the seal on his neck won't likely activate with a single jutsu. Furthermore, I wouldn't be concerned about the Sharingan because, as Uchiha, his eyes naturally attract chakra, unlike mine, and the drain of chakra is negligible. Naruto's new memories had taught him what true teachers were, and he wouldn't give for the tutelage of Steve Rogers or Nick Fury. Even the Taskmaster would be a better teacher than Kakashi, and he was a supervillain. Naruto looked at his teacher and teammate with disgust on his face. Kakashi's apathy was downright criminal, and his tardiness and perverted habits made him hardly a suitable role model or teacher for young kids. Just in case Sasuke's cursed seal activated again, his right hand dropped to his side near the spot where Mjolnir dangled from his belt. Fireball jutsu in fire style. Sasuke yelled, and a huge ball of orange and red fire shot out of his mouth in Kin's direction. The ball was so big and hot that it was felt by everyone in the arena as it shot through the air. Kin froze, her clothes and hair instantly igniting as the fireball slammed into her wounded arm, and she rolled around on the ground, trying to put out the flames as the heat and the cold shock from her kunai wound combined with her sweaty attempts to throw her body out of the way. As medics raced to the scene, smoke and steam rose from Kin's body as Hayate swiftly stepped in, appeared at his side, and doused the flames with a low-level water jutsu. Kin Suchi can't go any further, Hayate declared, winner. Sasuke Uchiha. Kin's portrait darkened up on the screen, and the word, winner, appeared above Sasuke's. Rather than reveling, Sasuke collapsed to one knee, gripping his neck, his body trembling in agony as he struggled to catch his breath and resist the cursed seal metamorphosis. Kakashi. Sensei. Sakura screamed, and Kakashi let out a second sigh before looking up from his book and putting it away. He remarked nonchalantly, I guess that's my cue, and leapt to the arena floor. Come on, Sasuke. He reached out and touched Sasuke's good shoulder before they both vanished in a whirl of leaves. Let's take care of that. Sasuke. Teme should never have been allowed to fight, Naruto said softly. I can't believe Kakashi. Sensei let him. He, not you, Baka, knows what's best. Not accustomed to Naruto's sudden change in height, Sakura screamed and attempted to slam her fist into the top of his head as she always did, but she missed it and instead clipped his jaw. Naruto was unfazed by the blow, but Sakura felt as though she had just broken her hand. That is the last time you will ever do that to me, Naruto told her without turning to face her. Sakura backed away in fear at the icy tone in Naruto's voice and gazed up at the sporadic images that flickered across the screen until they ceased and Hayate declared the next bout. Will Masumi Tsurugi and Choji Akamichi kindly report to the ring? Choji calmly finished his potato chips and used the stairs, while Masumi leapt over the balcony and dropped into the ring. Come on, let's go. I want this over with, Masumi yelled impatiently. Choji responded, one should never rush while eating good food, with the sage-like air of wisdom that only an Akamichi discussing eating could possess. After finishing the chips, he flipped the bag over to retrieve the remaining seasoning and crumbs, and he threw away the empty bag. Now, let's get this thing started. Start. When Hayate yelled, Masumi ran across the ring faster than anyone had anticipated. When he was half a meter away from Choji, Masumi held his arms out in front of him and, using a chakra pulse, hurled his hands in Choji's direction. Choji paled in shock as Masumi's arms stretched and elongated to unfathomable lengths. It wasn't until it was too late that he realized they had wrapped around his arms and chest completely. Choji, already trapped, struggled as the rest of Masumi caught up to his arms, and Masumi's legs, which stretched like his own arms, wrapped themselves around Choji's waist and legs like fleshy anchors, even choking him by wrapping his own neck around Choji's. Sakura thought, that's the same technique Orochimaru used to bite Sasuke-kun in the Forest of Death. She was about to turn to Naruto when she noticed something, but she was stopped by the waning pain in her hand. That's probably never going to happen, so we'll make Naruto crawl back to us on his hands and knees and beg us to tell him what's going on. Cha. Her inner self told her to let the Baka figure it out for himself. Unfortunately for Sakura's plans, Naruto was too preoccupied with contrasting Thor's recollections of the Elastic Explorer, Mr. Fantastic, with Masumi's soft body technique. "Give up now," Masumi said. "There's no way anyone can escape," as he kept tightening his grip on Choji like a python crushing its prey. "I'll squeeze you until your body resembles an old toothpaste tube if you don't let go right away." Choji smiled and said, "Not a chance, in spite of the extreme pain and oxygen shortage. Jutsu for body expansion." Masumi gritted his teeth and kept squeezing, hoping that the suffocating pressure, along with the Akamichi's own jutsu, would choke the boy out as Choji's chakra spiked and his entire body began to grow upwards and outwards. As Choji grew even bigger, his face started to flush. Yoroi, Masumi's teammate, laughed loudly and pointed. "Masumi has him now." The fool's own method made the squeeze even simpler. "Nara, your friend is going to faint any moment." For once, Shikamaru, who had been paying attention to the game rather than daydreaming, merely shook his head and uttered the words, "I hope your friend doesn't rip easily." Everyone's focus was abruptly brought back to the fight by a scream that ripped through the air, Masumi screaming in agony as Choji grew and grew larger and larger until he was almost half the size of the statue of the ram seal and still growing. "In fact, he's growing too big," Masumi cried to himself. "He's going to rip me to pieces if I hang on for much longer." Masumi threw everything he had into a final squeeze, but Choji continued to grow. At last, Masumi's hold on Choji wavered for a single moment, but that was enough, and he sprang off of Choji's body like a taunting rubber band, colliding with the ram seal statue and dangling off its side, his limbs limp and stretched to their limits but still intact. It is impossible for Masumi Tsurugi to go on. Choji Akamichi is the winner. Hayate declared as a whole group of medics started removing Masumi from the statue and coiling up his absurdly long limbs and neck. The other Konoha rookies applauded as Choji marched up the catwalk stairs and held out a hand. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, reached into his shuriken pouch, and gave Choji a bag of triple jalapeno infused barbecue flavored potato chips, which Choji eagerly opened while being careful not to break any of the chips. Everyone turned to Shikamaru for an explanation, but the Nara genius simply shrugged and said it was motivation. The images of the next pair of fighters appeared on the screen again. "Will Rock Lee and Tamari Sabaku please attend the upcoming match?" Tamari grinned as she confidently descended the catwalk stairs, and Lee bounced up and down with excitement as he graciously allowed the woman to descend first. As soon as Tamari got off the stairs, Lee bounded down to the arena and started doing warm-up stretches, and Tamari turned away from Lee's tight and horribly colored outfit as he stretched. Hayate called out, "Will you please stop that? I am seeing way too much through that outfit while you're doing, well, whatever it is you're doing," she said, becoming a little green herself. Lee cheerfully retorted, "But Guy Sensei always says it is important to warm up properly before a fight. It would be very disrespectful to you and very unyouthful of me if I were to be less than my best in our match due to a pulled muscle. You are such a beautiful desert flower that I cannot treat you disrespectfully. If so, I'll use just my hands to complete 100 laps around Konoha. I'll perform 10,000 push-ups using just my thumbs if I can't accomplish that. I'll run to Suna and back in just 2 days if I can't accomplish that. If I'm not able to do that, you may as well get going." Tenten yelled from the catwalks. Lee can talk for hours when he's in this state. After glancing at Tamari, who simply shrugged and prepared her fan, Hayate turned back to Lee, who was still talking non-stop about consuming 10 handfuls of chili peppers if he couldn't use his teeth to climb the Hokage monument. Hayate coughed, shrugged, and uttered the words, "Begin." Tamari swung with all her strength after revealing a single purple orb and unfolding her fan 1/3 of the way in a single motion. Wind Scythe Jutsu. The wind blew Lee backwards and he fell across the ground, but Lee was too preoccupied with his workout choices to notice it until it was already upon him. Tamari told Hayate, "I expected more from a leaf ninja," and folded her fan before turning to return to the catwalk. "That'll teach you to get distracted in a fight," she said. "I apologize. Have we already begun?" Lee, who was covered in dust but appeared to be in good condition following Tamari's attack, asked as he got up. Hayate nodded and said, "Yep," adding, "Next time, pay more attention." Referee San, I will if I don't." "Stop it," screamed Tamari, her right eye twitching angrily. She unfolded 1/3 of her fan again and swung at Lee, but this time Lee knew it was coming and swerved out of the way. He ran at Tamari, hoping to engage her in taijutsu, but Tamari wasn't about to give away any distance. She quickly fled, using her fan to keep Lee at bay. Lee attempted to slow her down by hurling a pair of kunai at her, but Tamari casually blew them away with her fan. "I am the mistress of wind. Nothing can touch me, and nothing is faster than the wind. You're going to have to do better than that, she called to Lee. When you see all 3 moons, it's all over, she said, unfolding her fan once more to reveal a second purple moon. I see, laughed Lee. Then to defeat you I must become faster than the very wind you tame. Tamari smirked and said, that's impossible, as Lee leaned down and rolled down his orange leg warmers. Beneath the orange cloth, a row of weights was tied to each leg, and Tamari laughed as he started to take them off. You believe that losing a few pounds will make a difference? You're not serious. After Lee dropped the weights, causing 2 enormous craters in the arena floor, Tamari was interrupted, blew away the dust clouds that arose from the craters, and saw Lee standing motionless before her. With her sharp mind already formulating new plans to offset Lee's weight loss, Tamari thought that only a fool would have stayed motionless in all that cover. She threw a kunai at Lee with caution, grinning as the blade passed straight through his chest, but unlike a typical clone, the image of Lee didn't vanish or burst in a puff of smoke. Tamari recognized the after image, he's really moving that fast, and realized it wasn't a clone. With one hand behind his back and the other palm up toward Tamari, Lee reappeared on the far side of the arena. Now we will see who is faster, your wind or me youthfulness, said Lee. Tamari stepped back toward the wall and fully opened her fan. Wind Scythe Jutsu. The other competitors could feel the strong winds even up in the catwalks as she screamed and blew a huge gust of wind across the arena, but Lee sprinted to the side and ran in Tamari's direction. Jutsu Wind Scythe. Jutsu Wind Scythe. Lee would disappear and then reappear even closer each time Tamari yelled at him, sending waves of wind in his direction. As Lee closed in on her, Tamari worried, this is impossible. How can you be this fast? In a desperate attempt to blow the green clad boy away or beat him with the metal outside her fan, she swung her fan at him. Lee flipped in the air after jumping over her swing. Leaf Hurricane. Lee yelled and kicked Tamari in the face and stomach, sending the Sunakunoichi flying, causing her fan to drop to the floor and Tamari to smash and crumble against the wall due to her close proximity to it. Tamari slowly opened one eye and looked up at Lee, her gaze simultaneously defiant and pleading for pity, as Lee immediately materialized at her side, the knife edge of his hand raised to strike. Tamari muttered, embarrassed, I'm done, he's too fast. As soon as Hayate raised his hand, he declared Lee the winner. Lee grinned broadly, got up, and extended his hand to Tamari. Your wind ninjutsu is very powerful, Lee said, and I apologize for kicking you so hard. I hope we get the chance to fight again someday because you are a very young opponent. Tamari glanced at the odd boy, trying not to look at his incredibly bushy eyebrows. He is without a doubt the most strange and polite boy I've ever met, Tamari thought, and carefully took Lee's hand. Lee helped her stand up and walked next to her until the medical ninja showed up, and they took Tamari to be examined while Lee got his weights back and carefully wrapped them around his legs before he proudly returned to the catwalk. His teammate Tenten grinned and said, wonderful work, Lee. Her wind would have blown my weapons everywhere. I don't think I could have defeated her. He got lucky, Lee's teammate Neji said, because fate decided he would be up against someone who couldn't hit him at close range. He couldn't have defeated a truly skilled opponent. As the screen flashed new pictures, Tenten gave Neji a sour look, but Lee just kept grinning while his sensei, Might Guy, congratulated him in a somewhat unsettling display of youth and pride. Ino Yamanaka versus Sakura Haruno. Pumping her fist, Sakura pushed her way rapidly toward the stairs, rushed down them, and waited impatiently for Ino. I'm better than Ino. Pig, Cha, and now everyone will see it. Unfortunately, Kakashi Sensei had to take Sasuke-kun away, so he's not able to see my superiority. In contrast, Ino walked slowly down the stairs while maintaining eye contact with Sakura. Ino. Pig, let's leave already. What's causing the delay? Sakura shouted from the floor of the arena, and Ino rolled her eyes at the pinkette before descending the stairs. Forehead. What's your hurry? Later, do you have a date at the kennels? With an arrogant smile, Ino spat back. Even though you're back. And fourth banter is fascinating. Do you think we could begin? Before Sakura could lash out at Ino, Hayate cut him off. The two girls glared at the referee, nodded, and then glared at one another again. I'm going down, Ino. Pig. Sakura thought. Thinking back to their childhood adventures, Ino thought, I have to end this quickly without hurting Sakura. She may have been a little hot-headed and delusional, but she was my best friend, and I miss her. Perhaps this fight is what we need to get past this pettiness. Attack. Clone Jutsu, she whispered, and 3 Sakuras appeared running beside her. The clones' paths crossed over and intertwined with the originals, hoping to confuse Ino as to who was real and who was merely a delusion. Hayate yelled, and Sakura immediately charged at Ino. She pulled a kunai out of her pack and crossed her fingers into the ram seal. You'll need to perform better than that. With a flick of her wrist, Ino drew 3 shurikens from her pouch and threw them at Sakura, dispelling them and leaving her without any cover as each one struck a clone. Ino laughed. How are we going to impress Sasuke-kun with just 3 clones? Damn it, I knew you should have used more than that. Sakura argued to herself, will you stop talking? Unless you intend to assist, just butt out and let me kick Ino. Pig's fake blonde ass everywhere. Dream on, Pinky. You're not even listening to your opponent at the moment, so you'd better pick up your game if you're going to win like this. Oh shish. Sakura's internal argument came to a head just as she felt Ino's fist strike her jaw, spinning her around and landing her on her ass. I barely put anything into that punch and it almost knocked her out, so Ino wondered, what the hell is wrong with Sakura? Why was she just standing there like that? Simply let Sakura go. You are not prepared for the Chunin exams, as we both know. Before I hurt you, please give up, Ino said earnestly. Ino.pig, stop talking. All you want is for me to leave so Sasuke.kun will think better of you. At the mention of the Uchiha, Ino's eyes flashed with fear and then a horrible glare. Sasuke. After what he did in the forest, why in the world would I want anything to do with that jerk? What are you discussing? Sakura got to her feet and said, I know you're just taking the exams to try to get ahead of me and be with Sasuke.kun. With her hands balled into fists, Ino stepped backward and said, You don't remember what he did in the forest, do you? Or are you as deranged and ill as he is? Avoid mentioning my Sasuke.kun in that way. Sakura, I really didn't want to do this to you, but you need a wake up call, Ino said, squinting her eyes at her. Jutsu mind transfer. When the Pinkette's mind was overtaken by Ino's consciousness and filled with pictures from the forest of death, Sakura screamed. Hello girls. Sasuke said with a smile as he walked up to them. You have no idea how happy I am to see you both here. I'm really hungry now from all this excitement. Whatever happened to you, Sasuke.kun? Ino inquired. Ino, you don't have to worry or be afraid of my new ability. I finally figured out how to get even with my clan and move on. Would you not like to assist me in reviving my clan? Sasuke asked, reaching out to touch Ino, who retreated as his fingers lightly touched her fractured arm. My arm. Sasuke. Sasuke lashed out and grabbed her by the front of her shirt, pulling her close to him despite her cries of pain and fear as Ino screamed and attempted to stagger backwards, but he was too quick. What is wrong, Ino? You would adore being this close to me, I thought. That's what you and Sakura used to argue about, isn't it? Sasuke's breath was foul, and the dark marks on his face were still spreading, so Ino turned her head away from his and cringed. Ino muttered, Sakura. Sakura struggled to stand up, but after just a few inches, she fell back down. Don't stress over Sakura. Sasuke scowled, I'll have her right after you. Like I said, all that fighting left me with a big appetite. He gripped Ino's shirt tightly and pulled, tearing the top in two and revealing her pale, bra-clad chest. Her short skirt came next, and his lustful eyes widened as he appreciated her possessions. With closed eyes, Ino whispered, please, someone, as she felt Sasuke's fingertips on her bra, felt a sinking pit in her stomach, and felt disgust creep up her spine. Leave our heads alone. When Ino's jutsu was cancelled by inner Sakura's roar, her consciousness flew back into her own body, knocking her backwards with the force of her expulsion. How in the world did Sakura throw me out like that? It seemed like she had already thought of someone else. I don't believe it, Sakura whispered, having dropped to her knees and gripping her big forehead. I'm sorry Sakura, but you needed to see what happened, Ino said, feeling sick to her stomach and terrible for letting Sakura see the truth. It's unbelievable that you would fabricate such heinous, repulsive lies. Sakura yelled, I can see why Naruto would fabricate stories about Sasuke.kun. The fool has always been envious of Sasuke's abilities and good looks. However, you're meant to adore Sasuke.kun. What? Ino yelled. You probably made everything up to get me to leave so you could have Sasuke.kun to yourself. Sakura went on. Well, Ino.pig, it's not going to happen. Sakura launched herself at Ino with a snarl, slamming her fist into Ino's cheek, knocking her to the ground before kicking Ino viciously in the middle, causing her to bounce twice before landing a few feet away. You had better call it, Sakura informed the referee, she's done. Cha. We made it clear to her that we were the only ones worthy of Sasuke-kun's affection. As Hayate began to approach Ino to see how she was doing, she abruptly exploded into a cloud of smoke, and in her place, a broken tree branch from the forest of death appeared on the ground. A substitution? Sakura thought as she started looking for Ino, but she was nowhere to be found, although the smoke from the substitution still obscured a small section of the arena. "We ought to have anticipated that," Sakura argued. "Don't argue with me, just help me look." She drew a kunai and moved toward the cloud of dissipating smoke, squinting until she almost saw the outline of a ponytail. "You got it!" Sakura yelled and hurled her kunai, but Ino deflected it with one of her own, causing a clang of metal against metal. As she emerged completely from the remnants of the smoke cloud, Ino remarked, "I wanted to be gentle with you, Sakura, because we were friends once, but your blindness and stubborn denial have gone too far." "Shaw. It's you, Ino.Pig, who is lying and attempting to discredit me." Sakura growled and hurled a wild haymaker at Ino, who sighed and slipped beneath it with a speed that was far faster than anything Sakura could have. Ino grabbed the back of Sakura's head with both hands, drove her left knee into her stomach, pulled down on her head, and smashed her right knee into Sakura's nose, shattering it with a sickening crunch and blood spurt. With a gurgling scream, Sakura attempted to pull Ino's hands away from her head, but Ino released her hold with her left hand while holding onto the back of Sakura's neck with her right, and grabbed hold of Sakura's flailing right wrist. Ino leapt into the air, kicked her right leg into Sakura's stomach, and threw her left leg over Sakura's outstretched arm and across her neck, causing both girls to fall to the ground with Ino's legs pinning her body down and her arms stretched out from her shoulder. Ino squeezed her knees together and arched her hips upright, hyper extending Sakura's arm and threatening to break it. Sakura screamed in agony and frantically slammed her free hand on the floor, tapping out. Before she could break Sakura's arm, Hayate appeared above Ino and swiftly released Ino's grip, causing Ino to roll away and gaze down at Sakura with disgust. She declared, "We're done, Sakura. Until you wake up, don't ever speak to me, come close to me, or even look at me. And if you're sick enough to want Sasuke, you can have him." After a medic checked her out and her teammates congratulated her, Ino climbed back up to the catwalks and approached Naruto. Sakura looked up at Ino, who was bleeding and crying, and wondered why Ino had hurt her so badly before the medics took her away. "Thank you for saving us. I'm not sure if I mentioned it the other day because I was in a state of complete inebriation. Well, saving me specifically. Should you ever require anything." Naruto said with a soft smile, "You're welcome. I'm glad you're okay and not on the Sasuke Teme bandwagon. Hey, that sick son of a bitch is Sakura's." She winked and walked away, saying, "Besides, us blondes ought to stick together." Naruto stared, a little confused, and thought he saw the girl's hips sway from side to side a bit more than usual. He was so confused by Ino's behavior that he missed the announcement for the next matchup. The Sound Ninja's bracer was especially cruel to the Inuzuka's enhanced senses. One swipe and Kiba was down for the count, literally howling in pain, and by the time Naruto realized what was happening, Kiba and Dosu had already finished their match. The next two matches proceeded very swiftly, with Shikamaru easily trapping Zaku in his shadow possession jutsu and forcing him to point his own hand under his chin, threatening to blow his head off if he didn't surrender by channeling chakra through the hand's wind pathway. Zaku attempted to call Shikamaru's bluff, but he quickly gave up when he felt the familiar sensation of wind building inside his arm. When Yoroi Akado and Gaara of the desert faced off, Yoroi boasted about his clan's unique bloodline while Gaara stood motionless in the middle of the ring. Yoroi then sprinted at Gaara with his hands outstretched, using a chakra enhanced burst of speed. However, before Yoroi could reach Gaara and grab hold of him to drain his chakra, 5 tendrils of sand shot up from the floor at Gaara's feet and wrapped around Yoroi's limbs and neck. "You're pathetic," said Gaara without regret, "sand coffin." Yoroi was lifted into the air and engulfed by the sand. Leaving Yoroi's remains on the arena floor, Gaara recalled his sand as he walked back up to the catwalk, and everyone, including Naruto, gave him a wide berth. "Sand burial," he said, pointing an open hand at the human-shaped cast of sand. He then closed his fist, and there was a muffled scream and squelch inside the sand cast as it collapsed into a hand-sized ball. As Gaara passed, Naruto thought, "There's definitely something wrong with that guy. He's a right monster, a troll or ogre with sand." Naruto's new senses allowed him to detect the smell of old blood among the sand of Gaara's gourd, and he also detected the smell of dried out tanuki, but he dismissed it as images started to appear on the board once more. Tenten and Kankuro hurried to the arena as the brief break was cut short when the board started randomizing for the next match. "This is gonna be a piece of cake," Kankuro chuckled. "This chick doesn't stand a chance." "A chick? Oh, I'm going to make this hurt," Tenten repeated, raising an eyebrow. "Launch the game." Hayate objected, saying, "But the medics haven't cleared the area yet." "I told you to get started." Hayate jumped back in embarrassment but began the fight as Tenten roared, giving her best impression of Iruka's well-known demon head jutsu. Tenten roared fearfully as she threw a pair of kunai at Kankuro, who promptly dodged and retaliated with 3 shuriken. Tenten removed a thick scroll from her leg pouch, held it in front of her, and used it to bat away Kankuro's shuriken. "Dragon, rise!" she shouted and flung the scroll into the air. After a handseal, Kankuro was hit by a barrage of weapons of all sizes. "You must be joking with me," he yelled and attempted to dodge, but there were just too many. Kankuro's flesh was torn like paper by the dozens of kunai, shuriken, knives, spiked maces, and spears, but he managed to stay upright despite the numerous horrific wounds that were dispersed throughout his limbs and torso. "That's what you get for thinking that a kunoichi is going to be an easy win," Tenten declared triumphantly, turning to leave when Kankuro made a sudden, spastic grinding noise that caught her attention. "What the hell is that?" Tenten questioned aloud as she turned around and looked at the shattered, punctured body, only to realize for the first time that none of the wounds were bleeding. When Tenten slipped out of the way at the last second, the metal fingers closed around a piece of her shirt, tearing it, rather than Tenten's throat. A metal arm blasted out of Kankuro's chest, and a pair of spindly, metal fingers grasped for Tenten's throat. "That thing is what the devil!" As the metal arm retracted back into Kankuro's body, Tenten yelled, and the bundle of bandages strapped to Kankuro's back emitted a sinister laugh. The voice said, "I see you've met Crow, don't be shy. Let me introduce you to him properly." As Kankuro emerged from the bundle of bandages, a humanoid-looking puppet, a 3-eyed, 4-armed monster with a tattered coverall and a wild mop of brown hair, ripped off its Kankuro disguise. With his fingers extended, Kankuro stood behind his puppet, and the crow puppet would react instantly to any movement or twitch of his fingers. They seemed to be interconnected. "Think, Tenten, think. To make a puppet move, you need to cut its strings. Otherwise, it will be useless." However, Tenten was unable to see the strings moving the puppet. Kankuro and his puppet did not appear to be connected in any way. Kankuro boasted, "Senbon cannon. You can look all day, girly, but you're never going to see anything unless you have one of those fancy Konoha bloodlines." A flurry of Senbon needles spat at Tenten as the puppet's mouth yawned open. Tenten rolled out of the way with a sailor-like curse, only to have to jump away from a barrage of shuriken and kunai that came from slots in the puppet's hands. Tenten was so slow that one of the shuriken managed to scratch her, causing her to hiss in pain and clutch at the tiny wound. Kankuro remarked, "You might as well give up now, since all of Crow's weapons were covered in Nightbane compound. Only in the northern wastes of Suna does Nightbane grow. When it enters the body, it causes victims to have increasingly terrible hallucinations and visions until the mind becomes so agitated that it shuts down to stop the terrors." Starting at her scraped arm, Tenten turned back to Kankuro and said, "You bastard, how could you use something like that on your weapons? We don't follow the rules because we're ninja, princess. Now, if I were you, I would give up. If you want the antidote, that is." Kankuro smiled and held up a small vial of clear liquid, saying, "Those visions should be beginning any moment now." Tenten gritted her teeth and glared at Kankuro, her vision already fading in and out and swirling out of control. As painful bright flashes of colored light exploded in her peripheral vision, nonsensical shapes that gradually became more distinct. Tenten tried to wipe her eyes clear, but the colors and shapes only grew more intense with every second that went by, as the shapes swirled and whirled into monstrous creatures that looked and dressed like her friends but were actually demons, succubi, and creatures with repulsive protuberances, all vying for her. "Go away from me!" she screamed and staggered back, cornering herself with her back to a wall and swinging a kunai at the unseen creatures with each hand. Kankuro yelled, "Just give up already," across the arena. "I'll give you the antidote and it will all go away." "Please stop talking and give me some space." Tenten screamed once more, opening her bloodshot eyes, and took out a single small scroll from her pocket. She unsealed the scroll, turning it into a huge roll twice as big as herself, while biting her thumb to extract a drop of blood. Tenten inhaled deeply before yelling, "Scroll Shadow Clone Jutsu," and crossing her fingers into the ram seal. Alongside the original, another enormous scroll appeared. The Hokage thought, "There's no way. The guy wouldn't be stupid enough to teach her a forbidden jutsu like shadow cloning." "Tenten, you have such a bright youthful spirit. When did you learn such a strong jutsu? I wonder." Naruto smiled, "Damn, I guess I'm not the only one playing with shadow clones anymore." Tenten stumbled to her feet, her chakra almost entirely depleted from the scroll shadow clone jutsu, and she quickly shook her hand and squeezed her eyes shut as a vision of her mother, killed in the nine-tailed fox attack, lurched toward her, raising a rotting hand and reaching for Tenten's throat. Tenten let out a high-pitched scream and grabbed the ripcords that held the scrolls shut. Then, with a yank, The scrolls unfolded, revealing 1,000 tiny storage seals on each one. What on earth is this? Kankuro watched the twin scrolls and muttered. Bahamut Shuriken Bomb. Rising Dragon. Tenten yelled, and 10 shuriken immediately exploded from each storage seal and flew at Kankuro, forming a cloud of metal that blocked all light and covered the entire arena. Oh, hurry up! Kankuro grumbled and leapt behind Crow in the hopes that the puppet would deflect the shuriken, which clanged against the arena's walls and floor before a dense cloud of dust engulfed the space. Tenten was pinned spread, eagled to the floor by shuriken, his clothes shredded and blood dripping from multiple wounds. The puppet, Crow, was completely shredded. Not a single piece or portion of the puppet remained. Tenten collapsed and curled into a tight ball, the hallucinations starting to overwhelm her, and she slipped into unconsciousness, whimpering and twitching occasionally. Across the arena, the dust slowly started to clear. Can you get up? Hayate asked, glancing first at Tenten and then back at Kankuro. He inquired. For a moment, Kankuro struggled, but he was immobile due to his wounds and the shuriken holding his clothes down. He groaned in exasperation, then yelled in agony as one of his wounds opened, before giving up and resting. Neither fighter can continue, said Hayate, shrugging. This match is a draw. He approached Kankuro and reached into the Suna ninja's pocket. Thank you, he said, holding up the antidote vial, which he tossed to the medical ninja who were trying to restrain the flailing Tenten. One of the medical ninja caught the vial and, after quickly checking it to make sure it was authentic, gave it to Tenten. A few seconds later, Tenten calmed down and her breathing returned to normal. Meanwhile, another group of medical ninja attended to Kankuro's wounds while he was freed from the floor, and a cleanup crew fixed the arena. The board came back to life as Kankuro whimpered, I can't believe she killed Crow, and started gathering the pieces of his puppet. He wrapped them in the remnants of the puppet's coverall and walked back to his siblings on the catwalk in silence. His sister offered her customary condolences, but she was secretly relieved that Tenten had demonstrated that kunoichi are not to be messed with. Kabuto Yakushi vs Naruto Uzumaki. At last, he put Mjolnir on his belt, jumped over the railing, and fell like a stone to the arena floor, landing with a heavy thud that cracked the tiles around him. Naruto smiled and snapped the kinks out of his neck. As he approached and descended the stairs, Kabuto was considerably more taciturn. He cautiously met his Jonin-sensei's gaze, causing the yellow-eyed Jonin to tremble a little and Kabuto's eyes to widen slightly. Even though he knows that my opponent is the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, he still wants me to hold back. I hope that my chakra scalpels will be more than enough to advance, and my other abilities will just blow my cover. He first changed the plan by having me continue to compete. As he entered the arena across from Naruto, Kabuto forced himself to smile broadly and bury his thoughts. My. Naruto-kun, it looks like you've grown a lot since the first test. Have you been waiting for us all this time, or have you reawakened some long-forgotten bloodline? After both fighters nodded in Hayate's direction, the referee started the fight. You could say I'm a new man, Kabuto-san, Naruto said. Kabuto's hands were glowing blue as he darted toward Naruto at high speed, and he pulled back to strike, stabbed his right hand at Naruto's shoulder, but Naruto sidestepped at the last second, and then followed up with a slash towards his knees, but Naruto leapt high into the air and landed on the far side of the arena. I'm sorry for this, Naruto, but I'll be sure not to do any permanent damage to you. Kabuto praised Naruto, saying, You move well despite your increase in size, but you didn't move well enough, Kabuto said, pointing to Naruto's shoulder, where a thin line had been cut into the vest's fabric, exactly where Naruto's neck and shoulder met. Naruto shrugged, looking at the mark. Naruto grinned and said, Next time, ye may wish to cut more flesh and less cloth, his words slipping into what he was starting to refer to as Thor speak, because he had inherited the god of thunder's memories, abilities, and love of battle. Now it's my turn, he said. Hurry up! Kabuto ducked and leapt away just in time as Naruto yelled and charged at him, slamming a fist at his head. That should be impossible for a Jinchuriki or not, but he's probably as fast as I'm holding back, Kabuto was worried. As Kabuto charged once more, Naruto broke into his reverie, shouting, Shadow Clone Jutsu, while crossing his fingers in a recognizable ram seal. As he charged, a puff of smoke appeared on either side of him, but when the smoke went away, the two clones were weak, flimsy zombies of him. Naruto moaned, Aw man, not again, as he skidded to a stop, and his clones gave him pitying looks before a snicker of laughter broke out somewhere in the catwalks, and Kabuto started laughing too. Oh Naruto-kun, you really shouldn't try such advanced jutsu until you have better chakra control, Kabuto grinned. Your clones look like they'd rather die than exist for another moment. Stop talking. If I were 100%, Naruto screamed, My clones would be thrashing thee right now. They aren't, which is unfortunate for you. Kabuto smiled and threw 2 kunai at the clones, saying, maybe I should do them a favor and put them out of their misery. The clones were instantly dispelled when the kunai struck their foreheads. Kabuto then threw 2 smoke grenades at Naruto's feet as well, filling the arena with dense black smoke. As the dry smoke choked and burned his lungs, Naruto coughed and looked everywhere, but he was unable to locate any sign of Kabuto in the smoke. Through the smoke, Kabuto's voice yelled, I heard you've been in a situation like this before, wasn't it when your team was in Wave Country? Yeah, you are being very original, Kabuto-san, Naruto said. Will you tell me the 8 silent kill points on my body, just like Zabuza did? Zabuza only knew 8, huh? There are literally dozens of places on the human body that can cause you to die or become incapacitated, Naruto. 5th lumbar down on the spine, similar to rupturing your thoracic aorta. Within seconds, you will bleed out. Or severing your arm from shoulder to fingertips by cutting through the subclavian nerve. When he reached up to grasp the wound, Naruto felt Kabuto's cut tear into his shoulder, but instead of blood, he felt a sudden numbness that shot down his left arm. Through the smoke, Kabuto's voice murmured, chakra scalpels are usually only used in surgery, but I find they are very handy at cutting opponents apart without ever breaking their skin. Naruto swung Mjolnir up over his head and growled in frustration as he attempted to make a fist but was unable to move his left fingers. Enough pranks. The smoke blew away and revealed Kabuto, who was just to Naruto's right, his hands covered in blue. White chakra, as he yelled and used his hammer to call forth a gust of wind. Kabuto retreated a step and grinned, saying, that was quite clever, Naruto-kun. If you thought that was clever, you will love this, Naruto said with a smile before launching his right fist at Kabuto, who felt the air rush out of his chest and a crack in his ribs. Spittle and blood sprayed from Kabuto's mouth as he fell backwards, hitting the ground hard and skidding twice before crashing into the arena wall. The speed at which Naruto's blow landed stunned everyone, including Kabuto. While some more seasoned fighters looked for a jutsu or weights that would have accelerated Naruto's speed, others simply gaped in amazement. As he approached the defeated Kabuto with composure, Naruto remarked, verily, that was but a minute fraction of mind power. Withdraw from the battle and live to fight again. Don't make me keep hurting a comrade needlessly. This is bad, Kabuto thought, because if I keep fighting like this, that fool might really beat me, but if I reveal too much, Master will not be happy, and I know what happens to people who don't please Master. Kabuto glanced nervously at the Hokage and the assembled Jonin instructors, his eyes briefly meeting the yellow-eyed Jonins, but the message between them was sufficiently clear. Don't give too much away, but win the battle. I should say the same thing to you, Naruto-kun. Kabuto grinned as he slowly and painfully got up on his knees and extended his hands, pressing them onto his stomach and chest. Immediately, his broken ribs knitted and his internal bleeding stopped, and he stood as brand new as when he began the fight. I'm afraid that you've forced my hand and that I can no longer hold back against you, Kabuto said. Don't take this thrashing personally, please. When Kabuto pulled a kunai out of his pouch and vanished, Naruto grinned and raised Mjolnir in retaliation. A moment later, he materialized above Naruto and attempted to bury the kunai in his neck, but Kabuto was gone before he could counterattack, so Naruto braced himself and waited for the next attack. Kabuto whispered in Naruto's ear, too slow, before launching a vicious kick to the small of Naruto's back, sending him flying across the arena and into the far wall, directly next to the mark Kabuto had made earlier, where he was buried in a little pile of rubble. You may want to get a medic down here right away, Kabuto advised the official. His spine should be shattered between the 5th and 6th vertebrae. Fights will continue as long as they have to, said Hayate, stepping back and crossing his arms over his chest as he teleported to Naruto's side and saw the boy moving beneath the debris. This game will go on. Greeting the referee with a courteous smile, Kabuto said, but I do not wish to cause even more damage to a fellow leaf ninja. Hayate responded sharply, then quit. You aren't ready for Chunin if you lack the necessary skills to complete the task. That kick should have snapped every bone in his spine. How could he have survived it? The Hokage and the other Jonin would have undoubtedly suspected something if I had moved any faster or kicked any harder. Kabuto reacted angrily to the referee's words, but he tried his best to keep his emotions in check. I'll have to finish this as quickly and easily as I can. Kabuto stalked over to Naruto, directed his chakra to his right hand, and stood over him, kicking away pieces of rubble until he could see Naruto's back clearly. I apologize, Naruto-kun, but there is nothing I can do. After saying, hopefully, you won't feel a thing, Kabuto withdrew his hand to strike, slicing through muscles, organs, and even bone as he plunged his chakra scalpel into the center of Naruto's back. A muffled scream pierced the arena, and Kabuto withdrew his hand and deactivated his scalpels. He straightened out and put on his best, sad smiling face, but as he turned to leave, he heard a loud pop and spun around to see a cloud of white smoke where Naruto had been. A clone of the shadow? Kabuto cried out and looked for the real Naruto, but his search was cut short when he saw a gray blur crash into his chest, causing his lungs to empty as Mjolnir propelled him skyward. The first blow broke 2 of Kabuto's ribs, and the subsequent fall to the ground broke another 2. He fell to the ground and curled into a painful ball, hardly raising his head to see what had struck him. A shiver of fear sliced through Kabuto as Mjolnir hovered in midair above him like an executioner's axe, its thick stone head pointing downward, the hammer spinning in the air, righting itself, and flying back across the arena to Naruto's outstretched hand. Would you kill a fellow soldier in cold blood? You underestimated Thor's power, foolish knave? Naruto said in pure Thor speak. Lightning cackled off Mjolnir and reflected in Naruto's stormy blue eyes. Yield. Kabuto's heart fell. He had let his lord and master down, and he knew that there would be dire repercussions. He attempted to sneak another glance at his Jonin-sensei, but the yellow-eyed Jonin was gone. Kabuto muttered, "I give up," and signaled the medical ninja. The medics hurried to his side and started to mend his broken torso, while Naruto, with a silly fox-like grin plastered on his face, turned and stumbled up the stairs to the catwalk, leaning heavily on the railing. When he arrived at the catwalk, Naruto sat down on the ground, leaned his head back against the wall, and sighed in exhaustion. "How are you, Naruto?" Shoji inquired. With a feeble smile, Naruto said, "I'll be fine. That kick really messed up my back." Naruto looked up at the pineapple-headed Nara and could see the wheels turning inside the strategist's head. "You're lucky you didn't break your back," Shikamaru interrupted, "and you got really lucky with that shadow clone." Naruto smiled. "It's always Shikamaru who sees through everything first." "What are you saying? Shadow clones are Naruto's best move?" inquired Ino. "You heard it yourself, Naruto's chakra is still all messed up from the Forest of Death," said Shikamaru. "The fact that he didn't create 100 clones like usual is proof of that." "He's right," Naruto replied. "If Hayate-san hadn't stood over me exactly the way he did, I never would have been able to pull off that clone substitution and hide behind him." Shikamaru grinned lazily and said, "Not a bad strategy for a loud-mouthed blonde," just before Ino struck him over the head. "You lazy ass, what was that about loud-mouthed blondes?" Ino roared, and Shikamaru, sensibly, didn't respond other than to whisper, "Troublesome," while Choji laughed his big buttocks off, scattering potato chip crumbs all over the place. Everyone on the catwalks was silent, even though the board came back to life, knowing who was left and the consequences of this match. "Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga report to the arena," Hayate declared. With a smirk on his face and his bandaged hands flexing, Neji strode to the ring, while Hinata appeared to be about to pass out. When Hayate called her name, she flinched and looked scared. Kurenai watched her student stoically make her way to the catwalk stairs down on the arena floor, and she wanted to shout out some sort of encouragement to Hinata, but the Hokage had strictly forbidden any coaching from any of the Jonin-sensei during the preliminary stages. Hinata glanced at her crush as she descended the stairs, hoping he would be observing her and that his gaze would give her the confidence to confront her cousin, but Naruto was still sitting against the wall, his eyes closed and his snoring softly. Though he isn't watching now, Hinata thought sadly, Naruto-kun deserves his rest. He worked so hard to get here, I must show him that I've worked just as hard. Stepping off the stairs, Hinata straightened up and tried not to wince under her cousin's glare. Neji spat out the honorific as if it were poisonous. "I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Hinata Sama, saying, you should just quit now. You are a failure who has no right to be in the Hyuga clan's main branch, much less be promoted to Chunin. As soon as I was selected to be your opponent, fate decided that you would lose this match." Hinata mentally chanted, "I mustn't give up, I mustn't give up, I mustn't give up." Naruto-kun would never give up, so neither could I. Hinata echoed, "I don't believe you," in a whisper. "What were you saying?" Neji shouted back, "If you are going to argue with your superiors, at least have the guts to do it so they can hear you. You are not credible to me. I didn't know I could do that." Hinata yelled so loudly that she actually scared herself. "We are free to make our own fate," she said. "Just as I am free to stand and fight the battles of my choosing." "Only fools fight against fate," Neji said with a sneer, turning on his Byakugan. "I would bid farewell to your teacher and your pitiful friends, Hinata-san. You won't be able to see them again once I've finished revealing to you fate's actual plan." Hayate stepped between the two Hyuga and glanced at them both, while Hinata simply activated her own Byakugan and assumed her gentle fist stance without responding. He aimed a tiny shot of deadly intent at Neji and said, "Remember, I will step in if needed. Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga, fight." Neji rushed at Hinata right away, thrusting his chakra, tipped fingers at her chest, and she quickly jumped back, using her natural flexibility to avoid Neji's follow-up strikes. This continued for a few minutes, with Neji charging forward in attack and Hinata deftly avoiding the deadly gentle fist strikes. With increasing annoyance, Neji growled, "Fight back, you coward," saying, "You're just postponing the inevitable." Neji overextended his thrust and left himself open in frustration, so Hinata didn't respond. Instead, she concentrated entirely on avoiding his next blow. Hinata darted in and delivered a single blow to Neji's left arm, which caused him to jump back, leaving it hanging useless at his side. What just took place? All Hinata did was poke Neji in the arm, Ino pondered, observing the catwalks. Lee said, "Let me explain. You don't have a Hyuga on your team. Guy. Sensei taught Tenten and I Goken, the strong fist style of taijutsu, which focuses on bone breaking, bruising, and blunt force trauma. However, the gentle fist, the taijutsu of the Hyuga clan, causes internal harm by directly targeting the chakra points, nerves, and chakra pathways. A single poke or touch has the potential to be fatal." Lee concluded gravely, "Neji is my eternal rival for taijutsu. He is a true genius and a prodigy in his clan's art." As she watched Neji and Hinata battle, Ino thought, "Amazing." A sly smile appeared on her face. "I wonder if I could combine that with my family's ability. It would make mind walking much safer to be able to disable someone with a single touch." Neji was almost exploding with rage when he returned to the arena. His chakra pathways were unharmed. Hinata had only nicked a nerve in his upper arm, and although he could already feel his fingertips again, his pride had suffered the most. "I am the genius. I won Rookie of the Year last year, and even though she is a member of the main branch, she is nothing in comparison to me. How dare that weakling touch me?" Neji was furious and ran at Hinata much more quickly than he had ever done before, reaching out with his injured arm and grabbing hold of her right wrist. Neji channeled chakra into his fingertips and swiftly attacked the chakra points along her right arm, causing Hinata to cry out in pain as her arm shut down entirely. Neji scoffed and said, "You really are weak. Your attack was pitiful and feeble even when I gave you an opening." With his free hand, Neji grabbed Hinata's coat sleeve and tore it off, revealing a bare arm covered in fingertip-sized bruises, her chakra points completely closed by Neji's attacks. Cruelly, he channeled chakra into his pointer finger and dug it into one of the bruises. "You didn't even manage to shut down the chakra point in my shoulder. You barely managed to tweak the nerve." Naruto was awakened by Hinata's scream, which reverberated throughout the arena. "What on earth is happening? What was that noise?" he muttered as he got to his feet. "That jerk Neji is torturing Hinata," Ino growled, and Naruto stepped to the railing and looked down at the two Hyugas. Neji kept pressing his finger into Hinata's bruises, causing her to scream every time. Asuma. Sensei's hand was on Kurenai Sensei's shoulder, preventing her from interfering in the match, and Naruto could see the pain and helplessness on the red-eyed woman's face, which soon changed to shock and horror when Neji released Hinata's arm and slammed both chakra-powered palms into Hinata's stomach, sending her flying across the arena and onto the ground by the catwalk stairs. "Hinata is unable to continue," declared Hayate right away, and Neji Hyuga is the winner. Neji sneered as he made his way to the stairs. "Hey, of course you'd step in for a member of the Hyuga main house," adding, "Those weak cowards probably paid to have Hinata advance this far in the exams." Hinata muttered, "NN Neji.ni.san," and started to ascend the stairs. "What are you looking for?" With contempt, he inquired. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, Hinata whispered, I'm glad you won. You were forced into the branch family by a cruel act of fate. Maybe now that you've defeated a member of the main family today, things are more balanced." You let me win, didn't you?" Neji said, stopping on the stairs and clenching his fingers around the railing. "You're in the main family, so of course you did. You could have compelled me to submit at any time by activating the seal on my forehead. How dare you? I was destined to become superior to you. It was fate, not your squalid charity, that would bring me victory here today." Guy lunged for Neji, Hayate sped to get between them, Kurenai elbowed Asuma in the groin and ran for Hinata, but it would be too late for them all to stop Neji. Neji's Byakugan reactivated, and he ran for Hinata in a white blur, his fingers aimed for her heart. Neji struck anyway, too late to stop, certain that whatever had managed to stand between him and Hinata would be destroyed and she would soon follow. Suddenly, there was a crack of thunder and a gray blur appeared in front of Hinata. As his chakra tipped fingers broke against the Uru hammer, Mjolnir, Neji screamed in agony and clutched his broken hand, staring at the hammer before turning to see its wielder coming down the stairs. You have no right to meddle. You have no right to meddle in Hyuga affairs as a mere commoner, he called out to Naruto. You would scream at my meddling while striking down your own helpless blood? Thou art nothing but a rabid dog biting at the hand that seeks to do you no harm, Naruto snarled back, his voice growing deeper than thunder. Did you get paid by the main branch to take care of her as well? She is a failure, not deserving of the title she was given, Neji inquired. Because I am superior, fate lets me do as I please. Fate? I've met Hyuga, the embodiment of fate. I can categorically state that you are not her agent because I have repeatedly disobeyed her and her creations. I don't know why you despise your kind and naive cousin, but you will face Thor's wrath if you do anything to hurt her. When the three Jonin had already arrived and positioned themselves between the three genin, Kurenai took care of Hinata right away and motioned the medical ninja to take her to the hospital right away, while Guy and Hayate positioned themselves between Neji and Naruto. Said Naruto as he called Mjolnir back to his hand. Enough of this. I will see you all disqualified if you have another childish outburst, the Hokage's voice boomed across the arena. Will all of the winners now kindly make their way back to the arena's center? Hayate stood warily behind Naruto. Guy stayed by Neji's side just in case, and everyone gave Gaara a wide berth as the triumphant genin marched down the stairs and spread out in front of the Ram Seal statue. Well done on making it to the Chunin exam finals. The finals will be a single elimination tournament, no holds barred, and they will take place in precisely 1 month, giving you all time to rest, recuperate, and prepare for your fights, the Hokage grinned. There's a box of numbers in front of me. To determine their matchup in the finals, each competitor will choose a number from the box. Every genin selected a tiny numbered ball from a plain box that Enko carried past the genin line, and each genin held out their number for Ibiki to see and record on a little piece of paper. Sasuke was given the last number in the box because he was still in the infirmary, and after recording everyone's number, Ibiki gave the list to the Hokage. The Chunin exam finals matchups are: First match, Neji Hyuga vs Naruto Uzumaki. Match 2, Shino Aburame vs Choji Akamichi. Match 3, Sasuke Uchiha vs Ino Yamanaka. Rock Lee vs Gaara of the Desert in Match 4. Fifth match, Dosu vs Shikamaru Nara. These matches are all final, the Hokage declared. Again, the competition will resume in precisely 1 month. Until then you are all dismissed and on leave. Congratulations. The Jonin senseis then went in search of their victorious or discouraged pupils. Asuma Sarutobi was giddy with pleasure. All 3 of his pupils had made it to the championship round. Ino Shika Cho's second generation was starting off as a big success. Since the vast majority of the remaining genin were from Konoha, the Hokage was also quite happy. Naruto knew the Jonin would be too busy checking on Sasuke to be there now, so he didn't even bother searching for Kakashi. Rather, he glanced at Neji, who was standing alongside Guy and Lee. While one of the medics was bandaging Naruto's broken fingers, Neji was glaring at him and trying to look as tough as possible. Guy and Lee were shouting praises about youth and how they were going to start training for the finals right away. As Naruto pulled Mjolnir from his belt, a tiny smile appeared on his face. He yelled, "Hey, Neji. You have something more to say, commoner?" In a flash of lightning, Naruto said, "Just this. You had better give your soul to Kami, because your ass belongs to the god of thunder," and disappeared. The Konoha downtown weary, Naruto reappeared on his apartment building's rooftop. The teen had suffered greatly from the transformation, fighting Kabuto, and using his new abilities. Even the boy's insanely high stamina was reduced to an exhausted mush by the combination of his wounds and the fact that his chakra was still fluctuating uncontrollably. Naruto sighed and shuffled his feet as he made his way to his small apartment. He didn't give the new "Die Demon Die" graffiti on his hallway wall much attention as he passed it. He would paint over it tomorrow. It was nothing new to him. Naruto walked into his apartment and shut the door. It was a tiny, messy apartment with a bedroom, a tiny living room with a kitchen sink and hot plate, and a bathroom that was hardly big enough to stand or sit in. As he staggered to his bed, Naruto dropped Mjolnir to the floor. Several of the floorboards were splintered when the hammer hit the ground with a loud thud. I could definitely use that godly durability right now, even though Thor mentioned that it would take some time and training for me to reach his level of strength. I feel like I just got kicked in the ass for a guy who was meant to be able to withstand blows from celestials, gods, and other superpowered types. Before his face struck the pillow, Naruto fell asleep and fell face first onto his bed. Darkness descended on Konoha elsewhere. After the lengthy and frequently excruciating Chunin exams, the numerous participants curled up in their homes or hospital beds, sound asleep. There were only two people still awake: Kabuto and Gaara, the Suna Jinchuriki. It was highly unusual for Kabuto to be awake, whereas Gaara was constantly awake due to his fear of losing control to his tenant. Unnoticed, Kabuto dashed across the village rooftops wearing his purple uniform and a heavy black cloak over his shoulders. On his way to the Hokage Tower, Kabuto moved far more quickly than most Junin and had no trouble jumping over the wide spaces between buildings because he was no longer concealing or holding back his true abilities. He winced as he landed on street level after making the last leap toward the tower. Kabuto swiftly directed a tiny quantity of healing chakra into his still, tender and sore ribs beneath his cloak. Jinchuriki or not, I will tear Naruto's intestines out of his mouth if I ever manage to get a hold of him again. Kabuto gave himself a growl. As the pain subsided, Kabuto recalled his purpose and put on a white Anbu mask before going through the main doors of the tower. Kabuto walked silently up the stairs to the top floor, exuding the poise and confidence of someone who should have been in the Hokage Tower late at night. After all, using the stairs to get to the Hokage's office was much less obvious than jumping through his window. While the young secretary to the Hokage completed her daily paperwork, Kabuto waited in the shadows. He was aware that the elderly Hokage was already sleeping at home. It was well known that the Hokage was too old for the position, and Kabuto surmised that the Chunin exam's duration and hardships had worn the elderly cage down. Kabuto emerged from the shadows and moved toward the office door after the secretary had finished and left for the day. After a moment of fiddling, he retrieved a set of lock picks from his cloak and opened the lock. He entered the Hokage's office, a little surprised at how simple it was to enter the office of the most powerful person in Konoha. With mountains of paperwork that hadn't been completed during the Chunin exams, the office was a little messy. Kabuto crept to the Hokage's desk and started looking around. He shuffled the Chunin exam updates, ignored academy scores, and flipped through mission requests and reports until he found the intelligence report he was seeking. An anonymous Jiraiya spy had reported on an archaeological dig close to Earth Country's border. One extremely beautiful item was being sent to Konoha for study, but the majority of the items discovered were worthless trinkets. In addition to its beauty, the object appeared to be radiating some kind of chakra. According to the spy, there have been rumors of heavy equipment being hurled across the area by an unseen force, of whispering voices surrounding the object, and even of a man wearing green walking around the camp in search of something. Superstitious junk, Kabuto laughed at the report, saying, "Instead of fumbling around in the dark like this, I should be slitting Naruto Gaki's throat for embarrassing me in the exams." Despite his complaints, Kabuto worked efficiently and conscientiously. The spy's report was a minor one, and it would be days before anyone noticed it was gone, so he tucked it into his cloak pocket and looked around the room for the little crate the item had been shipped in. He discovered it hidden in the corner under a stack of old complaints and grievances from the woman's hot springs regarding a dog-eared copy of Icha Icha Paradise and a white-haired peeping Tom. To confirm that the object was actually inside the crate, Kabuto cautiously cracked open the lid. As he lifted the lid, a golden glow illuminated the dark office. At the sight, Kabuto couldn't help but smile. He stared at the contents of the box for a full minute, and he would have continued to stare if he hadn't been startled out of his reverie by a voice in the hallway. Kabuto swiftly put the lid back on the crate and lifted it. He held the box lightly under his arm because it weighed very little. For a moment, Kabuto stood behind the office door, listening intently for the voice. It belonged to Ibiki, who was in charge of Konoha's I&T division and whom Kabuto most certainly did not want to encounter. Kabuto threw open the window, held the box tightly to his chest, leapt into the darkness, and hurried to deliver it to his master. It was chilly outside. Nothing but bone, deep cuts and icy cold that devoured flesh. Over the whole horizon, all that is visible are spires of ice and gray rock. Darkness reigns eternally here. There is only the unending darkness of night, neither sun nor dawn. The veil of stars, which reflects off the ice and forges a sinister path through the enraged clouds, is the only source of light. The never-ending blizzard tears the sky apart in their silent wake, releasing a deluge of harsh, freezing rain and dense, merciless snow. A storm is approaching, and there is no way out of it. It was both his hell and their home. Naruto shivered as he awoke from the dream. Naruto recognized the dream as being of Utenheim, the frost giant's ice world, from Thor's recollections. However, Ragnarok destroyed that world and the rest of the realm eternal except for Midgard. Naruto believed it was just bad memories. I have more pressing concerns, such as preparing for the finals. Stumbling his toe against Mjolnir, Naruto got out of bed. He heard a knock on his door as he was bouncing around on one foot and swore in Norse. As he made his way to the door, Naruto muttered to himself, "Hang on, I'll be right there." He opened it and peered up at the Anbu wall in front of him. Based on the slabs of muscle that were barely visible under his uniform, Bear was almost as tall as his namesake and likely weighed the same. According to Bear, Hokage Sama wishes to see you as soon as possible. Despite his recent growth spurt, Naruto was still much shorter than the Anbu, so he looked up at him and nodded. Naruto said, "Thank you. Tell the Hokage I will be there in a few minutes," and Bear disappeared in a flurry of foliage. After shutting the door, Naruto spun around and lifted Mjolnir from the floor. He whispered to the hammer, "That's the last time I leave you in the middle of the floor," and threw it onto his bed. There was a loud rip and crash as the hammer ripped through the thin mattress and entrenched itself in the floorboards after landing on it with a heavy thump. After rolling his eyes and giving himself a forehead slap with his palm, Naruto made his way to the shower. After 15 minutes, the Konoha Tower of Hokage. The Hokage said, "It's good to see you, Naruto-kun," as Naruto entered his office. He made a single motion to his secretary, indicating that he wanted to be left alone for the time being. "You put on quite the performance yesterday." Naruto said, "Thanks, old man," with a cool smile that was different from his typical big fox grin. Sarutobi, who never missed much, took note. He lowered his gaze a little and cleared his throat. "Naruto, I believe I owe you an apology," he replied. "When you appeared in here the other day during the Chunin exam, I was very short with you. I didn't believe your story about Orochimaru or about your new powers. There was no reason for me not to believe you and even less reason for me to be rude to you. Please forgive me." Uncomfortably, Naruto moved in his seat. He was the one who constantly apologized to the Hokage, not the other way around. It's alright, old man, really. I was still getting used to everything and probably overreacted a little bit." "Well," the Hokage replied and got himself together, "we all make mistakes, Naruto. And I am truly sorry I acted that way. Orochimaru was my student and his betrayal was very difficult for me to get over. It is still a very sore subject and I believe I just didn't want to hear that he had so easily snuck back into the village." Naruto concurred, saying, "He's definitely a snake, and what he did to Sasuke Teme is just gross." Well, fortunately, Kakashi took care of that little problem before he left to train Sasuke for the finals. "Okay. That's goo. What do you mean Kakashi? Sensei left with Sasuke. WHO is gonna train me for the finals?" Naruto yelled with disbelief. Sarutobi unplugged his ears and said, "Naruto, there's no need to shout." Kakashi felt that because Sasuke is against Gaara, who clearly has issues, he needed to devote his time in training Sasuke for this month. Great. So just because Sasuke is going against that sand guy, he gets special treatment from Kakashi Sensei and the councils. Meanwhile, I'm going against last year's Rookie of the Year, a fate sucking prodigy that can turn my insides into jello with a single poke, murmured Naruto as he sat down. The Hokage thought, he's got a point. I am aware that Kakashi was instructed by the council to train Sasuke and Sasuke alone. During their trip, they most likely gave him instructions to teach Sasuke as many jutsu as possible. I apologize, Naruto. Over the past few years, I've allowed them to become too strong. You shouldn't be held responsible for my errors. I'm sorry, Naruto, but what's done is done. However, I will make it up to you. What if I found you a replacement teacher to train you for the finals? Naruto gave the Hokage a sidelong glance. It isn't that closet perv Ebisu, is it? Because he couldn't fight his way out of a battle against a bag full of Jotunheim newborn children, let alone keep up with my new powers. In an attempt to conceal it from Naruto, the Hokage quickly pretended to cough after going pale. Since Ebisu had plenty of free time to train Naruto and Konohamaru and his team were already working on D-ranked missions, he had initially chosen Ebisu to assist the boy. Sarutobi said, "Ahem, no, not Ebisu, perhaps a bit too hastily. I have several people in mind, but, before I can decide, I need to know what your nature affinity is." "My what?" "Your nature affinity," Sarutobi clarified, refers to the natural element of your chakra. For example, I have a very high affinity for fire and earth chakra. This allows me to use stronger jutsu and further powers my techniques. Every shinobi has a different nature affinity. Though many in Konoha, like the former Uchiha clan, have a fire affinity. So what's yours? I have no idea. After digging into his desk, Sarutobi remarked, "Kakashi never tested you for nature affinities? Remember to have him do D ranks for a week after all this." He produced a tiny piece of paper and extended it to Naruto. "This is chakra paper. It reacts to a person's chakra and will show us which affinity you have." Naruto grabbed the paper and asked, "What's going to happen?" Sarutobi told them to focus some chakra into the paper. If it splits in half, you have a wind affinity. If it grows wet, water. If it crumbles, lightning. If it ignites, fire. And if it turns to dust, earth. Naruto concentrated his chakra and nodded. He only intended to concentrate a little, but Naruto's chakra exploded into the paper like a broken dam due to his terrible chakra control. The piece of paper jumped out of his grasp and hung in midair. It first crumbled, then became drenched, then split in two, and finally the remnants crumbled into tiny dust particles. Before the dust could land on the Hokage's desk, it disappeared. Sarutobi and Naruto both silently gazed at the missing piece of paper. Both were at a loss for words. Naruto didn't know if he made a mistake or if what had happened was meant to have happened. However, Sarutobi had witnessed this performed dozens of times, but he had never seen anyone, regardless of age or skill, possess 4 strong affinities. "I apologize, old man. I didn't mean to do that," Naruto said tremblingly. Sarutobi chuckled. "My boy, you didn't do anything wrong. In fact, that was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen." "Huh? Most Junin only have 2 affinities, and most of the time one is significantly weaker than the other. You have 4, lightning, water, wind, and earth. And each one is incredibly powerful. You have no visibly weaker affinities," Sarutobi said with astonishment. "The lightning, water, and wind affinities I can understand with you being this new god of thunder, but where did this earth affinity come from?" Naruto clarified that Thor was the son of Odin All, father, and Gaia, Mother Earth herself. In addition to power of the storm, he could command the earth as well. Sarutobi grinned and said, "Naruto, it seems like your predecessor was quite the person." "God actually," Naruto said with a laugh. Sarutobi laughed and rolled his eyes. "Well, because of your multiple affinities, Kakashi probably would have been the best person to train you," Sarutobi said. "Figures," complained Naruto. "Only because of his Sharingan and his collection of jutsu," concludes the Hokage. "Unfortunately, we have very few other lightning users in the village. Ebisu could help you with water jutsu." Naruto shook his head, interrupting the Hokage. "My son Asuma is possibly the strongest wind user in the village, but his entire team requires his attention for the finals. I'm afraid the only strong earth users in the village are members of the Hyuga main branch, and they won't work with anyone outside of their clan out of paranoia and arrogance." Naruto whispered, "So you are basically saying I'm on my own," in response. "I'm afraid so. I wish I could help you, Naruto, but as Hokage, it is a conflict of interest for me to help any shinobi under my command in the finals. The other cages would see it as trying to heighten our own standing and would create a scandal over it," Sarutobi murmured. "It will be hard enough defending the fact that we have so many genin in the finals already." Naruto uttered the words, "It's not your fault, old man," with his radiant smile already restored. "I have all of Thor's memories. I just need to try things out on my own until I get it right." "Won't that be dangerous? You don't know the limits of this new power, Naruto." Naruto's expression changed to one of pure innocence as he said, "Well, now that you mention it, I could probably use a big, private training ground to train in. Probably should be away from the rest of the village, just in case." The Hokage gave an eye roll. "You're going to be blowing things up, aren't you?" "Yep. Causing gigantic bolts of lightning to crash down from the heavens?" "Most definitely. Creating hurricane-force storms, tsunami-sized waves, and shaking the very pillars of the earth. At least once or twice." Naruto never once wavered in his naive smile. Sarutobi gazed in wonder at the teenager. At first, he had been kidding. Considering Naruto's talent for pulling practical jokes, it wasn't as odd as it sounded for him to be trying out various prank concepts and having them backfire. Frequently in a literal sense. However, the old cage shuddered at Naruto's newfound abilities. Those are things he might actually be capable of. Even though he hasn't fully utilized that power yet, I've already witnessed him accomplish feats that I couldn't have accomplished in my prime. That is demonstrated by the way he used his hammer in the preliminary round, as well as by the lightning teleport he performed during the second exam section. That is still a mystery to me." Sarutobi cleared his throat and regained his composure. He swiftly shuffled a few papers aside and glanced at a sheet that listed all the training fields in Konoha and who was using them. "Give you your own training field, I think, given the nature of your new powers, would be the best course of action." Sarutobi said, "A move here, a change there. Ah, here we are, Naruto," and gave him a piece of paper. "Training Ground 99. Where the name of the realm eternal is that. Training Ground 99 is a training field used only by Anbu captains, the Sannin, and the Hokage. It is located on the northern border of Konoha. It is the largest training field the village has access to and contains all types of terrain. It should suit your purposes nicely. I will inform Anbu that it is off limits for the rest of the month for your privacy. Thanks, old man. This is fantastic, Naruto grinned. Before Sarutobi could object, Naruto slammed his hammer into the ground and disappeared in a flash of lightning. I'm gonna go get started right away, he said. The Hokage screamed, damn you, Naruto, at the black, smoking patch on his floor. He reappeared in midair, high above Konoha's downtown, saying to himself, it's really peaceful up here, there's no one to bother me, no one glaring or whispering. There's the demon under their breath at me. I could get used to this. People on the ground, meanwhile, started to pause their regular activities when they noticed something, or rather, someone, in the sky. They were astounded. You never saw someone hovering in midair like that, even in a shinobi village full of amazing and nearly impossible sights to see. Naruto eventually found his bearings and took off north toward the edge of Konoha. While flying, he happened to fly over a sizable spa and recreation area with 2 hot springs. When Naruto heard a loud crash followed by an even louder feminine scream, he began to fly away, noting the location for when he was done training. Naruto paused and remained motionless as he noticed a white blur emerge beneath him and rapidly enlarge. Naruto was knocked out of the air before he could react when he was struck by an elderly man with a white mane of spikes. Naruto took the brunt of the impact as the two fell back to earth and collided with Training Ground 99. The white-haired stranger was protected by the new god of thunder and was hardly even bruised, whereas Naruto skipped like a stone multiple times before being buried half underground. Well, that could have been a lot worse, he said, getting to his feet and dismissing the incident. Thanks for cushioning my fall, stranger. It was lucky for me that you happened to be flying by at the time. For a moment, the man's own words replayed in his mind. Passing by? Can't anyone just fly by? Sensei must have been referring to this one in his message. At least now I don't have to search for this child. Mjolnir, meanwhile, soared into Naruto's waiting hand after rising from the ground. The blonde got up off the ground and walked briskly in the direction of the stranger. As he approached, electrical sparks danced off the hammer. Oh, there you are, the stranger said with a smile. I'm real sorry about that. I'll have to watch where I'm going next time. Naruto asked bluntly, you dare assault the god of thunder? Oh no, stumbled the stranger. I didn't mean to assault you at all. It was an accident. Explain thyself. The stranger gave Naruto a sidelong glance. Listen kid, I don't know where you learned to talk or who you think you are, but you better check that attitude before it gets you in trouble. Now I said I was sorry, but you're taking this a tad too far. Naruto put Mjolnir back on his belt and said, I just want to know where the crashing noise and woman's screams came from. I believe it is the least thou can do for crashing into me like that. Well, if you really must know, I was conducting some research when one of my subjects became unnecessarily alarmed and completely overreacted. Naruto's perspiration fell. You were peeping on the woman's hot springs, got caught, and got your ass kicked into the sky, didn't you? The stranger said, well, I wouldn't quite put it that way, before Naruto interrupted him by giving him a backhand to the head. Pervert. The stranger was flung backwards by the blow. He was barely conscious when he fell against a tree, upside down. After cleaning his hands, Naruto turned back to face the training area. When he heard the stranger strain to stand, he took 5 steps. Ya no, that's no way to treat your elders, the stranger said quietly, dismissing himself. Naruto retorted, and that is no way to treat maidens. When he saw Naruto's hand drop toward his hammer, the stranger paused his sentence. Well, I don't think not all of them were what I'd call maidens, he began to say. But there's no need to bash a man's skull in for a difference of opinion, am I right? Naruto gave an eye roll. If that is all, you should probably leave. This is a private training ground for shinobi and I need to get started. It would be safer for you back in the village, away from the hot springs, said Naruto. Shinobi training? Asked the unfamiliar person. Well, you're in luck. I happen to be something of an old shinobi myself. Maybe I could help you out, teach you a thing or two. Call it repayment for crashing into you earlier. Naruto looked curiously at the stranger. The stranger was tall and powerful, as a shinobi could be, but his attire was highly unusual for a shinobi. He wore hand guards and mesh armor underneath his dark green short shirt kimono and matching pants. His outfit was held together by a plain black belt. The vest's bright red color and 2 yellow circles, however, made it difficult for a cunning ninja to blend in. Additionally, the traditional wooden geta sandals would be nearly useless for fighting or running from tree to tree. Although he wore a forehead protector, it lacked the Konoha symbol. Rather, it bore the kanji for oil and horns. Though I am the reincarnation of an ancient god and used to wear cum.kill.me orange, Naruto thought those two red lines running down his face were also rather odd. It was Naruto who asked, "Just who are you?" The stranger yelled, "Ha ha ha, I'll tell you who I am," and posed in kabuki. "I am the sage of Mount Myoboku, the free and uninhibited. Women want me, men want to be me, and children worship me. Evil doers tremble at my name. I am the noble Sanin, the gallant Jiraiya." "You forgot, pervert," mumbled Naruto. "I did?" Jiraiya asked, looking a little surprised. "Well, no matter. For I am no ordinary pervert. I am a super pervert." To avoid the looming headache, Naruto squeezed the bridge of his nose. "Why are you announcing it like that? No wonder women kick your ass into orbit." That actually isn't a bad idea. My transparency jutsu and my toad flatness jutsu would probably work a lot better if I didn't shout and giggle so much, Jiraiya thought. "What's your name, kid?" "Goldilocks." "Naruto Uzumaki." Jiraiya smiled and said, "Well, it's nice to meet you, Goldilocks." With a sigh, Naruto turned to leave. "Whatever, have a good life." "Now wait a second," objected Jiraiya. "I offered to train you. You don't just pass up a lesson from a Sanin." Naruto said, "I'm sorry, but what did you say?" in a manner that frighteningly mirrored his sensei's well-known hip attitude. Jiraiya slapped his forehead with his palm. "Fine, Gaki. Go play with your hammer. I'll just wait to crash into someone else and teach them the mysteries of the shinobi universe." After pausing, Naruto spun around. Jiraiya asked him, "Do you know anything about chakra control?" As if Naruto had just asked him if the sky was blue. "In the Forest of Death, Orochimaru hit me in the stomach with some kind of jutsu. Since then, my chakra control is absolutely horrible." Jiraiya scowled and remembered the message from the Hokage. Along with these personality and power shifts, Orochimaru also injured Naruto in the Forest of Death. I think he overlaid Minato's seal with a seal of some sort. He might be able to break Minato's seal, which would put Konoha as a whole in danger. "Well, I happen to be an expert in seals and removing them," Jiraiya prided herself on. "Let me take a look." Naruto took off his armored top in compliance. The teenager's sheer muscle mass astounded Jiraiya. 5 fingertip-sized bruises, arranged like an open hand, covered Naruto's stomach. "Channel some chakra," said Jiraiya. Naruto followed instructions, saying, "It should reveal the seal." He made a concerted effort to concentrate his chakra while crossing his fingers into the ram's seal. Orochimaru's 5-element seal instantly materialized on Naruto's stomach, followed by the 8 trigram seal after a further second of focus. As Jiraiya examined them both, he thought, "Thank goodness Orochimaru still doesn't know how to make a decent seal." Several of Naruto's chakra pathways are severed when his 5-prong seal interferes with the 8 trigram seal due to its slight strength. It isn't powerful enough to genuinely harm Minato's creations. Naruto inquired, "Is the Kyuubi seal intact?" His voice was a scared whisper as he asked. Jiraiya nodded while meeting his eyes. "The seal is just fine. Orochimaru couldn't damage my student's work on his best day. By putting an odd-numbered seal on top of an even, Orochimaru choked off several of your chakra pathways, which is why you don't have access to your normal amount of chakra and why your control stinks." "You taught the Yondaime?" Jiraiya grinned and recalled his time as a Junin sensei. "Yep, he was my greatest student," she said. "And sadly, I miss him," he added. "Now, I can get rid of Orochimaru's seal for you, but it's going to hurt a lot." Naruto said, "I understand," tensing his abdominal muscles and preparing himself. Jiraiya grinned and his fingertips erupted into purple flame. "You asked for it," he said. 5-element unseal. Orochimaru's seal was slammed by Jiraiya's hand. The seal glowed brightly before breaking like glass as the purple flames burned into the bruises. As chakra surged through Naruto's body, he screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground, face down. Jiraiya gently kicked Naruto with his toe while standing over his squirming body. He mumbled, "I warned you," and then clapped his hands together. As he made his way back to the hot springs, the pervert grinned and said, "I guess I have some free time on my hands." The mindscape of Naruto woke up face down in a sewer tunnel, choking on a few inches of water. Sputtering curses and dirty water, he clambered to his feet. Naruto reached for his hammer out of instinct and thought, "I guess I'm back." Securing Mjolnir on his belt, he patted it reassuringly. "This time, let's go see what the fox wants." This time, Naruto navigated the filthy tunnels with ease, following the lines of pipes. Naruto heard faint laughter and singing as he moved. That's probably not good, Naruto thought as he hurried off in the direction of the Kyuubi's chamber. He spun Mjolnir around his head and threw it in the direction of the room. In front of the laughing and singing Kyuubi, Naruto soared through the air in a blonde blur. Naruto saw why right away. It was an open cage. Just outside the cage door, Kyuubi was sitting and twirling its bushy tails while softly singing a cheerful song that Naruto was unfamiliar with. Kyuubi shook itself and rose, oblivious to him. Its monstrous bulk filled nearly the whole room. As Naruto entered the room, he thought, well, this is interesting. He knew the fox wasn't all that strong and could be vanquished because he had previously seen Thor fight Kyuubi. He was unaware that the fox was still far stronger than he was, even though it was not as strong as he was. He inquired, enjoying yourself? Kyuubi paused its preening and opened its eyes to recognize Naruto. Kyuubi growled, go away, little ninja, and resumed cleaning its tails. Enjoy your last few seconds of existence before I completely take over your body and destroy all that you know and love. With all of his strength, Naruto threw his hammer at Kyuubi and yelled, thou really believe that I shall let thee take over my body, devour my soul, and destroy all that I hold dear? I say thee nay. The demon was thrown against the bars of its cage as the hammer crashed into Kyuubi's face. The hammer flew back to Naruto's hand, and the fox snarled as it picked itself up. You insolent whelp! How dare you attack me? I am Kyuubi, the nine-tailed. I am power and fire incarnate, now and forever. Mortals greater than you have looked upon my magnificence and felt nothing but despair. You are nothing compared to me, mortal. Kyuubi used all 9 of its tails to strike out. Naruto attempted to step aside, but he was struck across the chest by one of the tails. After flying backward, Naruto collided with a pair of pipes. Naruto struggled to stand up and wheeze. Naruto thought, I feel like I was struck by a mountain with just one blow. How something in my mind could cause this much pain is beyond me. Stay down, mortal. Stay down and accept the inevitable hell that awaits you in your world, Kyuubi yelled while licking its jaws. I will not, snarled Naruto, struggling to get to his feet. He took a step forward on wobbly legs, using his hammer as a crutch. Though I be a shinobi, a warrior born, this battle is far from over. This is my mind, I am in control of thee, not the other way around. Naruto snarled at the 9 tails and lifted his hammer, saying, you're not the only one with power here. The water, which was ankle deep, started to rise and cover Naruto's knees. The fox's clawed feet were hardly submerged in the elevated water. That's it? That's the best you could do? Raise the water level in this pathetic sewer a few inches? Kyuubi laughed. You mortals truly are pathetic. Naruto snarled, and stop calling me immortal, I am God of Thunder. As Naruto slammed his hammer into the ground, Kyuubi's eyes widened. The hammer blow caused a white lightning bolt to arc, which spread across the sewer water. The fox shuddered as the hundreds of thousands of volts flowing through it caused the electricity to spread up its ankles. Lightning struck the Kyuubi as Naruto repeatedly slammed the hammer into the ground. Kyuubi shuddered and shook under the lightning's power. Naruto dropped to one knee as the fox collapsed just outside its cage. That was impressive for a puny mortal, the fox said, its enormous teeth mumbling. Happy you agree, Naruto returned the mutter. Then he threw Mjolnir at the open cage gate and succeeded in closing it halfway, saying, next time remember your basic science. Water conducts electricity. Kyuubi felt the door slam into his side. With a growl, the fox used one of its tails to swat the door away. Kyuubi snarled, leave it open, I'm not going anywhere. What do you mean? 5 minutes ago, weren't you all saying, take over my body and devour my soul? I still am, Kyuubi admitted, but your attack actually managed to harm me enough for me to need time to recover. It seems you do have a minuscule amount of power here. In fact, Kyuubi found Naruto's foxy growl amusing. Who would have thought? He smirked. Don't let it go to your head. I am still weak from being sealed. If I was at full power, your attack would have been as concerning as a mosquito nipping at one of my tails, Kyuubi said. So it seems we are at a bit of an impasse here, wouldn't you say? Looks like, Naruto said sourly. What do you think we should do? Shall we keep fighting or will you listen to my alternative? For a moment, Kyuubi thought, he did manage to hurt me. He will also become stronger. He might even be as strong as the ancestor I battled one day. Maybe I should hear what the little god has to say. What do you propose? Call a truce, said Naruto. From what I see it, we're both in this together. From what I understand, if I die, so do you. All the more reason to take over your puny body and escape this idiotic seal, Kyuubi replied. And then you and I will continue fighting until we either destroy each other or destroy that puny body you want so much. Kyuubi sneered, as if you could possibly defeat me instead. Naruto retorted, it seems I can hurt you well enough, Kyuubi snorted and rolled its big eyes. So what do you propose? That I return to my cage and simply give you access to my limitless chakra as rent? That I bow down to you and submit to you like a slave, start calling you Naruto, Sama? Naruto rolled his eyes and said, not quite what I had in mind. In response, I was going to suggest more of a symbiotic relationship. Kyuubi smiled and said, you scratch my back and I'll claw yours? I'd appreciate you refraining from using the claws, but something like that. You stop trying to harm me by escaping, maybe even help me out a little bit, and I make your stay less horrible until I know enough rune magic to release you without killing me. Since Kyuubi had nearly as much access to the boy's mind as he did, it was impossible to affect him without flooding his system with its chakra, and even then, it required 4 full tails of chakra. Nevertheless, Kyuubi thought for a moment that it wasn't a bad deal given the damage the boy could do. Kyuubi also knew that rune magic was incredibly powerful and was its best chance of escaping. Naturally, though, the fox couldn't simply concur with the boy. Kyuubi grinned toothily and remarked, I could always just take you over and devour your soul. Naruto retorted with a bold smile, I could always just kill myself and drag you to hell with me. I know Hila always wanted to have a god of thunder amongst her ranks of the damned, and her pale skin would look almost ravishing in a fox skin coat. Kyuubi roared with laughter, and Naruto almost choked on the burst of vile breath. I like that, the animal replied, no fear of death, just a warrior's sense of honor. You're becoming more and more like him each day. Naruto sheepishly remarked, well, I am the new Thor. Kyuubi growled and turned back to its cage. I was referring to your father, it said. Before lying down with its 9 tails curled around its body, it stumbled in and made a tight circle. Naruto questioned, you know who my father was? He sprinted over to the open cage and snatched the golden bars. Who was he? How do you know him? Kyuubi mumbled drowsily, I'm amazed you haven't figured it out. After all, how many blondes in Konoha had the skills to seal me away? It's a short list. Naruto began to say, but the Yondaime was the one, before realizing what he was saying. The fox said, that's right kid. The Yondaime Hokage was your daddy, with a hint of sick pleasure in its tone. It was as if someone had punched Naruto in the stomach. The room began to spin as bile accumulated in his mouth. The fox's laughter was the last sound Naruto heard before everything turned dark. Kid? Come on kid, wake up already. I didn't even hit you hard, Jiraiya grumbled as he shook Naruto, his cheek adorned with a new red handprint. Seriously, I've been gone for an hour doing research and you're still out cold. Naruto shifted on the ground and groaned. Jiraiya yelled, hey, you're alright, and assisted Naruto in sitting up. You had me worried for a minute there Naruto. I thought you were tougher than that. You really need the training if a simple unsealing knocks you out like that. After pushing Jiraiya away, Naruto turned to face the elderly man and said, give me a moment. Jiraiya said, sure, take your time, and stepped back. After running his hands through his hair, Naruto took a moment to stroke his whisker lines. The father of mine. Jiraiya was asked by Naruto, you said you taught the Yondaime? Jiraiya boasted, yep, he was my greatest achievement. I'm more proud of him than I am my entire series of books. Naruto whispered, did you teach my father how to seal the 9 tails into me? Jiraiya lowered himself to the eye level of the young thunder god as his face fell. I taught him what I knew. Didn't take him long to surpass me though, Jiraiya stated as if being serious. So you found out huh, Fox told you? Naruto gave a nod. His own son, even Odin was never so cruel. Jiraiya's lips formed a tight line and pursed. I always thought it was cruel, but at the same time necessary. Naruto howled, tears welling up in his blue eyes. Necessary? How could sealing a monster into your own child's belly and then leaving him alone to fend off mobs for his whole life be necessary? Jiraiya remarked, because you were the only newborn in the village, because, even if there was another newborn, Minato didn't have the cruelty in him to ask another family to give up what he could not. Because only an Uzumaki could hope to contain the 9 tails. Because Minato didn't trust anyone but his own flesh and blood to contain the fox. Take your pick. He's still a bastard, snarled Naruto. He's a noble bastard, but a bastard nonetheless. Jiraiya responded, I'm inclined to agree with you, and grunted as she got to her feet. Course if things had gone the way your old man had wanted, who knows what you'd be like now. What do you mean? He wanted the village to see you as a hero, a savior even. Instead, they treated you like a scapegoat and went out of their way to ridicule and even attack you. Sarutobi. Sensei tried his best to help you whenever he could, but there are too many factions opposing him to make any real progress. Naruto said, I know he tried, he was always the only one around for me, before his expression darkened and became solemn. but they'll all know just what they did. Everyone that ever laughed or spit in my face will know just who they have assaulted for years. Jiraiya questioned anxiously, "You're not going to pull an Itachi, are you? Because if you are, I may have to put that seal back on you and throw on a few seals of my own design." "Oh, no, pervy. Sage," Naruto stated with a smile. "I have something much better in mind, and you're going to help me. First of all, don't call me that. Only 2 people can call me that and they are both long gone. And 2, why am I going to help you again?" Naruto claimed, "Because you owe me, pervy." Sage, disregarding Jiraiya's plea. "Didn't you offer to teach me the mysteries of the shinobi universe? Well, I need a teacher to help me harness the power of the storm and earth and you volunteered." Jiraiya gave Naruto a sidelong glance. "You're going to cause a lot of trouble, aren't you?" "Yes. Kick a lot of ass? Without a doubt. Make the ground tremble at your comings? Definitely. Shake the very pillars of heaven to hound those that did you wrong and bring righteous justice to this world? Guaranteed," Naruto said, grinning foxy and promising divine vengeance. Jiraiya paused to reflect. Not interested. Naruto collapsed to the ground, face down. Laughing, Jiraiya assisted the big teenager in standing up. "However, I do owe you, seeing as you're practically family and all. How would you like to learn some of your dad's jutsu?" After a month, like every morning, the sun rose over the Hokage monument, illuminating the village hidden in the leaves. The giddy excitement for the day's events, the Chunin exam finals, was already permeating the village. Both shinobi and civilians celebrated the event with great fervor. As they got up and dressed for the fights, the shinobi all felt a certain amount of pride, but those who had family members or even kids fighting felt a twinge of anxiety. As the finals attracted spectators from all over the country, all with pockets full of cash and the urge to spend it, the civilians were filled with avaricious excitement. Additionally, each competitor had a very distinct feeling. Neji's fists were clenched in hatred brought on by cruel turns of events as he gazed hatingly at a picture of his extended family in the Hyuga compound. Shoji filled his mouth with 4 donuts, a dozen eggs, a stack of Western-style pancakes, and a big pot of coffee in the Akamichi home. Shino Aburame listened to his family's hives buzzing around him as he sat quietly in a tiny greenhouse. Ino brushed out her long hair while gazing into a mirror. But her eyes were haunted and hollow. She imagined a pair of swirling red eyes, and a chill went up her spine. Rock Lee yawned loudly as he woke up, hurriedly put on his green training leotard, fastened his weights, and hurried out of his house to get in one last workout. The black eyes of a raccoon blinked in the early morning light. A tendril of sand abruptly stopped a chirping bird outside the window. Shikamaru turned off his annoying alarm clock and rolled back over in the Nara house, trying to get a few more minutes of sleep. Dosu enjoyed the sound of metal scraping metal as he sharpened a pair of kunai against his sound bracer. An undisturbed bed sat among haunted houses in the nearly deserted Uchiha district. With his armor gleaming in the early morning light, Naruto Uzumaki stood atop the Hokage monument. His keen eyes could see faces even from the top of the monument as he gazed down at his village. Mjolnir, the Uru hammer, hung from its battered leather strap in his right hand. Naruto smiled as he considered the moment to present the new god of thunder to the world. He lifted his hammer to the sky and disappeared in a flash of lightning. Like every morning, the sun rose over the Hokage monument, illuminating the village hidden in the leaves. The giddy excitement for the day's events, the Chunin exam finals, was already permeating the village. Both shinobi and civilians celebrated the event with great fervor. As they got up and dressed for the fights, the shinobi all felt a certain amount of pride, but those who had family members or even kids fighting felt a twinge of anxiety. As the finals attracted spectators from all over the country, all with pockets full of cash and the urge to spend it, the civilians were filled with avaricious excitement. Additionally, each competitor had a very distinct feeling. Neji's fists were clenched in hatred brought on by cruel turns of events as he gazed hatingly at a picture of his extended family in the Hyuga compound. Shoji filled his mouth with 4 donuts, a dozen eggs, a stack of Western-style pancakes, and a big pot of coffee in the Akamichi home. Shino Aburame listened to his family's hives buzzing around him as he sat quietly in a tiny greenhouse. Ino brushed out her long hair while gazing into a mirror. But her eyes were haunted and hollow. She imagined a pair of swirling red eyes, and a chill went up her spine. Rock Lee yawned loudly as he woke up, hurriedly put on his green training leotard, fastened his weights, and hurried out of his house to get in one last workout. The black eyes of a raccoon blinked in the early morning light. A tendril of sand abruptly stopped a chirping bird outside the window. Shikamaru turned off his annoying alarm clock and rolled back over in the Nara house, trying to get a few more minutes of sleep. Dosu enjoyed the sound of metal scraping metal as he sharpened a pair of kunai against his sound bracer. Amidst vacant houses in the nearly deserted Uchiha district, an unspoiled bed stood. With his armor gleaming in the early morning light, Naruto Uzumaki stood atop the Hokage monument. His keen eyes could see faces even from the top of the monument as he gazed down at his village. Mjolnir, the Uru hammer, hung from its battered leather strap in his right hand. Naruto smiled as he considered the moment to present the new god of thunder to the world. He lifted his hammer to the sky and disappeared in a flash of lightning. He entered the still, empty stadium a few seconds later. Naruto crossed the grass and dirt field, paused in the center of it, and cast a sorrowful glance at the lone tree that was growing in the stadium. Naruto thought, the field defiantly favors earth and fire users. How convenient for Sasuke and the others that earth and fire are the most prevalent affinities in Konoha. Not even a tiny source of water is present. This is obviously biased. Later, I'll need to discuss this with Gigi. Naruto considered immediately running off to find the Hokage, but he chose to play around instead. Naruto spun the hammer over his head and slammed it against the ground after removing Mjolnir from his belt. An entire corner of the field was covered by a circular crater that was several meters deep and wide when the dust settled. Once more, Naruto whirled Mjolnir in midair, this time conjuring a tiny cloud of rain over the crater. With a joyful grin, Naruto ascended back into the sky and moved through the rain. The stands of Konoha Stadium started to fill with spectators, both civilians and non-competing shinobi, as the sun rose higher in the morning sky. Everyone in the stadium was excited for the competition to start. Amidst the cheers of the spectators, the competitors filed into the stadium just prior to the scheduled start time. When it became clear that Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki would not be in the procession, everyone in the stadium cheered for their favorite competitor and whispers began to circulate. Many were concerned about Sasuke's absence, and some civilians even went out to look for the boy, but nobody questioned Naruto's absence except the other Konoha rookies. Kiba asked from the stands, "Where are they? I hope Naruto gets here soon. I wanted to see him smack Neji upside the head with that hammer of his." Tenten concurred, saying, "Neji deserves it after what he did to Hinata. I can understand why Sasuke's late, after all he's with Kakashi Sensei, but it's not like Naruto to be late for anything, especially something so important." Hinata whispered, "Naruto will be here," as she made her way down the bleachers. Several bandages were still sticking out of her formal kimono. Her father and younger sister trailed behind her, with Hiyashi displaying his typical icy and stoic demeanor and Hanabi appearing bored. "Hey, Hinata." Kiba smiled happily. "How are you feeling?" "I'm feeling much better, thank you," Hinata said, bowing slightly in response. Hanabi gave a snort behind her. "You're lucky Neji-kun held back. Your loss still shames the Hyuga main house." Tenten mumbled, "Geez, lighten up, firecracker," to herself. Hanabi growled back, the veins in her eyes pulsing menacingly. "You should stay out of Hyuga business, Panda," she repeated. Before a full-fledged brawl broke out in the bleachers, Kiba leapt between Tenten and the two girls as her hand crept toward her kunai pouch. "Easy, girls. This isn't the time or the place for a throwdown. Come on Tenten, the cages are arriving." The Hyugas passed Kiba and Tenten. Hanabi was wearing a very smug expression as she passed Tenten, and sat down in a much more upscale and prestigious section of the bleachers, which gave them a far better view. As the revered cages stepped into the arena, the remaining spectators stood up and turned. As the host, the Hokage led the procession, with the Case Cage and Otokage trailing closely behind. Waving to the cheering crowd, the three VIPs and their designated bodyguards, 2 for the Case Cage, 2 Anbu for the Hokage, and 1 for the Otokage, took their seats in the designated box high above the field. The Case Cage said, "These are fine seats, Hokage Sama," while he was comfortably seated in his padded chair. In addition to his traditional cage robes and hat, he was wearing a mask that concealed his face. In Suna, this was a common way to shield oneself from the whirling sands, but in Konoha, it seemed extremely inappropriate, possibly even impolite. "You truly went out of your way to spoil us. These accommodations almost make up for the horrible bias against our villages in these exams." Sarutobi sighed, "Come now, Case Cage. Sama, I've heard these allegations for the last month. I would hope our mutual trust in the rules of the Chunin exams would be enough to put down these silly accusations. Still, you cannot deny that Konoha is much more heavily represented than usual at this year's exam," the Case Cage said. "The Otokage and I made the long trip here with only having a single competitor left in the exams apiece." The reply from Sarutobi was, "And for that I am overjoyed, Though it is a shame that more of your teams did not advance to the finals, I am glad that you both still chose to join me. The Otokage said, "Thank you, Hokage Sama," for the first time. He had a deep, low voice with a heavy bass that seemed odd given his small size. The Otokage had a delicate gait that was uncommon for a male shinobi, and he was slender and almost modest in build. "I must disagree with you, Kazekage. Sama. Hokage Sama is one of the most entrusted and noble leaders to have ever graced the elemental villages. If he has deceived us and violated the sacred and ancient rules of the Chunin exams, then I am Orochimaru's long-lost daughter." This new leader who had apparently established his own secret village in Rice Country piqued Sarutobi's interest. From the beginning, Sarutobi thought he was lacking. Instead of feeling like a leader, the man felt like a worm. The Kazekage yelled, "How can you defend him when the proof is staring you in the face? Both of our villages are practically missing from the finals. Only one of your genin and my son are the only ones from Suna or Ado that reached the finals." "Exactly. We both only entered one team. Konoha entered many more. Hokage Sama clearly had more faith in his genin pool than we did and allowed more teams to enter. It is only mathematical logic that Konoha would have more participants in the exams. It is simple numbers." The Kazekage snarled fiercely, "We both know that any one of our shinobi is worth 5 of his." "Perhaps," smirked Sarutobi. "We shall see, won't we? Isn't that what the exam finals are for? Look, it is time for the exams to begin." The competitors, except for Naruto and Sasuke, marched out in a straight line in single file on the arena floor. Hayate was standing next to them, prepared to officiate the finals because he had officiated the preliminaries. The Kazekage began another tirade up in the cage box. "While you can speak about logic and the probability about the number of competitors from each village, no one can argue that having a Konoha nin as referee isn't a conflict of interest and against the rules of the exams." The Otokage raised a hand just as the Hokage opened his mouth to speak. "I'm afraid I must agree with him, Hokage Sama. The fact that there are so many Leaf Nin in the exams makes it unfair to have a Leaf Jonin officiating. I must agree that an impartial referee be assigned instead." Sarutobi nodded his head while scowling. "I understand, and if I was in your places, I feel that I would feel the same way. I believe that a team from AIM is still in Konoha recovering from their wounds in the Forest of Death. Would their Jonin sensei be an acceptable replacement referee?" Since AIM had no one left in the exams, the Otokage and Kazekage both nodded in agreement. After Sarutobi gave the Anbu on his right a nod, the bodyguard disappeared in a flurry of foliage. Before disappearing once more to retrieve the new proctor, the Anbu reappeared next to Hayate and whispered the news into his ear. With a nod, Hayate turned to face the attendees. Hayate yelled, "It appears that you have one final surprise in store for you." He gave them a final salute before vanishing with the Anbu in a burst of leaves, saying, "To maintain impartiality, a Jonin from Anon participating village will be proctoring the finals. It's been fun guys, but this is my stop." Another Jonin emerged from the arena slowly a few seconds later. She was a petite young lady with heart-shaped face and straight blue hair. Her hair was adorned with an origami flower that was folded from a piece of yellow paper. Her amber eyes scanned the participants, and their attention was drawn to the steel piercing under her lip. "My name is Conan. The Hokage asked me to step in as the referee for today's matches. Since AIM has no genin participating, I am the most impartial Jonin referee available. If any of you have a problem with that, speak now or keep your mouths shut and deal with it." When none of the genin disagreed, Conan smirked went on. "It seems that 2 of your number can't follow simple directions and report on time. Have any of you seen candidates Naruto Uzumaki or Sasuke Uchiha?" "We haven't seen Sasuke in a month," Shoji said. "Naruto did his training in Konoha. He should be here unless something bad happened to him." Shikamaru went on. "Sasuke is with Kakashi Hakade. I wouldn't expect them for about 3 hours or so." Conan scowled. "If it were up to me, I'd disqualify both of them right now. A Chunin should be more punctual than this. But the rules state that they have until their matches begin. So let's get this show on the road. Will Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga remain here? The rest of you, get off my field and wait for your matches." The participants shrugged and left the arena floor after taking one last look around for Naruto. With a smug grin, Neji stayed behind with Conan. Conan called out across the arena, "Last call for Naruto Uzumaki." As the minutes passed, Neji's smile widened. His words were, "He isn't coming, apparently, the Gaki is smarter than he thought. He realized that fate had decreed that I would be the winner today. He was surprisingly wise to not even bother showing up." Conan said, "Looks like," and held up her hand to announce Neji as the victor. Abruptly, A bolt of lightning pierced the arena floor and a crack of thunder roared through the sky. Conan and Neji both leapt back into defensive positions. Neji pulled a kunai from his pouch, and Conan produced a paper dagger. Naruto was lying on one knee in the middle of the lightning strike when the flash faded. His long blonde hair was tousled by the wind, and the morning sun shone on the concentric circles on his uniform. He got up, holding the hammer toward Neji and Conan while holding Mjolnir. "Hold thy hand, Proctor. I am here." Conan studied Naruto intently, memorizing his features as though they were ingrained in his mind. When she finally said, "You're late, another few seconds and I would have disqualified you." "You would have broken the rules, then, because I've been here a lot longer than anyone else," Naruto chuckled. "It's a shame no one ever looks up." Neji yelled, "You are still nothing but a common braggart," in an attempt to offset his humiliation at escaping the lightning bolt. "Still trying to impress people, to make them notice you. You've merely changed from a bright orange jumpsuit and foolish pranks to fake lightning." Naruto retorted, "There is nothing fake about it, you will see for yourself." "Fate has already declared me the winner here," Neji said in a cocky, self-assured tone. "This so-called match is just the first formality of the day for me." As the two boys argued, Conan moaned, "I hope you two can do more than just talk, though." The first match of the Chunin exam finals. Neji Hyuga vs Naruto Uzumaki. Begin. With remarkable speed, Neji immediately charged forward, Byakugan in full swing. His fingers lifted to attack Naruto's chakra points. With his bandaged hands a blur, Neji rushed forward, aiming for Naruto's chest. Slipping to the side, Naruto cautiously avoided Neji's blows. The ease with which Naruto was evading his blows infuriated Neji, who finally looked down at Naruto's feet. Hovering 2 inches above the ground was Naruto. Neji halted his attack and turned to face Naruto. "Took those all-seeing eyes long enough to spot that," the blonde said with a sly smile. Neji narrowed his Byakugan and looked through Naruto's feet to see how he was using chakra. Neji couldn't see anything, but assumed it must be a wind-based jutsu or a variant of the water walking technique. No indications of jutsu or technique of any kind were found. After saying, "It seems that you have a trick up your sleeve," Neji leapt free of Naruto. He grinned and raised his kunai. "Fortunately, I have some too." He threw the kunai at Naruto's head and then 2 more after that. Naruto avoided the kunai with ease, but it wasn't until it was directly on top of him that he noticed the 4th one concealed in the shadow of the 3rd. The kunai struck Naruto in the arm despite his sideways duck. When Neji saw the kunai buried in Naruto's arm, his smile widened, and when he saw Naruto yank it roughly out of his own flesh, his face almost broke. Holding it up to Neji, Naruto tore the kunai from his bicep. The throwing blade broke off at the tip. The tip of the kunai protruded from Naruto's flesh when he pinched his bicep. Naruto removed the bloody streak by flicking the tip back at Neji. The injury was already healed. "Damn, you actually cut me for a second there. I probably should have seen that one coming too. That was the same trick Sasuke and I used against Zabuza back in Wave. We used a transformation jutsu and a windmill shuriken, just saying, but yours wasn't too bad either." "I heard of the luck you had in Wave," Neji answered. "Fate spared you that day only to bring your defeat here today. Any other reason is nonsense. With your skills you should be buried back on that island like that noob Nin Zabuza and his icy little weakling." As thunder roared above, Naruto dropped Mjolnir where he stood. "You never speak of them." "I only speak the truth. They were weak and not worth the title they were given. Especially if the likes of you were able to beat them." Naruto yelled, "I said, you never speak of them," and hurried to tackle Neji around the waist. The brutal tactics briefly took Neji by surprise, and they both collapsed to the ground. Before Neji was able to kick Naruto off him, the two boys briefly rolled in the dirt. Immediately after him, Naruto returned and began hurling angry, ferocious blows at Neji. It was Neji's turn to back away and dodge now. Naruto never hesitated or paused in his attacks, which were unrelenting. Unfortunately, Naruto was also careless as a result of his aggression. Neji swiftly identified gaps in Naruto's attack and hit Naruto's left arm's chakra points with a Juken strike in retaliation. With his arm limp from Neji's blows, Naruto stumbled back. Neji grinned as he went in for the kill, having already undermined Naruto's defenses in one move. He swung his arms wide and hurried toward Naruto, saying, "You are within my field of divination, gentle fist. 8 trigrams 60, 4 palms." Neji swung out and drove his fingers into Naruto's chakra points, causing him to wince in agony. Neji yelled, 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8 strikes, during each attack, and Naruto felt as though a kunai had been stabbed him. The blonde flew across the arena and into the solid stone wall as Neji yelled, 16 strikes, 30.2 strikes, 60. 4 strikes, and slammed both of his palms into Naruto's chest. Neji told Konan, "You might want to call the medics," as he made his way to the competitor's box. The fool was always fated to lose. No one, especially not a fool with a silly hammer, can defy fate. Mjolnir lifted off the ground and flew to Naruto's raised hand just as Konan was about to wave at the waiting medical team. As she watched, she was impressed that Naruto was still able to move after absorbing all 64 of the Hyuga's strikes. Naruto stumbled forward, asking, "Is that all ye can muster?" Neji hurried at Naruto once more as his eyes narrowed in anger. He let out a cry and slammed his hand's knife edge against Naruto's head. Naruto landed on the ground motionless, like a stone. The savagery of the blow stunned everyone in the stadium, including the cages in their box and the civilians. Despite their horrified expressions, many Konoha residents concealed happy smiles as they rejoiced over the alleged death of their village's curse. The genin were shocked to see what was inside the competitor's box. Ino muttered, How could he, out loud, Naruto. Neji's heartless behavior shocked and horrified the other Leaf genin just as much. Because of what he did to Hinata during the preliminary round, they all knew he was a conceited jerk, but Konan remained silent, having witnessed much worse things in AIM during Hanzo's rule. The medical staff moved out onto the field after she gave them a silent signal. They didn't see the need to run. The team's fingers twitched around the handle of Mjolnir as they had just arrived at Naruto's body. The medics watched in disbelief as Naruto slowly got to his hands and knees. Naruto's lips formed a tiny smile as blood trickled from the quickly healing cut on his forehead. His azure eyes glowed as brightly as the night sky immediately following a lightning strike. Naruto smiled and got to his feet, saying, "I said, is that all you can muster?" Neji froze. Naruto's survival of the gentle fist. 8 trigrams 60. 4 palms had been startling enough, but his subsequent blow to the Naruto's head was powerful enough to split stone. "No, it's impossible." Neji stumbled and backed away reluctantly. "You can't defy fate, it's inconceivable." "Impossible." Naruto sneered. Impossible is just a big word thrown around by small men who find it easier to live in the world they've been given, than to explore the power they have to change it. Impossible is a challenge. Impossible is nothing. With tiny sparks lighting up his body, Naruto kept moving in Neji's direction. Neji, utterly stunned, turned on his Byakugan and gazed at Naruto. Fortunately, Pervy Sage and I focused on increasing my strength and durability rather than teaching me summoning jutsu techniques. I can already make water, and lightning is far more awesome than a fire-oil combo attack, so what use would a toad serve here? That godlike durability is beginning to pay off, at least. With a fox-like grin, Naruto considered his next move. Naruto focused and flexed all of his muscles. His closed chakra points were suddenly reopening in tiny lightning bursts. Neji narrowed his eyes at Naruto's belly and waved off his awe. "Impressive, but you still do not defy fate. You merely depend on another's chakra, not your own." Naruto paused and glanced from Neji to his own stomach. "So you know, don't you? All the Hyuga do. Your stolen chakra stands out like a beacon to our eyes. We can see it without even trying." Naruto snarled and gestured to his abdomen, saying, "Stolen? You think that this is something I wanted? This is something that has caused me nothing but hardship and strife. And this is not its power. This is the power I earned, the legacy of Asgard." Holding the magical hammer in front of him, Naruto lifted Mjolnir. "My power is greater than anything ever sealed inside a newborn child. The power and knowledge of the 9 realms dwells within my blood, and Asgard does not bend to anything, especially fate." A violent whirlwind swept across the arena as Naruto swung his hammer above his head. Neji was lifted into the air by the winds that slammed into him. A log fell to the ground, his body exploded into a cloud of smoke, and he collided with the arena's far wall. A change. Naruto recognized Neji and was struck by how quickly she reacted. "I attacked him, and he hardly had time to respond. Before I attack, I should probably stop doing the monologues. None of the villains in Thor's recollections ever succeeded with it." After searching the arena for Neji, Naruto felt a surge of chakra materialize behind him. He turned to see Neji waiting, his hands extended in front of and behind him, a smirk on his face. Neji exclaimed, 8 trigrams palms rotation, and whirled in a tight circle. Every chakra point on Neji's body exploded with chakra, forming a huge, revolving dome. Naruto was thrown across the arena until he collided with the far wall after the dome struck him. Ino inquired from the competitor's box, "What was that?" Lee stood next to her, his fists clenched around the railing as he watched the match intently. He stated, "That is the Hyuga rotation attack," in a somber and low voice. The user released chakra from every point in their body and then spins rapidly to parry any attack. The spinning creates a shield of chakra and causes massive damage to anyone it touches. It is the most power and perfect defense, taught only to the main house members. But I thought Neji was in the branch house. He is. It seems that Neji's genius has allowed him to surpass all expectations and that he taught himself somehow. That is why he is my eternal rival and why I must win so I can truly prove that I am a real shinobi, Lee gasped. Gaara stood alone on the other side of the competitor box and squinted. Neji stopped spinning inside the arena and turned to face Conan. Now it is certainly over. No one can survive the rotation attack so close. Fate has declared me the winner and him the loser. Make it official. Conan said in a whisper that only Neji could hear, "Child, if you tell me how to do my job again, I will officially kill you." Though she maintained her composure and reminded herself that she had a job to do, Conan took a slight pleasure in watching him blanch and back away. She grinned as she squinted toward the distant wall. "You're famous, or rather over. Hyped. Rotation didn't do as much as you think." Neji saw Naruto emerge from the wall just as he was about to scream at Conan for disparaging the ultimate Hyuga jutsu. The blonde had a vicious smile on his lips, but blood was streaming from the corner of his right eye and from a cut on his right arm. "Now that is more like it, villain," Naruto chuckled, his vocalization as ferocious as his teeth. "My turn." Throwing Mjolnir at Neji, Naruto cocked his arm back. The air was forced out of Neji as the hammer lodged itself in his stomach. After giving it some thought, Naruto threw the hammer skyward, raising Neji to a height above the stadium. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Neji was leapt after by 4 clones that suddenly appeared around Naruto. The 5 Narutos arced toward the still, immobilized Neji while floating in midair. Uzumaki style. Asgard combo. The 5 Narutos leapt at Neji, with Mjolnir letting go and repositioning himself in the hand of the real Naruto. Neji was punched in the face by the first clone, who then moved toward the second clone. Neji arced through the air after the second kicked him across the chest, cracking a rib. Awaiting him, the third clone lowered his hands in a hammer fist across Neji's back. As clone number 4 gave Neji a snap, kicked back toward the first, Neji screamed in agony. For a brief moment, the real Naruto watched his clones volley Neji across the sky while hovering in midair with his arms crossed. At last, he hefted Mjolnir over his head and flew to the exact location above the 4 clones. Now, rather than kicking Neji back toward the first clone, the 4th clone kicked Neji skyward toward Naruto, who was waiting. Reaching up, Naruto grabbed the bleeding and bruised Hyuga by the throat. Neji, struggling against unconsciousness, attempted feebly to slap Naruto's arm away as he squeezed. "Did ye see this coming, Hyuga?" Naruto snarled, his slightly elongated canines dripping with rage. "Was this fate? Was it fate that you hang broken and beaten at my mercy? Did you see this? See thyself mere heartbeats from plummeting to your doom, wishing for my mercy when you showed your innocent cousin none?" Neji paused his struggle and looked down, utilizing his Byakugan to spot Hinata in the stands far below. Her pale eyes were about to well up with suppressed tears as she watched in the crowd. Naruto whispered, "She is a far better person than you deserve to have within your family, worm," as he drew Neji along. Neji screamed as Naruto's hold tightened. "Did you visit her in the hospital?" No, you say, not even once? Do you know that I did, that I visited Hinata? Do you know what she said?" Ignoring the innumerable sour glances from the hospital staff and other patients, Naruto moved silently through the hospital until he arrived at Hinata's room. Before opening Hinata's door, he knocked softly. When he noticed the nurse standing next to Hinata's bed, he inquired, "Is this a bad time?" When the owner of that bed realized who her visitor was, she became very irate. The nurse said with a smile, "No, I was just finishing changing Hinata. Sans bandages, she was one of the few people in Konoha who didn't think he was a monster, which gave Naruto a sense of relief. After finishing her work, the nurse bowed slightly to Hinata and walked away. Naruto approached Hinata's bed with a smile. He concealed the little bouquet of wildflowers behind his back and extended his hand to give it to her. Hinata sniffed the flowers and he asked, "How are you feeling?" Hinata stumbled uneasily, I'm feeling bed.ter, thank you." Naruto grinned more broadly. "It gladdens me to hear you are recovering, Hinata. I just got a princess call from Naruto." Hinata became tomato red as her mind screamed. Naruto paused and gave her a worried look. "She appears to be on fire. Are you alright? Should I get the nurse?" Hinata exclaimed a bit too loudly. No, I'm alright, Naruto-san. Do not go, please. As you wish, Naruto said with a smile, taking a seat next to Hinata's bed. I'll stay for however long you let me. You can now release my arm. Unaware that she had moved at all, Hinata looked down and saw that she had grasped Naruto's forearm, letting go with a squeak and twitching uneasily beneath her bed linens. There's no need to be embarrassed, Hinata. I sincerely apologize. Naruto laughed as Hinata whispered right away. And there is no need to apologize, he went on, especially for something I enjoyed. Hinata tried to hide under her covers as she blushed even more, but Naruto reached up and removed the cover from her face. You don't have to hide from me, Hinata. I wouldn't ever hurt you. I wanted to talk to you about something, and I need your attention. Isn't it about my match with Neji? You were his opponent in the finals? Inquired Hinata. She went pale when Naruto nodded. He treated you in a way that was too heinous to mention. He ought to be disciplined. However, Neji, Naruto-kun, is a prodigy. He is almost as skilled with the gentle fist as a Jonin. I don't want my actions to cause you any harm. With a hint of conceit, Naruto laughed and said, I've grown quite strong myself recently. You could say I had a bit of a godly growth spurt. I'll say, Hinata thought, as her gaze swept over Naruto's bare arms and shoulders, a barrage of naughty ideas and thoughts racing through her head. Luckily, Naruto's voice jolted her out of her reverie before it could go any further. Hinata, I must battle Neji, not only for the tests, but also for what he did to you. His behavior cannot and will not be tolerated. Are you going to try to kill him, Naruto-kun? I could, said Naruto in a low, flat voice, looking down at Mjolnir and thinking about the awful power he could possess. Is that what you want? I can understand. He tried his hardest, and if I hadn't stepped in, he would have killed you. No, terrified, Hinata yelled, our family's politics are torturing Neji-ne-san. Since my father was born a few minutes before his, I stand in for everything he could have had but chose not to have, which is why he is upset and has lashed out at me. Everything belonged to my family. It was his to serve. However, Neji's heart turned black and he tried to fight against his fate after I was abducted and his father died for me. Naruto muttered, so that's where that fate stick up his ass came from, and Hinata nodded, laughing at his use of language. I agree with Neji that our family division is wrong. That is why I didn't use the caged bird seal in our preliminary match. You're correct. If you had done that, you could have defeated him in an instant. Sure, but I didn't want to cause Neji that kind of harm. That was more significant to me than the test. Like Neji, I want to abolish the seal, but instead of using violence to do so, I want to work within the family to persuade the elder to change his mind when he rebels against the family and fights against fate. Hinata. You have a good and honorable heart, and I will help you however I can. However, Neji still needs to pay for his actions. But Naruto, she spent 30 minutes arguing with me. She made me swear upon my honor not to kill you like the dog you are. Naruto snarled at Neji. Neji spat and choked Naruto, who cuffed him with an angry backhand. Even now, she insults me with her charity, Neji said. It is love, not charity, he yelled in Neji's face. She still loves you and wants to help and lighten your load despite everything you've said and done. And how well versed in carrying a burden are you? What do you know about fate spitting on you? Naruto laughed and drew Neji close enough to whisper in his ear, saying, You have seen what is inside me, you have seen the seal. For one with unfailing vision, you are as blind as a bat. Fool, you don't know what a real burden is, but you feel like you have one. I would give you the bare minimum of my suffering and burden if I were a cruel man. However, Hinata would be more upset with me than she is right now. As you recuperate in the hospital, keep this lesson in mind. And I'll be happy to repeat the lesson if you ever need it. A loud crack reverberated throughout the arena, causing the crowd, especially one Hyuga princess, to wince and scream. Naruto released Neji's throat and let him fall back to the ground. As the dust settled, he floated to the ground, looked at the proctor, and gave a contented glance at the unhealthful angle of Neji's right arm and leg. It's Naruto Uzumaki who has won. A smattering of applause, mostly from the non-Konohan onlookers, followed Conan's loud announcement. A group of medical professionals hurried out and carefully carried Neji away on a stretcher. One of them came up to Naruto, but he waved her away, explaining that his injuries, although severe, were already healing and would be gone in an hour. That was certainly interesting, the Otokage commented. It is rare to see a wind user in Konoha, especially one so young. The Kazekage remarked, It is unfortunate that my Tamari did not make it to the finals. Then you would see what a true wind user can do. However, I would like to know what kind of instruction Konoha gave this boy by stealing it from Suna. Naruto has always been a bit of a wildcard, the Hokage grinned, adding, and I would never support stealing training methods or techniques from a village. Do you not agree that such things are unacceptable? Of course, the Otokage concurred, it is among the most revered and ancient laws amongst villages. Kaze.kun, you really need to lighten up. This stress will cause you to die young. As the proctor announced the next match, the Kazekage turned away, crossed his arms, and muttered something under his breath. Will Choji Akamichi and Shino Aburame kindly report to the floor? Shino, displaying traditional Aburame stoicism, was unreadable behind his calm walk, oversized coat, and dark glasses. Conan called. Choji swiftly dashed down in style in the participants' area, jumping from the stands in a bizarre sumo-like dive before crashing onto the ground. Shino came up to Choji and held out his right hand before the fight started. Good luck, Choji-san, he said, and Choji was a little surprised by his fellow Konoha nin's sportsmanlike behavior. Thanks, Shino, he said, shaking the hand that was extended, you too. How cute, Conan grinned, but it's not a patty cake game. Let's start with Shino Aburame versus Choji Akamichi. The two genin leapt apart and landed in fighting stances, with Choji being the first to act. He charged at Shino like a bull, and Shino leapt back as Choji's enormous fist struck the ground, cracking the arena floor slightly. The whole audience gasped at the Akamichi heir's amazing strength, and even Naruto nodded slightly. The Akamichi's sheer size made it difficult to keep such a frantic pace for a long time, so Shino kept dodging in an attempt to wear Choji out. He knew the Akamichi could only sustain his assault for so long before they ran out of the calories needed to maintain the pace, and sure enough, after just 3 minutes of Choji smashing and Shino dodging, Choji started to show signs of exhaustion. He stopped chasing Shino and shrank back down to normal size, slightly thinner than before, and panted for air. With a gentle, "Now it is my turn," Shino lifted his arms and hundreds, maybe thousands, of insects flew out from under his sleeves, forming a dense, black cloud over his head before buzzing in Choji's direction. Choji was frightened by the sheer number of buzzing insects, and despite having a month to prepare for them, the sight of so many Kakaichu insects flying in his direction made him stare at the approaching cloud. Feeling instantly rejuvenated, Choji smiled at the incoming swarm of insects as he inserted a large pork dumpling into his mouth with a shaky hand into his shirt sleeve. Jutsu with partial expansion, he shouted and his arms and hands grew to enormous proportions. Sonic clap. Shino's entire attack was destroyed when Choji slammed his enlarged hands together in a massive clap, crushing hundreds of Shino's Kakaichu in the process. The shockwave that followed blew the remaining Kakaichu away. All but Naruto in the competitors' area, as well as the crowd in the stands, held their ears in agony from the thunderclap, and Naruto laughed at how well Choji's attack worked. At least Choji doesn't have the gamma radiation and violent mood swings, Naruto thought, and Hulk would have been impressed that his thunderclap has been passed on. Banner, in Thor's memories, was both a pain in the ass and a valued friend, depending on his mood that day. As Choji created a new hand seal, Shino pulled his hands back into his coat sleeves and watched his insects fall lifelessly to the ground with a straight face, avoiding any emotion at all, despite the fact that he was closer to these insects than he was to his own family. Human meat tank. Choji yelled as he changed into a huge ball of flesh and clothing. With a hushed roar, Choji launched himself at Shino, who stood motionless and watched helplessly as Choji pounded him. The crowd flinched and turned away as the enormous Akamichi rolled over Shino, crushing him. All that was left of the Aburame was an empty coat, pants, and a pair of cracked sunglasses when Choji's momentum carried him past the spot where he squished Shino. As the crowd looked for any sign of Shino's remains, the majority of them looking for a blood smear on the back of Choji's clothing, Choji started to sway and falter. Shino emerged from behind the lone tree in the arena and let his insects fall back into his body as a swarm of Kakaichu, fat from feeding on Choji's chakra, suddenly retreated toward it after tearing out of Choji's clothing. Although she had nothing to fear from the Kakaichu insects, they still gave her the creeps, so Conan waited until the last of them had retreated back into Shino's body before she approached. Choji Akamichi can no longer go on. Shino Aburame is the winner. The majority of the audience, including shinobi and civilians, were too crouched in the hordes of insects to give a loud cheer, but it was never as loud as Naruto's. What took place? Choji attempted to sit up and mumbled weakly. A bug clone, mentioned Shino. Choji said, nice one, before he closed his eyes and lay flat on the ground. You don't have any snacks with you, do you? Shino said, no, I do not, with a faint smile on his lips, but it would be a pleasure to go with you to find some. Deal. It reminds me of how we used to be. As Shino helped Choji up and they walked off the arena floor together, Conan thought, such camaraderie. Memories tried to overtake her, to overwhelm her, but she buried the dead memories where she believed they belonged. Sasuke Uchiha and Ino Yamanaka, please report to the floor. Having stood in the shadow, Ino paled and trembled in the competitor's box, barely able to watch her own teammates match out of fear. Fear for herself, not for Choji. Hello girls. Sasuke said with a smile as he walked up to them. You have no idea how happy I am to see you both here. I'm really hungry now from all this excitement. Whatever happened to you, Sasuke-kun? Ino inquired. Ino, you don't have to worry or be afraid of my new ability. I finally figured out how to get even with my clan and move on. Would you not like to assist me in reviving my clan? Sasuke asked, reaching out to touch Ino, who retreated as his fingers lightly touched her fractured arm. My arm. Sasuke. Sasuke lashed out and grabbed her by the front of her shirt, pulling her close to him despite her cries of pain and fear as Ino screamed and attempted to stagger backwards, but he was too quick. What is wrong, Ino? You would adore being this close to me, I thought. That's what you and Sakura used to argue about, isn't it? Sasuke's breath was foul, and the dark marks on his face were still spreading, so Ino turned her head away from his and cringed. During the long break in the exams, Ino's nightmares had all reenacted the scene from the Forest of Death. She could still recall the foulness of Sasuke's breath and how it smelled on her skin. Dark marks and swirling red eyes filled every waking thought. Her lack of sleep hindered her training, and she still had the dark purple circles under her eyes. She had hardly slept since the Forest of Death, and only when she was physically exhausted from training did she sleep, and then only in fits. It was time to confront her fear once more, but this time she would be alone, not with her teammates, Sakura, Naruto, etc. Ino halted her slow march toward the box exit and turned to face the blonde boy. Naruto saw her and hurried to close the distance before surprising Ino by embracing her. Naruto whispered in her ear, one so fair should not be afraid. You allow that which is as far below you as the ground is beneath the heavens to rule your life. Allow no one to control you and watch your fears run away from you like defeated enemies. You just need to confront your fears because you are stronger than a whole army of warriors. And don't fear failure or the consequences, because I promise that if Sasuke tries to hurt you, he will shudder from my anger. Naruto's words shocked Ino. Thanks, she said, and planted the tiniest kiss on his cheek, causing his cheeks to flush brightly and him to clumsily rub the back of his head. With her steps lighter thanks to Naruto's encouragement, Ino headed to the arena floor. Impressed by the older woman's strength and style, she nodded to Conan. Ino was further inspired to see such a strong kunoichi, even from a different village, and she hoped to have the chance to talk to Conan at a later date. Even those in the cage box couldn't conceal their disapproval as the minutes went by without Sasuke showing up, and the stadium was filled with people who were divided between being restless and wanting to watch their honored Uchiha compete. The cage mocked the Hokage, saying, Your Uchiha seems to lack courtesy. You really must not be so lax with discipline, Hokage. Sama. Why, consider how awful this must appear to the customers. A shinobi who is unable to show up on time for a crucial event is not someone anyone wants to hire. I agree, said the Otokage, but this is a little offensive. For what length of time will you put up with this farce? For this disobedience, Sasuke Uchiha ought to be disqualified and his sensei disciplined. Well, unless, of course, there was some serious issue that caused them to be delayed. Sarutobi gazed solemnly at the two cages. Damn you, Sasuke and Kakashi. This is the worst time to be late. Not only do we appear careless and biased to the clients, but you are also making me look weak by not being able to control my own shinobi. Sarutobi got up and held up his hand, and after the audience had calmed down and paid attention, the Hokage's chakra enhanced voice reverberated throughout the stadium. Sasuke Uchiha is disqualified from the Chunin exams and will not be eligible for a promotion as a result of his failure to report within the designated time. To ascertain whether criminal charges are considered necessary, a thorough investigation will be conducted. We'll see Ino Yamanaka in the next round. With an audible sigh of relief, Ino turned and started to march back to the competitor's box, shrugging at Naruto and watching him shake his head, realizing that although Naruto had calmed her fears of facing Sasuke, they had not been entirely banished from her thoughts. There will be another time, Ino, he said, adding that you would eventually have to confront him. However, your exams are still ongoing. Naruto's right, Ino gulped, nodded, and returned to find a seat. I'm going to have to face either Lee or that Gaara kid now, and they're both very good at what they do, so I'm going to need a really good strategy to defeat them. Will Gaara of the Sand and Rock Lee provide a report? She appeared tired and bored, and aside from Naruto's first match, she thought the exams had been pretty lackluster. Conan called. In a cloud of whirling sand, Gaara emerged, his raccoon eyes appearing even more worn out than Conan's bored ones. Entry in dynamic. When Conan saw the spandex-clad genin, she did a double take and thought she might have seen a sunrise just behind him. Lee yelled and leapt from the competitor's box, flying through the air in a green blur, spinning in the sunlight, and landing in a dazzling taijutsu pose with one leg high in the air and his arms spread out like wings. Kai, she muttered to break the genjutsu, but it didn't work, and she tried again and again in a panic. Am I going crazy? She asked, why won't it go away? Sarutobi looked to his friends in the cage booth and saw them attempting to break the alleged sunset genjutsu as well, and he muttered, oh dear, as he watched Conan repeatedly attempt to do so. He nodded to one of the hidden Anbu and laughed a little to himself. After a few seconds, Hayate emerged next to Conan and cautiously made his way toward the aim.nin, making enough noise for her to notice him. A genjutsu is not what it is. Lee and his sensei appeared to generate at it subconsciously, despite the fact that we have been studying it for years. We have yet to discover a method to break it. Simply starting the match is the best course of action. It should go away once Lee starts fighting, Hayate muttered. She nodded her thanks to Hayate, who disappeared as fast as he had appeared, and Conan sighed, feeling her body and mind relax. She looked at Lee, doing her best not to get caught up in the strange sunset he was projecting, and then she looked at Gaara. Gaara of the Desert versus Rock Lee. Fight, gosh! Cried Lee as he leapt into action. He sprang at Gaara and launched a mighty kick. Leaf Hurricane. The Suna Nin had not moved at all, and Lee looked at Gaara in disbelief as his kick struck a wave of hardened sand that had seemed to protect him. Lee saw the sand move to grab hold of his leg and he immediately leapt back. What a fantastic method! You have such masterful control over the sand, Lee cried. To put my abilities to the test against you is a true honor. Close. Gaara smirked as he shot tendrils of sand at Lee, hoping to ensnare him and crush him like he did to Yoroi in the preliminary round. Up, he replied in a rude, cold, and bored voice. Lee jumped away from the tendril, and the cart wheeled toward the far end of the arena, attempting to gauge Gaara's maximum range. Running serves no purpose. I will always find you, no matter where you go. I will use your blood to establish my existence. A sadistic smile crept over Gaara's lips as Lee ran up the arena wall, using only his speed and no chakra, and then leapt back toward Gaara, testing his defenses with a handful of shuriken thrown at him. Another wave of sand, separate from the tendrils still pursuing Lee, prevented the shurikens from ever approaching Gaara. Sand shuriken. Lee's eyes widened as he called out and threw hardened sand discs at him. They were as fast as anything Tenten had ever thrown at him during training, and he twisted to dodge the projectiles, but he didn't see the new tentacle of sand until it was already wrapped around his ankle. I have you now. The sand tentacle returned to Gaara's feet and shaped into a long spear as he waited, poised like a serpent ready to strike. Gaara yelled and cracked the tentacle like a whip, slamming Lee into the ground and throwing him into the arena wall. Lee struck the wall at high velocity and broke through the wall as if it were made of paper, not stone. Lee fought his way out from under pieces of wall, and still covered in dust, he could hardly see Gaara waiting. Lee wondered, why isn't he following up on his attack? I'm helpless here, why is he waiting? It took him a moment to realize that Gaara was a truly amazing shinobi and a very worthy adversary. He waited until Yoroi attacked before killing him. He's a counter-attacker. He'll wait for me to hit that shield of his, and when I get stuck in that sand, he'll destroy me. Still sheltered by the dust cloud, Lee stood up and gazed at Gaara, grinning slightly as he finished removing himself from the debris. You are indeed a worthy opponent, perhaps even more worthy than your sister was, Lee said to the crowd. I showed her a warrior's respect. It would go against my nindo to do any less for you. Tamari moaned and flushed from the humiliation as he sat next to Kankuro and their sensei Baki up in the stands. Kankuro snickered until Tamari struck him hard in the face, and Baki, sensibly, remained out of the fray and returned to reading a fresh copy of Ika Ika while he complained about her smearing his war paint. Gaara was not amused down on the arena floor, saying, You talk too much. You are not the first person to tell me that, Lee acknowledged, but I would be youthful if I didn't constantly show off my youthful enthusiasm. And she's telling me to spill your blood in the sands, Gaara said, his tone a little scared at what he was saying. I'm starting to prefer listening to Mother's voice more than yours, tsunami of sand. Lee was astounded by the achievement when Gaara slammed his hands into the ground beneath him and a pulse of chakra raced through the ground, causing dirt and sand to rise out of the ground and form an enormous wave. The wave began to grow as Gaara ground the rocks and minerals in the earth into more, harder sand. "You are, genius, prodigy, monster, now pass away." When Gaara yelled, the wave swept across the arena, and Conan had to jump far to stay out of the way as it headed straight for Lee. "Leave." Just in time, Lee jolted out of his daze and quickly removed his leg weights, tossing them at the approaching wave as Guy and Tendon yelled as one from the stands. When he saw the sets of weights tear through the thick sand and fly at him, Gaara's shaded eyes widened, and he did something he had never done in combat before. He ducked. Gaara abruptly moved out of the way, and the weights slammed into the arena's far wall just to the right of his face. Gaara thought in disbelief, "Never has anything ever broken through my sand before." Lee moved while Gaara was still processing what had just transpired. The wave of sand wavered and broke apart as Gaara lost focus and his chakra control slipped, and Lee leapt through the hole his weights made in the sand wave and threw a three-punch combo on Gaara's face and stomach, hitting Gaara's sand armor and knocking him to one knee. Gaara was kicked in the back by Lee, who appeared behind him. The blow broke the sand armor, and Gaara fell to the ground. Lee attempted to punch Gaara in the temple, but the blow failed, and he looked down to see a thick tentacle of sand wrapped around his wrist. He struggled to break free, but the sand's hold was stronger. "You increased your weights," Gaara said in a chilly monotone, "but you still can't move quickly enough." Coffin of sand. As the bones of his wrist were crushed and broken by Gaara's sand, Lee screamed in agony, curled his legs under himself, and pushed with all his considerable might, finally breaking the sand's hold and landing on the far side of the field, clutching his broken arm close to his body. "He is really amazing, using something as basic as sand for such powerful attacks and defense, and even after all the training I have done, I still can't get away from his sand attacks, so this is not good," Lee thought. Conan could see the fear and frustration on Lee's face. "Want to go on?" she inquired. "I want to go on, of course. There are 206 bones in my body," Lee yelled, sounding more like a ferocious animal than a teenager. "After losing just 2 of them, do you think I'll give up? I'll keep going." Despite his injury, Lee screamed as his entire body seized, every muscle tensed and flexed, every nerve firing wildly, and he hunched down, coiling his body and clenching both fists. Lee stared directly at Gaara, a pained smile stretching across his lips, and said, "Kaimon, Kai." The Otokage and Kazekage turned to the Hokage in utter disbelief, and every shinobi in the arena took a sharp breath of shock. "Sarutobi, hero. Sama. This is ridiculous. How can you let a mere genin learn how to open the celestial gates from your Jonin senseis? This is unprecedented," shouted the Kazekage. The Otokage went on, "I think this Rock Lee is the first genin in history to open the first gate like this. You let your shinobi take too many risks. The risks are enormous, but the power he gains is amazing." The Hokage grimly remarked, "Lee knows the risks," recalling the lashing he had given Guy the previous month when he told the Hokage that he was teaching Lee how to open the gates and hearing Guy's justification. "How could you have acted so carelessly and recklessly?" Sarutobi slammed his fist down on Guy's desk and yelled, "What exactly were you thinking?" "Respectfully, Hokage. Sama, but you don't know enough to judge the situation," Guy responded. "Guy, watch what you say. Keep in mind that I am still your leader, regardless of your relationship with the boy." Hokage. "Sama, I meant to say that you don't know enough about Lee. Lee is unable to use ninjutsu or genjutsu because he lacks the necessary skill. But in his age group, his taijutsu is second only to Neji Hyuga's, and I think he will eventually even outshine me in terms of taijutsu proficiency." Sarutobi scowled and remarked, "That is a pretty bold claim to make, Guy, but it doesn't explain why you taught him something as dangerous as the gates." "Lee is unstoppable," Guy explained. "Every time I've tried to get him to properly rest or at least not train like a madman possessed, it hasn't worked. He trains every day until his body breaks and his muscles rip. He will not be slowed down unless he is chained to a hospital bed. It would not be long before he unintentionally opened the first gate. I believe that having Lee learn properly and under my guidance would be preferable to letting him try things on his own." After giving it some thought, Sarutobi nodded and said, "Very well. Your attempt to assist the boy was correct. Just watch out that he doesn't open more than the first gate." Guy suddenly appeared very interested in examining the floor, and Sarutobi quickly recognized the disguise. "Guy, how many gates is Lee able to open?" With a much more assured smile, Sarutobi turned back to face the arena and said, "Gentlemen, keep your eyes focused on the arena floor. A great show is in store for us." After exchanging mildly perplexed glances, the Kazekage and Otokage heard Lee's now deeper voice echoing through the atmosphere. "Kumon. Kai, Simon. Greenish. White bands of chakra swirled around Lee's body, and Gaara could feel wave after wave of power erupt off Lee from across the arena. Lee's skin turned blood red as his blood flowed faster through his veins, and his muscles bulged to twice their original size, almost tearing apart his tight spandex outfit. Fortunately for the spectators' eyes and moral sanity, the spandex stretched appropriately and nothing was revealed. His broken wrist no longer hurt, it was only a minor inconvenience in his current state, as the gate of healing had momentarily relieved the pain. Lee gasped for air, his mind reeling from the massive release of strength, speed, and energy. "I will now demonstrate to you what the springtime of youth is really all about," Lee yelled, and he disappeared. Gaara looked around for the green-clad genin, but he could not find him at all. Behind him, Gaara's sand came to life, but all she could see was a green afterimage. The sand kept moving on its own, but Gaara was still unable to spot Lee. "I am very sorry, Guy Sensei, but I must push myself even farther, even though you warned me of the great dangers involved. If these are to be my last moments as a shinobi, I will make them worth remembering." Lee gritted his teeth in frustration. "Even after opening the third gate, I still cannot penetrate his defenses. The only reason I landed a hit before was because I used my weights as a distraction." The Suna Jinchuriki narrowed his sleep-deprived eyes at Lee, wondering what trick the Leaf Nin would next pull out of his spandex sleeve as Lee paused and stood motionless in front of Gaara. "Kai, showman." Lee's body swelled even more, the veins in his muscles pushed out and were visible through his green spandex, and Gaara felt grains of sand being torn away from his armor and thrown into the wind by the sheer power Lee was producing. The fourth gate opened, and a shockwave of raw chakra swept across the arena. After a half-second, Gaara's head rocked back and his body was lifted off the ground by a blow to the chin, and then a second and third blow until he was hovering 10 feet off the ground. Lee rushed forward, his body no longer even a green blur, and then he was gone. Lee reappeared behind him, his eyes wide and pupilless, and he raised his hands and slammed them down across the back of Gaara's neck. Gaara screamed as he fell back to earth and skipped across the arena floor. Lee landed hard, biting his lip to stop the scream of pain as soon as his feet touched the ground, thinking, "My body can't handle much more of this." He hoped that final blow killed him. When he saw a bloody smear on the broken rocks, Lee's tired heart brightened and he looked across the arena with hope. He took one step and his left knee gave out in a crunch of cartilage, falling and catching himself with one arm before limping back to a vertical base and looking down at Gaara. Gaara felt a line of blood dripping onto the ground as he pulled himself out of the sandy rubble, and his head felt a little strange. He reached up and gently brushed aside the remnants of his sand armor, feeling something warm and sticky on his fingers, and when he pulled his hand back, he saw nothing but red. "My blood? Is this blood of mine?" Gaara cried out. His tired eyes grew fantastically wide and his hand shook violently. "I'll kill you." Lee and Conan had to protect their eyes from the swirling sands as Gaara's gourd dissolved and swept the entire arena like a blinding sandstorm. When the sands finally stopped, Gaara was covered in a solid ball of sand and a huge eye, composed entirely of polished sand, hung high above him. "What is this type of jutsu?" Lee pondered aloud. Curious but cautious, he reached into his pouch and threw a kunai at Gaara, but it only made it half an inch into the reinforced sand before a tendril of sand reached out like a finger, removed the kunai, and spun it by its ring twice before another tendril appeared, grabbed the blade, and snapped it in half. "I've never seen anything break a kunai so easily before, and that was Tenten's kunai. Oh no, she's going to kill me for allowing it to break." Lee felt a throb of murderous intent from the stands, and all of a sudden he wasn't just afraid of Gaara. A thin trail of sand connected the third eye hovering outside his shield to his real eyes, allowing Gaara to keep a close eye on Lee while he lurked inside his sand shield, muttering and holding his hands in a single seal. He narrowed all three of his eyes when he noticed Lee keeping his weight off his left leg. Sand leapt from the shield more quickly than before, and Lee dodged the attack just in time, but landing on his legs sent a new wave of pain up his leg. Seeing Lee's barely perceptible grimace, Gaara sent new tentacles of sand toward Lee, each one coming faster than the last and just fast enough for Lee to dodge. Lee realized that he is deliberately trying to wear me down. He knows that I can't just stand there and let his attacks break me, but I can't keep avoiding like this either. I have to go back on the attack, but my body is failing me, so there's only one option left. Gaara's sand struck Lee's guard, but Lee gritted his teeth and ignored the sandblasting pain as he landed as far away from Gaara as he could and crossed his arms in a great X in front of his chest. Toman, Kai. Lee's body actually rose off the ground as the fifth gate opened in a roar of chakra, hovering 2 inches above the arena floor and glowing green with the released chakra as he darted forward. This is it. As he charged Gaara, Lee yelled, "This is my last attack, barrage of the green beast." With a roar, Lee's chakra bullet glowed brighter and flew even faster. Gaara responded to Lee's charge by forming an array of sharp spikes stabbing outward from his shield, but this did not deter Lee at all. Lee leapt forward, fists held out in front of him, his chakra surrounding and encasing him in a bullet of chakra. Lee's bullet struck Gaara's last line of defense, exploding in a swirling sand and green chakra blast that was bright enough to temporarily blind onlookers and rock the arena to its core. Both Lee and Gaara were lying on the ground when the dust and bright light finally dissipated. They were both bruised, bleeding, and battered, but Lee appeared to be in worse shape, with his sand armor shattered and falling off his pale skin in chunks and pieces, blood gushing from his head wound, and numerous cuts and scrapes all over his body, including a portion of the spandex bulging from the broken bone pressing into the skin underneath his already injured left leg. "I hope that killed Gaara. My body is done, I have nothing left." Lee slowly lifted his head and gazed at Gaara through his single, unswollen eye. When Lee saw Gaara begin to rise to one knee, he groaned in his mind and tried to do the same, to at least try to defend himself. Lee was able to prop himself up on his left arm before his elbow hyper extended and he fell back to the ground in agony. Gaara gave him a sly smile and pointed a finger at Lee. A finger of sand wrapping around Lee's injured leg and pulling viciously. Lee screamed in agony, and Conan started to approach the two, prepared to step in if necessary. A spear of sand formed in midair as Gaara slowly raised his other hand, pointing at Lee's chest, and then he took his time aiming as the sand lifted Lee into the air by his ankle. Conan brushed a leaf from her hair and scowled at the two people now standing back between Lee and Gaara. Suddenly, a whirl of leaves filled the arena, interrupting and blowing back Gaara, forcing him to drop Lee, who hit the ground already unconscious. "Just what in the world are you doing?" she growled. Kakashi, who stood next to Sasuke, who was dressed in black and had his arms crossed cockily across his chest, said, "Oh, I'm sorry," and grinned. "Are we late?" When Conan's right eye twitched dangerously, she felt a strong urge to rip a piece of paper off her sleeve and rip the haughty Jonin to pieces where he stood. "You have not only broken up a legitimate match, but you did it pointlessly," she yelled. "He has been officially disqualified," pointing to Sasuke. "What?" Sasuke roared, his arrogance replaced by spoiled anger. "How dare you? What right do you have to exclude Uchiha as a mere AIM peasant, and a woman at that?" Conan's eyes flickered once more, and she imagined a piece of paper cutting through Sasuke's neck and turning into an umbrella to protect her from the bloody fountain. She forced this joyful image from her mind and gestured toward the cage booth. "I didn't. They did." Sasuke whirled around and threw his Sharingan at the cages, saying, "I insist on competing, instead of this spandex. Clad nonsense, these people came here to watch the elite fight. I insist on getting promoted." The Otokage beside him reacted similarly. Killing intent swelled off the hidden sound cage, but the K's cage let out a soft giggle, and Sarutobi turned and stared at the veiled K's cage as he saw red and swore up in the cage booth, his armrests cracking and splintering under his enraged grip. "Do you find this spectacle entertaining?" The K's cage laughed once more as Sarutobi snarled, his voice barely able to control his rage. "I am indeed," he said, adding that it is uncommon for a young shinobi to display such boldness. "You ought to take pride in the Uchiha's will to fight. The will of fire, of which you leaf shinobi are so proud, must be demonstrated by this." "The will of fire is not something one jokes about, K's cage," Sarutobi said, slamming his fist down on his armrest and snapping it. "Its principles do not include habitual tardiness or disrespect for superiors. And boo. Arrest Sasuke and Kakashi for their disobedience and unfit behavior as leaf shinobi." Sasuke was the most upset of all the people in the arena, despite the fact that all of the foreign dignitaries, clients, and shinobi applauded and clapped appropriately for the Hokage's decision. The arena was filled with groans and curses as those who had come to witness the final loyal Uchiha fight expressed their disappointment. "You dare? I insist on a fight." When Sasuke roared and sprang at Gaara, he swung and attempted to punch him, but Gaara was able to block the blow because he had enough control over the sand. The sand encircled Sasuke's wrist, and Gaara made a closed fist, but Sasuke broke free before the sand could crush his wrist. "You're too weak," sneered Sasuke, avoiding a sand wave. "Hey, sloppy. I can evade your attacks without even using my Sharingan." He never gets hurt, so Gaara gritted his teeth in frustration as the pain flooded his body and clouded his mind, making it difficult to concentrate. "I'll give you their blood, mother. Please, prove my existence. Where are you, mother? They hurt me, mother. Make them hurt." Gaara screamed, and more sand was called to his side. His armor of sand reformed, thicker, bulkier, and more visible this time. The first signs of bluish veins showed in the sand, and Gaara's eyes darkened. Kakashi had moved to intercept, and Sasuke narrowed his red eyes as a squad of Anbu had already landed on the arena floor and was cautiously approaching. Sasuke hoped the Jonin would show that he was more than just a jutsu encyclopedia and stall the Anbu long enough for him to demonstrate that he was worthy of a promotion. He flashed through hand seals and said to Gaara, "No amount of armor can stop me from destroying you. You're just a stepping stone on my path to vengeance." Sasuke took hold of his left wrist and held it away from his body, causing his chakra to concentrate in his hand, becoming visible and generating a lightning fast cackle. Guy was being restrained from saving his protege up in the stands by Asuma, Kurenai, Anko, and Iruka, but he stopped struggling and snarled when he saw Sasuke getting ready for his new attack. How dare Kakashi teach him that jutsu? How could he have acted so recklessly and carelessly? Asuma sighed and said, "You're a talkative person, Guy. How can you explain what another sensei teaches his pupil after you showed Lee how to open the gates?" Guy defended it by saying, "Lee would have opened the gates himself, and you can see that they have limitations. However, it makes no sense at all for Kakashi to teach this." "What exactly is so important? He's just directing his chakra into his hand," inquired Anko. "Taijutsu strikes like Tsunade's and medical jutsu are the only jutsu that call for that kind of skill." Guy remarked menacingly, "There is another, describing a one-hit-one kill assassination jutsu that must be performed at extremely high speeds. The Sharingan makes it even more lethal by removing the tunnel vision that the speed produces. With his Sharingan, his only original jutsu, it is the only one that Kakashi did not imitate. They claim that he used it to cut a lightning bolt in half while attempting to master the Yondaime's Rasengan. Its name came from that. Chidori, 1,000 chirping birds lightning cutter. 1,000 chirping birds filled the arena as Sasuke's chakra grew hotter and brighter. Chidori. Gaara threw his hands in front of him, ordering a swarm of spikes and sand tendrils to intercept Sasuke as he yelled and ran towards him, the Chidori's wake burning a hole in the ground. Each tendril and spike appeared to be moving in slow motion to Sasuke's Sharingan. "This is too easy," he thought as he slipped past Gaara's defenses and pushed his attack home. The Chidori tore through Gaara's sand armor, skin, flesh, and bone with equal ease, and Gaara let out a new cry of terrible pain. Sasuke stayed motionless for a moment, his hand still buried up to the wrist in Gaara's stomach. With a sickening squelch, he withdrew his hand, leaving a trail of blood at Gaara's feet. When Sasuke lifts his hand to kill Gaara, something grabs his upraised wrist, and he looks to see a thick band of sand holding onto him. Gaara is standing behind him, panting heavily, but the wound in his stomach has disappeared. Sasuke turns back to see the Gaara he attacked crumble into a small pile of sand. Sasuke smirks as he does this. Sasuke thought, "A sand clone? He's smarter than I thought. He blocked my Sharingan's actual moves with those tendrils and spikes." He sneered, "Cute trick," and slashed himself free with a kunai. "Is that all you can do?" With his sand armor still growing, Gaara stumbled, Mother wants to meet you," saying, "She wants to taste Uchiha blood." The sand crept up Gaara's shoulder and spread across the left side of his face, turning the whites of his eye black and the iris gold. Reaching the corner of his mouth, it stretched into a grin full of large, triangular teeth. And the first twigs of a tail appeared on his hip. Gaara roared as his left arm and right leg thickened and grew to enormous proportions of sand, claws, and blue veins. "Enough of this. I'm tired of this bullshit and of the leaf for letting it get this far," Konan screamed, a terrifying chakra pulse announcing her presence. She glared at Kakashi and the sheepish looking Anbu. Konan approached Gaara calmly, ignoring the obvious metamorphosis the Suna Genin was going through. "The Hokage should be ashamed that his Anbu can be stalled by just one Jonin," she said. "This game is over. Due to disqualification, the winner is Gaara of the Desert. So you calm down," she yelled, gesturing to Gaara, "and you, give up now or I'll kill you right where you are." She put Sasuke in danger. However, despite the chakra pulse, neither Sasuke nor Gaara showed any signs of backing down, nor did the embattled Anbu show any more initiative to arrest Sasuke or Kakashi. Konan was prepared to level the entire village in frustration and rage toward the leaf. The match was finally officially over when Guy knocked aside his comrades and leapt into the arena, carefully scooping up the unconscious Lee and rushing him to the medical tents. Kakashi stopped Sasuke from retaliating against Konan by placing his hand on his shoulder, but Gaara had no outside influence to stop him, so he tore past Konan and waved his transformed arm at Sasuke, catching him off guard and knocking him and Kakashi out of the arena and into the stands. Sarutobi was already out of his seat in the cage booth, prepared to stop Gaara from hurting anyone else. However, he was secretly wondering if it would be easier to just let the crazy genin eat Sasuke and Kakashi. He barely avoided the kunai that was aimed at his back, and as he turned around, he saw the Kazekage holding the kunai with a dark expression in his veiled eyes. The Otokage made a hand seal behind him, and Sarutobi felt the beginnings of a massive genjutsu spread throughout the stadium. "What's happening?" He turned to the Kazekage and demanded to know. The Kazekage purred, "Hokage. Sama, this is it, the Hidden Leaf Village is over." Before Sarutobi could react, the Otokage and Kazecage's bodyguards sprang into action, severing his anbu. One of the Otokage's bodyguards split in two, exposing two shinobi where there had been only one. The Kazecage's bodyguards then leapt to the four corners of the cage box and destroyed the pavilion roof. The now exposed and notorious Sound 4 threw aside their disguises and started making hand seals in unison. Ninja art. Barrier of four flames, together, they yelled, and fiery red chakra burst from their bodies, creating two barriers that encircled the cage box and extended high into the sky, with a barrier roof on top. The first barrier was in front of the four to prevent attacks, and the second was behind them to prevent cages from fleeing. The Hokage, however, took it all in stride, displaying more interest in the barrier than in the two cages trapped inside with him, and tossed a shuriken casually from inside his sleeve at the barrier, the metal disc fizzing against the barrier and exploding into flames hot enough to turn the steel to ash. The Otokage and Kazekage, on the other hand, were only interested in death and destruction, not in escape. "I must admit, Orochimaru, I'm impressed." Sarutobi grinned when he noticed the Kazecage's right eyebrow twitch and said, "Yes, I know that's you, Orochimaru. You've actually developed a fairly decent jutsu here. I wanted to know how long I would have to put up with your stench before you revealed your true nature." Orochimaru laughed and said, "Oh, Sarutobi. Sensei, you were always so smart. Did I make a gesture, say something familiar, or use the incorrect aftershave that would have given it away?" Sarutobi revealed, "Your subordinate actually told me. You remember Kintsuchi, don't you? During the preliminary stages, Sasuke Uchiha set her on fire. It's remarkable what a novice shinobi will say while under the influence of painkillers, particularly after being mistreated and going through so much hardship under your brief guidance and that of her alleged teammates." "Well, I assumed the small whore had passed away." Orochimaru moaned. "I guess I have one more loose end to tie up today," as he removed his robes, veil, and cage hat. Behind the veil was a stunning face with pale skin, red lips, and long black hair, and beneath the loose robe was a small but impressively curvy figure. The only thing that identified this woman as Orochimaru was her eyes, which were yellow with serpentine pupil slits. Sarutobi glanced at his former pupil and felt a chill go up his spine. He made fun of Orochimaru by saying, "I always thought you were a pervert like Jiraiya. I never suspected you were jealous of Tsunade's features. You always did enjoy stealing Tsunade's underwear," he said. "This must be the reason you consistently turned down her advances." Orochimaru sneered and struck what he considered a sexy pose behind him. "She was just angry that I looked better in her panties than she did," he said. The Otokage vomited from under his veil behind Orochimaru, and Sarutobi gulped at the stench and tried not to throw up. "What's wrong with you?" Orochimaru spun around on his partner. Orochimaru shrugged and moved away from the still retching Otokage. "Sorry, but that's a horrible mental image," the Otokage burped, trying to wash away the thought of Orochimaru's true form with Tsunade's legendary curves dressed in a tight black bra and matching lace thong. He wished there was a Yamanaka nearby to clean his memory, hopefully with bleach. "Who is your partner? I know you're the real Otokage," the Hokage said, "because only one of your conceited people would establish his own secret village out of jealousy and resentment. Perhaps if you appreciated my genius more than such measures could have been awarded," Orochimaru replied. "You mean your illness. It is not genius to murder and experiment on innocent people. Your opinion. The Kazekage is a late victim, I suppose." "Obviously." Orochimaru chuckled and signaled the rest of his forces with a flare fired into the air. "He opposed my small invasion plan. He only wanted to use Gaara to humiliate the Leaf in the exams, whereas my plans are much grandiose," he said. A group of Oto Chunin started chanting around a summoning seal on the outskirts of Konoha, outside the village walls. Masumi Sergi and Zaku were gagged and bound inside the seal, their eyes wide with fear and their skin covered in cuts and bruises. The chanting increased in volume, and smoke arose from the seal, crawling and worming like a serpent toward the two shackled genin, slithering across their legs, up their torsos, and into their screaming mouths. Masumi and Zaku's bodies seized and spasmed as more smoke poured down their throats. The genin screamed in vain as the smoke consumed them from the inside out until nothing remained. The chanters ceased when the seal, content with the sacrifice, exploded into a cloud of white smoke, and a huge three-headed snake slithered out of the summoning circle and toward Konoha. "You bastard," Sarutobi gasped at the monstrosity's size and went pale upon witnessing the eruption of summoning smoke. "You would know, Dad," Orochimaru said with a sneer. "I was your teacher. You allowed me to escape even though you were the closest thing I've ever had to a real father," Orochimaru yelled. "You allowed others to outshine me. You gave preference to others when you ought to have given preference to me." Sarutobi nodded. "Still throwing the same temper tantrum you did 15 years ago when I chose Minato-kun as my successor and not you. I am twice as brilliant as he was, and twice as shinobi. HMM. Because you alone used a revolutionary and never been duplicated jutsu to win the third shinobi war," Sarutobi sarcastically said, letting Orochimaru's rage and jealousy cloud his judgment as he saw Orochimaru's lovely borrowed features turn bright red and spittle drip from his lips. "Stop talking, you old monkey." When Orochimaru finally recovered, the Otokage grabbed him by the shoulders and steadied him as he snapped and was ready to jump at Sarutobi. "He is merely trying to play mind games with you, my lord. Trying to deceive your superior mind with his paltry tricks," the Otokage assured Orochimaru. "Allow me to put this diseased old man out of his misery." "I have a better idea," Orochimaru said, grinning and licking his pale lips. The Otokage nodded and moved away from Orochimaru, but Sarutobi raised his arms in defense, preparing for what would come next. "Sarutobi Sensei is very proud of his title and its storied past, so let him defend it against his predecessors." Orochimaru slammed his bloody thumbs and palms on the roof, jammed both thumbs into his fang-like front teeth, and yelled, "Summoning Jutsu. Impure World Resurrection." The name of the jutsu, the Nidaime's Jutsu, made Sarutobi's eyes widen in fear, but he never completed it. "Don't tell me Orochimaru finished his work." Sarutobi's eyes widened even more, horrified that he recognized the caskets, and two coffins rose slowly and menacingly out of the rooftop. One marked with the kanji for 1 rose to Orochimaru's left, and the other marked 2 rows to his right. "You are a monster." The snake Sanin laughed as he screamed at Orochimaru. "I assumed you would be more appreciative. Few people have the opportunity to see their loved ones while they are still living. You're very fortunate, Sarutobi Sensei." The rotting bodies of the Shodem and Nidaime Hokage, still in their red and blue armor, with their shuriken pouches and kunai still in place, hung limply inside the 2 coffins whose lids had fallen forward. "You scumbag, you! Do you have no respect, not even for the dead, Orochimaru?" Sarutobi swore at his former pupil. "Kukuku. Sarutobi Sensei, I do have respect for the deceased. I glorified the Nidaime by carrying on his legacy and mastering his greatest jutsu, and I paid tribute to the Shodem in my experiments. Additionally, the information I extracted from their decomposing bodies was especially tasty. Orochimaru, you truly are a monster, and it is past time that you were held accountable for your horrible actions." Calling forth jutsu. Beside Sarutobi, smoke billowed, and the Monkey King, Enma, emerged. "Hiruzen, what's going on? Why am I staring at the Senju brothers and what is the snake doing here?" Enma inquired. "All 3 of them should be dead, right? Orochimaru is an ancient error that will soon be corrected. The Senju are his, not my, fault. He finished the resurrection jutsu of the Nidaime." Sarutobi Sensei, oh no, this is a mistake that will bury you if you don't correct it. Orochimaru smiled and produced 2 kunai with a string of seal tags attached to them. He stabbed one into the forehead of the Shodem and Nidaime, causing the kunai to be sucked into the dead flesh and the strings to follow until they were completely inside the skulls. The dead bodies started to heal before the Sandaime's eyes, and he was frightened when he saw the twitching of the Shodem's hands. The eyelids of both dead Kage opened the scratched, milky white corneas of the dead, and they blinked, turning those eyes back to those of the living, albeit exhausted and heavily bloodshot. The 2 brothers exchanged confused glances before turning to Sarutobi. "Hiruzen, is that you?" the Nidaime inquired. "I apologize, Shodem. Sama, Nidaime. Sensei. Orochimaru has desecrated and defiled your graves and brought you back to life in a sick plot to raise Konoha and kill me," Sarutobi sobbed, bowing deeply at the waist to his forebears. Looking at his brother, the Shodem said, "I told you that resurrection jutsu wasn't a good idea." The Nidaime objected, "That's why I never finished it," frowning as he turned to face Sarutobi. "You look old, Hiruzen." The Shodem went on to say, "You ought to have chosen a successor by now. Take up fishing or golf." With a hint of gallows humor, Sarutobi said, "I did. referring to Minato Namikaze as the Yondaime Hokage. 15 years ago, when the Kyuubi attacked, he died sealing it. After he passed away, I assumed the role once more. Even so, you should have appointed one of your students, one of the Sannin, to be the Godem. Sarutobi. Sensei, do you see now, Kukuku? Orochimaru chuckled and said, even a deceased man can see that you should have appointed me to be Hokage. If you had just recognized my greatness and appointed me, all of this death and destruction today could have been avoided. Again, who are you? As Sarutobi, Enma, and the Otokage face failed, Orochimaru's pale skin turned bright red in response to the Shodem's question. My name is Orochimaru. Sannin, the snake, the Sannin's strongest and pale viper. The Shodem's only response was, oh, and Orochimaru gritted his teeth in anger. Enough folly. I didn't bring your rotting body back to this world to make fun of my superiority. I give you both orders to murder Hiruzen Sarutobi. Up, wake, up, you mewling Quim, get up. Naruto opened his eyes and pressed his palm against the burning pain in his head as the Kyuubi yelled inside his head. He growled back, shut thy snout, what's wrong with you? How come you won't let me sleep? That's what we humans do at night. It's not nighttime, and you're not human. For Midgard's sake, look around and use your pitiful wits, Kyuubi roared. Damn fox, always making a racket and giving me headaches. Naruto sat up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes, but he still swore at the fox. When Naruto finally looked around, he saw that he was still in the competitor's box inside the arena, with the sun still high in the sky, and that he was not at home in his bed as he had assumed. It was neither night nor early morning. What on earth is happening? He questioned aloud. You fool, you were struck by a genjutsu that covered the entire arena. Get your narrow ass in gear and get moving before you get killed. The fox yelled inside Naruto's head. The arena was in tatters as dozens of sound and Suna shinobi ran amok through the aisles, killing and fighting along the way. All the civilians and some weaker leaf shinobi were asleep and were being casually slaughtered by the invaders. And here I didn't know just how much you cared about my well-being, Naruto muttered sarcastically as he stood, neglecting for a moment the fox's imaginative and colorful curses. With an angry flex of his right hand, Mjolnir jumped into Naruto's grasp, and Naruto whirled the hammer and swung it at every invader within range. Mjolnir broke spines and crushed skulls wherever Naruto swung, but he never slowed down, and Naruto turned into a blonde blur that circled the arena like a typhoon's winds, never stopping, only seeking retribution. A tree. Trunk-thick tentacle of sand slammed into the wall next to Naruto, who stopped and hovered, waiting for another attack, but none came. The sand retracted, and Naruto couldn't help but smirk as he closed in on the cage box. After taking the brunt of Gaara's attack and the impact against the wall, Kakashi was in much worse shape than Sasuke, who was covered in shallow scrapes and had buckets of sand in his clothes and hair. After a quick and casual examination with the toe of his boot, Naruto poked Kakashi's ribs much harder than was necessary and then looked down at the arena floor, thinking, looks like the bastard has 2 broken ribs and dislocated his shoulder. Gaara appeared less human and more like a sand-eating Kori, with his mouth and nose entirely replaced by a snout and fangs, and his voice affected by the partial transformation. Tiny triangular ears grew out of the sand on top of his head. Do you have anything else? I want to eat your bones, so come back down, he called out to Sasuke and Kakashi in a deep baritone, and the voice brought back memories of a big troll named Ulick who had BO and breath like carrion. When the other members of the physically fit Konoha 12 arrived, Naruto turned back to Sasuke. They all appeared worried for one reason or another. Tenten kept glancing back at the medical tents out of concern for Neji and Lee. Shikamaru appeared depressed after being awakened from his sleep genjutsu. Choji was upset with the invaders as he bit down on a turkey leg. Shino was just Shino. Kiba kept scanning the crowd, sniffing for Hinata. Sakura was attempting to hurry to her Sasuke. Kun sighed, and Ino was standing as close to Naruto as she could without Sasuke. Sasuke moaned at the harsh treatment but gave Naruto a savage glare. Unfortunately for Ino, Naruto charged at him and grabbed him by the front of his shirt. You are conceited, cowardly, and cur. Look with those damnable eyes and see what thou hast created. Naruto growled and gave Sasuke a vicious punch to the jaw, causing him to fall again before Naruto picked him back up. Sasuke's eyes widened as he watched Gaara go on a rampage, destroying everything and everyone in his vicinity. Only Konan appeared to be able to escape his wrath. She flew into the air on a pair of white, paper wings and was happy to observe with a disdainful frown on her face. Sasuke simply stared into Naruto's eyes with his Sharingan, and Naruto stared back for a moment before he grabbed Sasuke's chin in his hand and made the Uchiha look down at the arena floor. Despite his fear of Gaara, Sasuke shook his head and frowned, saying, "Leave me alone." He would not allow Naruto, of all people, to see. "I'll beat him first, followed by you." Huh, said Naruto, nodding as a thought began to form in his mind. "Well, if that's true, hey Gaara. Do you want the Uchiha yet?" Naruto screamed as loudly as he could. "I'll murder everyone." The rest of the rookies fled to the far side of the wall, but Naruto grinned as Gaara yelled back and began scaling the arena walls in their direction. "All right, come get him." Naruto took Sasuke by the back of his collar, swung Mjolnir, and flew after him, challenging him. "You idiot, put me down!" Sasuke shouted. Sasuke went pale, swallowed the vomit that was accumulating in his throat, and remained motionless as he could. "Very poor choice of words," Naruto said with a smile before jerking his head toward the ground hundreds of feet below. "Return so I can give your mother your blood," Jinchuriki, half insane, roared. "Your food will have to be earned." As he floated through the air toward the forest of death, Naruto called back. Gaara growled and leapt up the arena walls, using his sand tendrils as bungees and ropes to launch himself after Naruto and Sasuke. "Come on, you pathetic spider." "Man," Naruto chuckled and performed some acrobatics in midair to make fun of Gaara, frighten Sasuke, and just for kicks. "I haven't enjoyed myself this much in a long time." As more sand covered his body, Gaara squealed. His appearance and demeanor had become much more feral, and more than half of his body was now covered in blue veined sand. "Beast, come. You can have a lot more fun." From the edge of the forest, Naruto shouted.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.